Lord Eddard Stark had come to King's Landing in the sweltering early summer, filled with a sense of both duty and foreboding. The letter from his wife's sister, Lisa Arryn, had spoken of murder and plots, of the Lannisters' hidden designs, and though his heart ached for the cold comfort of the North, he knew he had no choice. Honor bound him to accept King Robert Baratheon's request to serve as hand for the sake of old friendship and the realm's stability. Yet from the moment he rode through the towering gates of the capital, the sour tinge in the air told him this place was steeped in corruption. It was a city cloaked in secrets and false smiles, with whisperers in every corner, and it set his teeth on edge. His wife, Catelyn, had begged him to be cautious, but he was Ned Stark, direct, straightforward, a man of principle. Part of him already wished he could walk away. Yet he had promised Robert. That vow was everything. He met the king in the Red Keep's yard, where Robert was in the midst of complaining about the heat and the pain in his knee. The old camaraderie between them was still there. There was an easy laughter, a memory of youth and glory, but Ned could see it dimmed by years of indulgence and the weight of a crown that pressed heavily. Robert's eyes glinted with a familiar mischief as he clapped Ned on the shoulder, welcoming him into his new post. They had not seen each other in so long. The king's hair was thinning, his waist thickened, and yet for a moment Ned recalled the fearless warrior who had overthrown the Targaryens. That memory made him clasp Robert's arm, if only to remind himself that there was still something of the man he had once followed into battle. The king's presence held a strange sorrow, a sense that his reign had become less about leading and more about surviving in a nest of vipers. Ned could not bring himself to like King's Landing. The walls felt too close, too full of spiderweb cracks through which enemies might peer. He noticed how courtiers bowed or curtsied, yet their eyes seemed to sparkle with cunning. He saw the gold cloaks, the city watch, who served more gold than honor. He felt the simmering tension from members of the small council, Lord Peter Baelish's smirk, Lord Varys's soft steps and slippery talk, Grand Maester Pycelle's halting cough that seemed to hide more than it revealed. All of them, he thought, had grown used to this dance of deception. He was like a deer among foxes, unaccustomed to slyness. Honor was supposed to be the bedrock of a realm, but here it felt like an inconvenience, easily lost in the swirl of rumor and bribe. And though he had no taste for it, Ned felt a rising determination to do right by the king's justice, if only to prevent these serpents from dominating the garden unchallenged. He quickly began to follow the trail left by his predecessor, Jon Arryn, whose death, under suspicious circumstances, had brought Ned south. Jon had been investigating something, some secret that Lisa claimed cost him his life. Varys and Baelish offered cagey hints. Grand Maester Pycelle insisted that the former hand had simply taken ill. The only clue Ned had was a conversation about a book the late hand had examined, the account of the lineages of the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms. It puzzled Ned. Jon Arryn had been a careful man, not prone to flights of fancy. If he was reading that tome, there must have been a reason. Sansa and Arya were out exploring the Red Keep, oblivious to the tension, while Ned set about understanding what had truly happened. He discovered that the bastards of Robert Baratheon were scattered throughout the city, young boys and girls who bore the king's features of black hair, deep-set blue eyes, robust frames. Seeing them made Ned realize something else, that Prince Joffrey, for all Robert's boasts of fatherhood, did not appear to carry the Baratheon traits. Nor did Myrcella or Tommen. He had known Robert's brothers, each of them had the Baratheon stamp. Even House Baratheon's ancestors, going back centuries, were said to produce children of black hair and strong frames almost unfailingly. Ned found in that a damning clue. Cersei's children, fair-haired and green-eyed, seemed to take after the Lannisters exclusively. That was suspicious enough, but combined with whispers of the Queen's closeness to her twin brother, Jaime Lannister, Ned felt an icy dread. He recalled how once he had walked in on them, Cersei and Jaime, in some fleeting, suspicious moment that they had passed off as a simple conversation. He remembered their expressions, the way their hands had nearly clasped. And a memory from Winterfell, how Bran had fallen from the tower. Something not quite explained. Something that suggested the boy had seen something he was not meant to see. The more he uncovered, the more sure he became that Jon Arryn had been on the cusp of revealing a monstrous scandal, that the children were Jaime's, not Robert's, and that the Queen had orchestrated all manner of deception to preserve the facade of Baratheon legitimacy. In the past, Ned's sense of honor might have driven him to confront Cersei in private, to urge her to flee or end her affair, if only to save the realm from bloodshed. But there was a sharper steel in him now, forged by the memory of his father and brother murdered under the Mad King, by the threat that overshadowed his own family's safety in King's Landing. He knew that if he confronted Cersei behind closed doors, giving her time to counterplan, the Lannisters might strike first. King's Landing was thick with their men, the gold cloaks could be bought. Ned remembered how close the realm had come to ruin in earlier days, how easily a single whisper could lead to swords being drawn in the dark. He decided, for once, to forego that gentle approach. Catelyn's counsel weighed on his mind, "Trust no one, my lord." And so he resolved to confide only in those whose honor was without question. His first ally was Ser Barristan Selmy, a knight of legendary virtue who had served faithfully since before Robert's rebellion. Ser Barristan had known Ned's father, had stood by the crown through wars and strife. He was not a man to be corrupted. Still, the old knight was bound by an oath to protect the king and the royal family. Ned steeled himself and spoke with Selmy in a closed courtyard beneath a sprawl of red, sun-bleached banners. When he revealed the truth he had discovered, the old knight's face blanched with shock, then set in grim determination. Ser Barristan did not hesitate in pledging himself to the realm's cause rather than turning a blind eye. Ned also confided in a small band of men he trusted absolutely. Jory Castle, his loyal captain of the guard, and a handful of Northmen who had come south with him. They had no taste for the intrigues of court, but were ready to defend Ned if the city turned hostile. Even so, Ned worried that their handful of swords might not be enough if the Lannisters unleashed their fury. He needed a moment of swift, undeniable advantage, something that would shock King's Landing before it could react. It came sooner than expected. Robert planned a grand hunt in the Kingswood, a chance to escape the city for a few days and indulge in his favorite pastime. Ned recognized the opportunity. While Robert was away, Jaime Lannister, who served in the King's Guard, would remain in the capital to protect the royal family. The Queen, too, would be there. If Ned moved swiftly, he might isolate them, corner them with the truth before they could muster a response. Yet that required some maneuvering. He used the king's short notice of the hunt to his advantage, feigning disinterest in the matter while encouraging Robert to depart quickly. Once the king was safely gone, along with many of the courtiers eager to join the royal retinue, the Red Keep would be quieter, its watchers fewer. The day after Robert rode out, Ned made his move. He had no taste for subterfuge, but he knew how to coordinate men. He summoned Ser Barristan, who in turn called upon the loyal knights under his command, the men who still placed their vows to the crown and the realm above gold or family ties. Through Ser Barristan, Ned discovered a glimmer of loyalty in some of the King's Guard, but also caution. Many of them feared the power of House Lannister. Yet with Ser Barristan's endorsement and with the name Eddard Stark behind the plan, they agreed that the realm would be best served by confronting the Queen's misdeeds rather than allowing a false heir to continue unchecked. Word reached Ned that Jaime Lannister was in the courtyard overseeing a routine practice with some of his household knights. Jaime was rarely alone, for he surrounded himself with young knights eager for Lannister gold or the chance to learn from the Kingslayer's skill. But Ned was determined not to let Jaime slip away. He donned his own armor quietly, simple steel from the north, unadorned save for the dire wolf crest. Drawing ice, the greatsword of House Stark would have attracted too much attention, so he settled for a plainer longsword belted at his hip. He led a column of guards down to the practice yard, flanked by Ser Barristan. Jaime noticed their arrival at once. He stopped instructing a young knight, turned with a half-grin that dripped arrogance. "Lord Stark," he said, wiping sweat from his brow. "You come to measure your skill at arms against mine? I would not mind crossing swords, though some say you are too honorable to indulge in a bit of friendly bloodletting." Around him, a few knights and squires tittered. Ned ignored the jibe. He had steel in his voice as he said, "Ser Jaime, by the authority of the hand of the king, I am placing you under arrest. Stand down and no harm will come to you." The courtyard went suddenly silent. The ring of steel on steel ceased as all heads turned. Jaime raised a brow, half amused, half incredulous. "Arrest? For what crime?" "By order of the king's hand, you are charged with treason against the crown." Ned's words cut the air. "Surrender your sword." Jaime's knuckles tightened on his sword hilt. The small crowd of Lannister men exchanged glances, confusion warring with fury. The Kingslayer laughed, though the sound was brittle. "Treason? You truly are a bold man, Stark. I have served this realm in the King's Guard. My father is the king's most loyal supporter. On what grounds do you do this?" Ned met Jaime's gaze with unwavering resolve. "You will hear them soon enough. For now, yield. Do not make me draw steel against the king's own sworn knight." Jaime's eyes flicked to Ser Barristan. "Selmy? You stand with Stark on this madness." Ser Barristan's voice did not waver. "I stand for the realm, Ser Jaime. Lower your sword. There need not be bloodshed here." Tension coiled in the air. Jaime was famous for his skill, but even he could not fight off so many armed men, especially with Ned and Barristan leading them. After a long moment, he forced a tight smile. If this is some scheme, Stark, you had better pray that Robert sees your side. Otherwise, when my father hears of this—" "Yield," Ned repeated. Jaime nodded once in a motion that was more an insult than submission. He tossed his sword to the ground with a clang that echoed across the courtyard. His men began to step forward, but Ned's guards leveled spears at them and no one dared move. "Take him into custody," Ned ordered, and Jory Castle stepped up with 2 Northmen to bind Jaime's hands with leather cords. Jaime's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. He only glared at Ned in a way that promised retribution. The tension among the onlookers was thick as Ned's men marched the Kingslayer away. No one in living memory had dared lay hands on a Lannister like that. But it was only the beginning. Within the hour, Ned summoned the gold cloaks loyal to the realm, ensuring that the city gates would be watched, that messengers could not rush out to contact Tywin Lannister in the west. He spread word that the king's hand was acting in the best interest of the realm, that no harm must come to the royal family. He discreetly sent Sansa and Arya to the Tower of the Hand, guarded by a double contingent of men he trusted. There was no telling how the queen might react once she realized Jaime was in chains. Violence was not unlikely. When Ned arrived at Cersei's chambers with Ser Barristan, she was waiting for them, cold fury in her green eyes. "How dare you?" she hissed, her voice a venomous whisper. "You have arrested the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. You presume to do so in my husband's absence. By the authority granted to me as Hand of the King," Ned said, trying to keep his tone measured, though his heart pounded like a war drum. "You and your brother have betrayed the realm. The children," he paused, measuring his words, "they are not the king's." For a moment, Cersei's face was a mask of outrage, but Ned saw a flicker in her eyes, fear or regret. Her slender fingers clenched into fists. Behind her, a pair of Lannister guards tensed, but Ser Barristan and 2 other knights had already drawn their blades, standing poised. No one wanted to be the first to strike. The queen's voice was a hiss. "You fool," she said. "You have no idea what you have set in motion. We are the power in this realm. The Lannisters have gold enough to buy every last sword in King's Landing." Ned's voice was steady. "The king's peace is the only power that matters, your grace. Stand down. No harm will come to you or your children, provided you do not resist. But I know the truth." She advanced a step. "And what do you plan to do with this truth? The truth must be told to the king. He shall decide your fate." The last words came out harder than he intended. Cersei's expression flickered with anger and some twisted form of desperation. "You think Robert will kill his own wife? The mother of his children?" Ned felt a pang of sorrow for Robert, for what this would do to him, but he could not let that sway him. Honor demanded the truth. "That will be Robert's decision. It will be war," she spat. Her eyes blazed with defiance. "The moment word reaches my father, the Lannister banners will rise. Do you have the stomach for that, Stark?" Ned's throat was dry. He was not blind to the danger, but the rot in the realm was too deep, and the risk of allowing a false heir to inherit the throne was too dire. "We will do what we must," he said. "Surrender yourself, your grace." Cersei's lips peeled back in a sneer. "You will regret this. When Robert returns." "He will hear it from me first," Ned said, "and from you if you wish. But you must come with us to the council chambers." For a heartbeat, Ned thought she might run, or else call for an assault. But she only stood there, trembling with fury. Her pride was legendary, and he could see she was weighing the odds. Then, with a curt nod, she motioned her guards to stand aside. "If you mean to destroy me, at least do it openly," she said. "I will not skulk in the shadows." Together, Ned and Ser Barristan escorted her to the great hall, which stood dimly lit in Robert's absence. The high seat was empty, symbolic of the king's authority and his absence, but the Iron Throne still loomed at the far end like some monstrous relic. Ned arranged for a gathering of the small council. Varys slipped in with soft footsteps, his expression carefully neutral. Peter Baelish arrived with a look of astonishment plastered on his face. Grand Maester Pycelle tottered over, complaining of pains in his joints yet wide-eyed with curiosity. Renly Baratheon was gone, having joined Robert's hunt, so his seat remained empty. In truth, the only lords present were those who had not accompanied the king. They stared with shock at the sight of Jaime Lannister bound and the Queen's near-hysterical anger. Ned faced them and, his voice echoing among the columns, spelled out the truth as calmly as he could. He told them of the evidence in the lineages of Robert's bastards, of Cersei's alleged incest with Jaime, and how the children shared no Baratheon traits. He showed them the proof that Jon Arryn had died for pursuing these same questions. He had to speak above Cersei's shouted denials and threats. He found himself turning to Varys at times to back certain details. The spider only nodded solemnly as if to confirm that he'd known or suspected. When Ned finished, there was a moment of deafening silence. Lord Baelish's face was unreadable. Pycelle's mouth hung open in shock. Varys gave a theatrical sigh. Such a pity, he murmured. Poor Jon Arryn. He wanted so badly to keep the realm from harm. Cersei broke the stillness. You will all die for this. Her voice cracked. My father will not stand for such slander. Ned turned to her. It is no slander. Prove otherwise if you can. He addressed the council. Until the king returns, I shall hold Ser Jaime in custody and request that the queen remain under guard for her own safety and that of the children. The city must not dissolve into chaos over rumors. Peter Baelish cleared his throat. You have moved swiftly, my lord. Some would say too swiftly. The Lannisters. Ned interrupted him. Justice must be done, or the realm will suffer more in the long run. I intend no rash action, but the king must know the truth. In the meantime, I expect the small council to uphold the king's law. Varys nodded in a show of compliance. Baelish sighed, feigning regret, and muttered something about how that was well and good. Pycelle just wrung his hands and mumbled about how he hoped this matter could be resolved peacefully. Cersei refused to bend. I will not be treated like a criminal, she said coldly. Bring me to my chambers if you must, but I will not sit idle while you conspire to ruin my family. Ned looked to Ser Barristan. Barristan, see that the queen is placed under respectful guard in her quarters. Do not let her leave without the leave of the hand or the king upon his return. The old knight hesitated, as if torn between serving the crown and acknowledging the monstrous accusations, but at last he bowed. Yes, my lord. Cersei's face was flushed with fury as Barristan's men surrounded her. Jaime was dragged away by another group of guards. The great hall cleared, leaving Ned, Baelish, Varys, and Pycelle. The moment the doors were shut, Baelish let out a soft, almost incredulous chuckle. Well, Ned, you've done it. I've always said you were too honorable for these games, yet you've just orchestrated a coup of sorts. Ned bristled. It's not a coup, Baelish. The king is still the king. I act in his name and for his sake. Even so, Baelish murmured. What do you think Robert will do when he returns? His reaction is not for me to guess. I expect anger, grief, perhaps both. Ned exhaled. But the truth must be served. Varys tilted his head, his eyes like black beads. We must consider the possibility that the Lannisters will not take this quietly. Word may reach Lord Tywin, and if so, he may ride with his bannermen. Ned nodded wearily. I am aware. That is why I have taken steps to control the city gates and the gold cloaks. We must hold King's Landing until Robert returns. Then it will be his command that brings order. Baelish shrugged. In that you show a refreshing optimism, Lord Stark. I suppose we shall see how it all plays out. Ned turned on him. If you mean to sow chaos, Baelish, I warn you, any attempt to pit Lannister loyalists against the king's men will be treason. Such strong words. Baelish lifted his hands in mock surrender. I will do as you command, dear hand. Ned glanced at Varys, who nodded as if to say he understood. There was an uneasy tension in the chamber, Hence that something monumental had just occurred and the repercussions were yet to unfold. If Robert returned and supported Ned's actions, the realm might remain stable, though battered by the betrayal. If Robert sided with his queen, or turned his anger on Ned for humiliating the royal family in his absence, it could lead to civil war. Ned could only pray that Robert had enough sense left in him to see reason. That night, Ned did not sleep well. In the Tower of the Hand, he paced in the solar, candlelight casting flickering shadows across the walls. Sansa had been told that the queen was under suspicion, that the princess was not to be visited. Arya, always fierce, had demanded a sword to defend their family's honor. Catelyn was far away in the north, or possibly at the Eyrie. Ned regretted that she was not here for counsel. He worried that he might have moved too soon. But how could he have waited now that he had the truth? The memory of Jon Arryn's death, the recollection of Bran's fall, these spurred him on. He could no longer abide the danger that lurked so close to the throne. Dawn broke over King's Landing, painting the city in muted hues of pink and gold. Ned emerged to find the Red Keep in an uproar. There were Lannister soldiers demanding entry to the Queen's quarters, confronted by knights loyal to Ser Barristan. Shouts rang down corridors. Peter Baelish, as master of coin, complained that men in Lannister livery had tried to seize funds from the treasury. Varys reported that men sympathetic to the Lannisters were meeting in taverns, grumbling about the arrest of the Kingslayer. Ned responded by tightening the guard even further. He stationed gold cloaks at key passages, posted watchmen near the stables to prevent any messenger from riding out. If war was to come, it would not begin with the Lannisters outmaneuvering him here. By midday, Ned received a messenger from Ser Barristan. The Queen was demanding an audience. Ned granted it in the throne room, where he took his seat not on the Iron Throne, but on the hand's smaller dais. He felt uncomfortable sitting anywhere near that monstrous seat, forged from 1,000 swords, but the symbolism was necessary. If the city was to see who was in charge until Robert returned, they needed to see Ned in a position of authority. Cersei entered, escorted by 4 guards. She had dressed simply in a green gown that seemed to accentuate her pale complexion. She looked regal but undeniably furious. Still, she held her composure, gliding across the floor like a queen. She inclined her head slightly toward Ned, a mockery of courtesy. "Lord Hand," she said, voice cool. "I will not be treated like a prisoner in my own court. I have come to demand my release." Ned forced calm into his posture, though his pulse was hammering. "Your Grace, as I have said, it is not my intention to cause you undue harm or indignity. You remain the Queen, but your liberty must be limited until the King returns." Cersei's eyes narrowed. "You risk turning every Lannister sword against you. My father is Warden of the West. Do you think he will stand idle?" "I do not," Ned said. "But I must do what is right, not what is easy." He considered carefully. "If you attempt to call your father's banners, it will be seen as an act of open rebellion against the crown." She let out a bitter laugh. "All because you think you've uncovered some monstrous secret? The children are Robert's. Your mind is addled by grief for Jon Arryn. Or perhaps by your wife's paranoia. Perhaps—" "No more lies," Ned said, his voice ringing through the hall. "I have the records. I have spoken to those who saw you and Jaime in close quarters often. I remember how Bran was crippled after seeing something he should not have. Everything points to the same conclusion: the children are Jaime's. Do not insult my intelligence further." A flicker of regret passed over Cersei's face, swiftly replaced by cold defiance. "I did what I had to do," she said. "Robert never loved me. He loved only Lyanna Stark, your sister, whose memory he clings to like a drunkard clings to his last cup of ale. Am I to be blamed for seeking comfort elsewhere?" Ned's voice was weary. "Comfort is one thing. Treason is another, Your Grace. You have endangered the line of succession and the stability of the realm." Cersei moved closer, her voice dropping so only he might hear. "You know nothing of what it is to be a queen, to be forced into a marriage with a man who despises you and all you are. Robert used to beat me in his drunken rages. He flaunted his whores in my face. I gave him children, stillborn or so sickly they did not survive, while he slurred your sister's name at me in bed. I found solace with Jaime because I had no one else." Ned felt a stir of pity, unbidden. He did not doubt Robert had been a cruel husband in many ways. But pity did not erase treason. "That does not justify placing bastards on the throne," he said quietly. "Or what you may have done to keep the secret." She looked at him through a sheen of tears that did not quite fall. "You judge me harshly, Stark. I am not the only sinner here. But do what you must. When Robert returns, I will stand by my children, no matter what." He studied her face, seeing both the fear and the hatred there. "I have no desire to harm your children. They are innocent in this, no matter whose blood runs in their veins. But you have forced the realm onto a knife's edge. If war breaks out—" "Spare me your talk of war," she hissed. "You think I do not know the cost of it? I watched the realm burn once when Aerys sat the throne. My father stormed the city you marched with Robert. Now you want me to bend the knee for a second time, only this time to your precious honor. But I will not. Do as you will. I will not beg." Ned did not answer immediately. He felt drained, as if all the weariness of King's Landing had seeped into his bones. He waved Ser Barristan forward. "Take her back to her quarters. Ensure she has every comfort, but that she remains there." Cersei did not resist as they led her away, but her gaze lingered on Ned, hard and unflinching. He felt it long after she was gone. He wondered if his father, Rickard Stark, had felt such weight when confronting the Mad King. The realm was so fragile. One truth revealed at the wrong time could shatter it all. The days that followed were a tense stalemate. With Jaime in custody and Cersei effectively confined, the Lannisters in the city were rudderless. Some quietly slipped away, though Ned had men at the gates to catch any who might carry messages to Casterly Rock. Baelish, to Ned's surprise, cooperated somewhat, ensuring that the treasury remained under crown control. Varys fed Ned daily reports of whispers from the taverns and brothels of minor lords anxious to see how Robert would respond. The king's retinue was due back soon, and Ned braced himself for the confrontation that would follow. Would Robert disbelieve Ned's evidence? Would he dismiss it as slander? Or, worse, would he believe it and respond with vengeful fury, plunging the realm into chaos? Ned's only comfort was that if Robert sided with him, it might prevent the Lannisters from mustering their forces. The Crown's official condemnation of their treason would force Tywin to think carefully before striking. When word arrived that Robert was returning in haste, Ned's anxiety only grew. Apparently, a boar had nearly killed the king in the woods, and he was being carried back on a litter, severely wounded. The news sent a ripple of alarm through the city. If Robert died, the realm would be thrust into crisis overnight. Joffrey's claim, false though it was, might be championed by the Lannister faction. Robert's brothers, Stannis and Renly, could lay claim as well. There would be war for sure. Ned prayed to the old gods that Robert would live just long enough to set the record straight. The king arrived at dusk, moaning with every bump of the litter. Renly was at his side, his face drawn with concern. Robert's belly was bound with blood-soaked bandages. He looked pale as milk, and every breath seemed to cost him. They carried him to his bedchamber with Ned, Renly, and the king's entourage in anxious attendance. Maester Pycelle hurried in, attempting to tend to him, but the king's eyes were glazed with pain. He managed a weak grin when he saw Ned, trying to grip his arm. "Gods, Ned, the boar was the size of a bloody horse," he rasped. "It got me good." Ned knelt by the bed. "My friend, rest. We will get you better." Robert shook his head. "No, this time it's the stranger come knocking." "Don't lie to me, Ned. I can feel my life leaking out." He gritted his teeth, wincing. "How's my city? Did my worthless son spend all the gold yet? Where is Cersei?" Ned swallowed. He had to choose his words carefully. "Your city is safe for the moment. Cersei is confined, as is Jaime Lannister." "Confined?" Robert's eyes flickered with confusion, then anger. "What madness is this?" Ned inhaled slowly. "You must hear me, Robert. I have grave news, and it cannot wait." He looked around at the gathering knights, at Renly, at Pycelle, and even at Varys lurking near the door. Everyone save Renly, Lord Varys, and Maester Pycelle. "Leave us." The knights departed, though some hesitated. Robert coughed, and a thin line of blood trickled from his lips. "Be quick about it," he muttered. "I won't last much longer." Ned told him everything. He spared no detail. How Jon Arryn had been murdered for uncovering the truth. How the royal children did not have a drop of Baratheon black hair among them. How Cersei and Jaime had been caught in their long incestuous affair. Renly's face twisted in horror. Varys, for once, looked solemn rather than sly. Robert listened, his brow furrowed, his breathing labored. When Ned finished, the king cursed hoarsely. "You're telling me, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, none of them are mine?" Ned nodded grimly. "So it appears." Robert gave a bitter laugh that ended in a grimace. "Seven hells. I always suspected something. The gods never gave me a living son. Now I know why." He squeezed his eyes shut, tears in them. "Cersei. By the gods, I should have left her years ago. My father forced that match upon me to bind the realm. Now look at what's come of it." He coughed again, more blood staining his lips. Renly rushed forward, but Robert waved him back. "No, I'm not done. Ned, you did right to arrest them. They must pay for this treachery." Ned bowed his head. "Yes, your grace." Robert's eyes fluttered. "There will be war, though. Tywin Lannister. You think he'll kneel?" He tried to chuckle, but it caught in his throat. "He'll march. The realm. We must keep the realm united." Ned reached for his friend's hand. It was sweaty and weak. "We'll do our utmost. Rest now, Robert." "No," Robert said, forcing the words out. "Fetch me paper and quill. I have a decree to make. I'm naming a new heir. The Lannisters' bastard brood shall have no claim." His gaze flicked to Renly and then to Ned. "But the rightful heir by blood would be Stannis, my brother. Much as we've quarreled, I know it has to be him." He coughed again, a cruel, choking sound. "Gods, that stubborn ass. But he's the oldest Baratheon now. He will keep the realm from falling apart." Varys quickly produced parchment and quill from a nearby table, setting them before the king. With shaking hands, Robert tried to sign, but he could barely lift the quill. Ned helped steady him. The lines scratched out were barely legible, but the signature was distinctly Robert's. Pycelle stamped the royal seal with trembling fingers. Robert's eyes glazed. "Tell him," he whispered. "Tell Stannis to be a better king than I was. All I ever wanted was her. Your sister. Everything else was ashes." His voice faded, and a rattling breath escaped his lips. Ned swallowed hard, feeling tears burn. He clutched Robert's hand. "May the gods have mercy on you, old friend." Robert's head lolled, his final breath slipping away. Silence filled the chamber, broken only by Pycelle's weeping and Renly's shocked gasp. Varys bowed his head. Ned closed Robert's eyes gently, feeling the weight of an entire realm descend on his shoulders. After a long moment, Renly exhaled. "He's gone. By the seven, Ned, the king is dead." Ned stood, tears drying on his face. There would be no time to grieve properly. Already, the realm would want answers. The question of succession was precarious. "We have his will," Ned said, shaking the parchment. "It names Stannis Baratheon as heir. I will see it proclaimed at once." Renly's eyes glinted. "Stannis is not here. He's at Dragonstone. The city will be in confusion. The Lannisters." "I know," Ned said, "but the king's decree is clear. You might consider seizing the throne in Stannis' stead," Renly said quietly, scanning the empty corridor as if expecting eavesdroppers. "Stannis may be rightful heir, but the realm might rally more easily if they had a strong hand in place and if we coronate Stannis later." "Stop," Ned said firmly. "We are not usurpers. I will not break the line of succession. I serve the realm." Renly pressed his lips together. "As you wish. But mark my words, Ned, the Lannisters will not go quietly. And many in the city might prefer a kinder king than Stannis." Ned ignored that hint of ambition. "I must move quickly. We must announce Robert's death, confirm Stannis' claim, and quell any attempt by Cersei or her children to assert a false claim." Renly nodded. Varys gave him a calculating look. Maester Pycelle dabbed at his eyes, murmuring a prayer for the king's soul. Ned took a final look at Robert's still form, his broad chest that once heaved with laughter now forever silent, and steeled himself to face the next storm. That storm came quickly. Within hours, the Red Keep was abuzz with talk of the king's death. The gold cloaks, under Ned's orders, locked down the castle gates, allowing no one in or out. Ned summoned the small council and key lords to the throne room. The dais loomed large. The Iron Throne sat empty, a harsh and twisted seat of power. Courtiers huddled in uneasy clusters, their whispers hushed but urgent. Word had already spread that the queen was under guard, that Jaime was imprisoned. Ned stepped forward, flanked by Ser Barristan and a row of guards bearing the Stark sigil. Renly stood to one side, sullen. Baelish hovered near the edges, arms folded. Pycelle fiddled with the king's decree. Varys stood like a statue, inscrutable. When the assembled lords had quieted, Ned spoke in a clear voice, projecting across the throne room. "The king is dead. May the gods grant him peace." Before his passing, King Robert Baratheon named his rightful heir, Stannis of House Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone, as the next king of the Undals and the first men. The hall erupted in gasps, murmurs, and a few startled exclamations. Ned continued, unbowed. "We shall see the decree honored. I call upon you all to recognize Stannis Baratheon as king. In his absence, as Hand of the King, I shall govern the realm according to Robert's final instructions." A Lannister bannerman in the front ranks shouted, "The Prince Joffrey is the rightful heir. This is treason." Ned's eyes flashed. "Joffrey Waters is no son of Robert Baratheon. The blood of the king does not run in his veins, nor in that of Myrcella or Tommen." He waited for the outraged cries to settle. "We have proof. The lineages show clearly that no true-born Baratheon child has ever had golden hair. The children are illegitimate, born of incest between the queen and her brother Jaime Lannister." A roar of outrage swept the hall. Those loyal to the Lannisters shouted denial. Others looked aghast. Some of the lords who disliked the Lannisters nodded grimly, muttering that they had suspected as much. Ser Barristan stepped forward, his voice booming. "I, Ser Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the King Guard, have seen evidence to support Lord Stark's claim. I stand with the realm's rightful line of succession." That carried weight. Even the most doubtful lords knew Ser Barristan's honor was unquestionable. Pycelle stepped forward, adjusting his chain of office. He cleared his throat. I was present at the king's final signing of his decree. It was indeed for Lord Stannis to inherit. The king was quite adamant. His tone was shaky, but the words were enough. Some in the crowd still cried treason, but more voices called for calm. Baelish's voice rose, smooth and convincing. Now, lords and ladies. The question is not whether the king so decreed, it is done. The question is whether we can keep the peace until Lord Stannis arrives. Ned took a breath. Hear me now, House Lannister is under suspicion of high treason. Jaime Lannister is in custody. The Queen is confined. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen shall remain under guard, unharmed. I make no war on children, but the laws of gods and men are clear, a bastard cannot inherit the throne. Unless there are objections grounded in law or evidence, I declare Stannis Baratheon the King of the Seven Kingdoms. The Lannister banner men shouted curses, but their voices were drowned by the crowd's clamor. Others demanded that Tywin Lannister appear to answer for his daughter's crimes. Some called for the children's heads. Ned glared at them. They are innocents. They will remain safe until the king decides their fate. Let no one harm them on pain of death. In the confusion, Baelish slipped closer to Ned and whispered, "You realize Tywin will not accept this. He'll ride for King's Landing or for Casterly Rock to muster an army. You've started a war." Ned's jaw tightened. Robert's death and Cersei's treason started this war. I only revealed the truth. Truth or not, you must be prepared, Baelish said. Stannis is far away, and there's talk that Renly might make a claim of his own. Brothers squabbling over a crown, it won't end well. Ned's gaze swept over the throne room, the tension, the frantic fear. I will do my duty, he said quietly. One way or another. Within hours, the city was in tumult. Lannister men barricaded themselves in certain inns, brawls erupted in the streets. Ned mobilized the gold cloaks, reaffirmed that they served the crown, not any one house. There were skirmishes and blood was spilled, but not on a massive scale. Ned assured the citizens that the rightful king would soon arrive. He sent ravens to Dragonstone, imploring Stannis to come quickly with men enough to secure the city. Another raven went to Winterfell, urging Robb Stark to prepare for the worst. The realm seemed poised on the brink of civil war. Yet, by the grace of the gods, the immediate crisis inside King's Landing was contained. Jaime Lannister remained locked away, growing sullen and more furious each day. Cersei, from her sumptuous confinement, demanded release, threatened vengeance, and tried to wheedle and manipulate the guards. Joffrey raged against his captors, but was powerless. The small council under Ned's watchful eye functioned enough to keep the city from erupting fully, but it was a precarious peace. The day Stannis arrived was a stormy one. Dark clouds gathered over the Blackwater Rush, thunder rumbled like an omen. Ships bearing the stag banner of House Baratheon docked at King's Landing, and from them marched a disciplined force of soldiers from Dragonstone. Their banners were austere, their ranks hardened by the sea. At their head rode Stannis Baratheon, a lean man with a stern, forbidding face, his jaw set in iron determination. Behind him followed Ser Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, wearing a plain expression of concern. Ned met them at the castle G. Atesh flanked by Ser Barristan and his own men. Stannis dismounted stiffly, scanning the courtyard with an unnerving intensity. "Where's Robert?" he asked, his tone harsh. The question hung in the air. Everyone felt its weight. Ned inclined his head. "My lord, your brother, he died of wounds from a boar hunt days ago. I am sorry for your loss." Stannis' stern face twitched with grief that he would never show openly. "I see. And this story of Cersei and Jaime, of false heirs, is it true?" Ned met his eyes squarely. "True, my lord. I have proof. Robert named you as heir in his final decree." Stannis nodded once, curt. "Where's this decree?" Ned produced the parchment, sealed with the royal seal and signed in Robert's uneven scrawl. Stannis read it, his mouth tightening. "His writing is poor, but I recognize my brother's hand. The seal is his. Very well. We shall see it done." He turned, looking up at the Red Keep as thunder boomed overhead. "I will summon the lords and demand their fealty. Those who refuse shall be counted traitors." His tone was as unyielding as a sword's edge. "And the Lannisters?" Ned breathed in. "The Queen and her brother are arrested. The children are confined as well. They are not harmed." Stannis' gaze flicked back to Ned. "Then they will be put on trial. If the children are truly bastards, they have no claim. But if I find the mother or father has spilled innocent blood in the name of treason, heads will roll. I will not suffer a viper's nest in my kingdom." Ned nodded. "Justice must be done." "That it must." Stannis handed the parchment to Davos, who tucked it away carefully. "Come, Lord Stark. We have a coronation to plan. And war to deter or wage if the Lannisters do not bend." Ned guided Stannis inside, the newly arrived force securing the gate behind them. Though the city stirred with apprehension, many soon recognized that a new Baratheon had arrived to claim the crown by lawful decree. Some cheered, more out of relief that a strong hand had come. Others slunk away, uncertain what fresh tyranny might ensue. The gloom of the storm above mirrored the mood, fear, tension, a glimmer of hope for order. Within the Red Keep, Stannis wasted no time. He donned black and gold, wearing a circlet that suggested his new status. The small council was summoned. Some, like Pycelle, seemed eager to bend the knee and maintain their positions. Varys watched Stannis warily, knowing the man's reputation for ruthlessness when dealing with traitors. Baelish approached with polite courtesies. Stannis rebuffed him curtly, remarking that coin counters had their uses but that cunning tongues often dripped poison. Baelish retreated, his expression unreadable. With Ned at his side, Stannis ascended the throne room dais. He refused to sit the Iron Throne immediately, standing before it as lords and knights were brought in to declare fealty or face charges of treason. One by one, they knelt. Some Lannister bannermen hesitated, but most yielded rather than face a man known for his relentless will. When the major addresses were done, Stannis declared, "I am King Stannis of House Baratheon, the first of my name, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. My brother Robert named me his heir, and by all the laws of succession and the will of the late king, I claim the crown. Any man who denies my right shall be deemed a traitor." In the days that followed, a ceremony was held to crown Stannis in the Great September. The lords who remained in the capital attended, as did crowds of curious smallfolk. The atmosphere was not joyous, it was tense, overshadowed by the scandal of Cersei and her children and the threat of Lannister retaliation. Yet for the moment, the realm had a king. Some saw in Stannis a chance for stability, others saw only a rigid man who would enforce harsh justice. Ned watched it all, feeling relief that his friend Robert's last will was honored, but also apprehension for what came next. Cersei was brought forth for a formal hearing. Jaime was brought in chains along with Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, who looked frightened and confused. Before the gathered lords, Ned presented the evidence, with Pycelle citing the genealogical records and even Varys quietly confirming that he had known of certain indiscretions. Cersei raged, calling it lies, but the physical resemblance was undeniable. None of the children bore Robert's trademark black hair, while Robert's bastards did. Jaime tried to speak, but Stannis silenced him. Witnesses were called, servants who had seen secret liaisons, midwives who had overheard rumors. The case was damning. Stannis pronounced sentence. Jaime Lannister was stripped of his Kingsguard cloak and found guilty of treason. Cersei was found guilty of treason and adultery, though her life was spared for the moment pending further judgment. The children were declared bastards with no rights to inheritance. However, Stannis refrained from sentencing the children to death, stating that the sins of the parents should not be laid upon them. Instead, he ordered they be placed under watch to remain wards of the crown until further determination. This outraged Cersei, who screamed curses at Stannis, calling him a fiend and mocking him as less of a man than Robert. Jaime attempted to lunge at the king, but was restrained by half a dozen guards. In the dungeons afterward, Ned visited Jaime, who sat in chains, face bruised from being subdued. The Kingslayer looked up with a sneer. "Come to gloat, Stark?" Ned regarded him calmly. "I've come to see if there's any chance to end this peacefully." "Your father may march." "He will," Jaime said. "And when he does, your new king had best pray. My father doesn't lose. Not to Targaryens, not to Baratheons, not to anyone." "You lost your cloak," Ned said. "You lost your freedom." Jaime's laugh was humorless. "Better men than me have lost more. I'll get it back, one way or another." He leaned forward. "You may have gained a king, Stark, but the realm will bleed for this. Count on it. And you'll have to live with the consequences." Ned left with a heavy heart. He believed in justice, but justice came at a high price. War with the Lannisters was likely. Tywin, proud and ruthless, would not allow his daughter and son to languish. Stannis, equally proud, would not bend or compromise. Ned wondered if he had averted one catastrophe only to plunge the kingdom into a different, bloodier one. He took small solace in the knowledge that at least the realm was not saddled with a false king who might have turned cruel. He remembered Joffrey's face when they took him, twisted with anger and confusion, a boy who believed himself rightful heir. He recalled how Joffrey had once tormented a butcher's boy near the Trident, relishing cruelty. Such a boy upon the throne would have spelled disaster. And so the days turned to weeks. Stannis' rule in King's Landing was stern. He purged the court of corrupt officials, relying on men like Davos to handle delicate matters. Ned remained Hand of the King, though he and Stannis occasionally clashed over the severity of punishments. Stannis insisted that the Lannister threat had to be crushed decisively. He dispatched ravens to Tywin, demanding fealty and the surrender of Cersei and Jaime. Tywin's reply was silence. Scouts reported Lannister forces massing near Harrenhal and along the Gold Road. War brewed, inevitable as the turning of the seasons. In the north, Robb Stark called the banners, ready to defend the realm and his father's honor. In the Stormlands, Renly mustered some lords, though rumors whispered that he might try to claim the crown himself. House Tyrell watched from Highgarden, uncertain whether to back Stannis or another. The Riverlands were already suffering from skirmishes led by Lannister raiders seeking to threaten the Tullus. Tension spanned the entire map of Westeros. Yet, in King's Landing, the false monarchy of Joffrey had been averted. Ned had done the unthinkable, confronted Cersei before she could outmaneuver him. The cost was steep, but at least the realm faced the truth, not a gilded lie. Ned remembered Robert's last words, the regret that filled his friend's eyes. Perhaps by honoring Robert's final decree, Ned had done him justice at last. As the city prepared for war, Ned found himself gazing out from the ramparts of the Red Keep, scanning the horizon. In the distance, small fires twinkled, possibly signs of Lannister outriders testing the outskirts. Storm clouds still hung in the sky, as though nature itself reflected the realm's brewing conflict. Ned felt the familiar weight of duty pressing on him. He remembered the north, its clean, cold winds, the walls of Winterfell, the honor of House Stark. If war came, the north would stand by him. But he had no illusions. A war between Baratheon and Lannister would be brutal. Men would die in the thousands. The iron price of truth. Yet, for all the looming bloodshed, Ned Stark did not waver. He was no politician, no cunning spider weaving webs of deceit. He was the hand of the king, a Stark of Winterfell, a man of honor who had done what needed to be done. He looked down at the bustling city, at the common folk trying to scratch out a living even as armies gathered. Did they know what was at stake? Did they care which lord or king ruled them, so long as life continued? He felt a pang of sorrow for them, for the tragedies that might unfold should swords be drawn. He recalled the words of House Stark, "Winter is coming." And indeed, perhaps it was a winter of war, with the potential to ravage the land. He gripped the battlements, silent prayers forming in his mind. A prayer for peace, however unlikely. A prayer that Stannis might find the wisdom to temper his justice with mercy. A prayer for the safety of his own family, scattered across the realm. And a prayer that if war must come, they might end it swiftly and justly, so the kingdom could heal. Behind him, footsteps sounded. Ser Barristan approached, his white cloak fluttering. "My Lord Hand, the king requests your counsel." Urgently, Ned turned, exhaling. Duty called again. He gazed once more at the city below, then strode toward the stairwell. Whatever awaited them, be it war, or uneasy peace, or some twist of fate, he would face it with honor. He carried within him the memory of Robert, the memory of all those who had died to bring them to this point. And though the future was uncertain, there was a certain calm in knowing that he had acted rightly, that a monstrous lie had been prevented from poisoning the realm's throne. If that was not victory, it was at least a measure of solace. He followed Barristan down into the Red Keep, where Stannis Baratheon sat enthroned in iron and fury, preparing for the battles to come. There were no more illusions. The king was the king, the hand was the hand, and the Lannisters were the realm's foe, unless they chose to bend. The last rays of the dying sun gleamed through the high windows, illuminating the throne room's pillars in a dull gold. Outside, thunder rolled, the promise of rain heavy in the air. Ned felt the weight of a sword at his side, the knowledge of what might soon be necessary. He gave a silent vow to his father's memory, to Brandon's, and to the vow he had made to Robert. Whatever storms ravaged the realm, he would stand, and he would keep faith with his honor. In the hush of the chamber, he walked forward to meet his new king, ready to do his duty once more. And so the story began anew, different from the one that might have been, but filled with its own trials and triumphs, shaped by the moment Ned Stark chose to confront the Lannisters' secret before it was too late. The gathering storm over King's Landing worsened, and by the time Eddard Stark stepped into the throne room at King Stannis' summons, a soft rain pelted the Red Keep's walls, drumming steadily against its windows. The air smelled of damp stone and ozone. Braziers had been lit to push back the gloom, though their flickering light only made the Iron Throne's blades glisten more sharply. Lightning cracked in the distance, as if some dreadful omen. King Stannis Baratheon sat rigid upon the throne, that forbidding circlet on his brow. His jaw seemed set in perpetual displeasure, and the men gathered before him, highborn or low, appeared equally uneasy. To serve such a king was to serve an iron will. Ned approached, dipping his head in a show of respect. Stannis shifted his gaze. "Lord Hand, I am told you are receiving messages from Robb Stark. We must speak of them." His tone was clipped, making it plain that he wasted few words. Ned inclined his head again. "Indeed, your grace, my son has called the North's banners. Word of your coronation has reached Winterfell, and he stands ready to support your claim, if you will have him. He also seeks assurance that the North shall remain an ally, not a mere subordinate. He is young and proud." A flicker passed over Stannis's face, not quite amusement. "Your son is wise to muster men if Tywin Lannister marches. I do not require hostages from the North, not if you, Lord Stark, guarantee their loyalty. I know you to be an honorable man. If the boy, your son, would come south to stand by me, I would welcome it. The North must not stand idle." Ned felt a measure of relief, though he also feared for Robb's safety if he left Winterfell. "The North is vast, and winter is coming. My son cannot commit all his forces to march south without ensuring the borders are well defended. But he will send enough men to aid you, enough to show he is earnest. As for the rest, we must see how events unfold." Stannis tapped a gauntlet-clad finger against the throne's arm. "Very well. We have more pressing problems at hand. My scouts say that Tywin Lannister moves from the west. His outriders are harrying smaller settlements. I have no doubt he means to break us quickly or lay siege to King's Landing itself. Renly has gone to Storm's End, calling upon the Baratheon bannermen. Some have joined him, but I sense he may have ambitions of his own. We have no shortage of threats." Ned kept his face impassive. He had heard rumors that Renly might try to rally certain Reach lords behind him, perhaps thinking the realm would prefer a younger, more affable king than stern Stannis. "Is there any word from Renly?" he asked. "Only that he musters men," Stannis replied with narrowed eyes. "He says it is to defend the Stormlands and to ride in my support when we make open war on Tywin. Yet I know my brother too well. He hides something." Ned hesitated, uncertain whether to share his suspicions aloud. "I trust that if your brother attempts a separate claim, we will be forewarned. The realm cannot endure another false claimant." Stannis gave the barest nod. "It will not. Let him try if he dares. But enough on Renly. Speak to me of Cersei and her brood. Has the queen, former queen, spoken to you? Has she tried to strike any deals?" Ned recalled the last conversation he had with Cersei, who remained confined to her chambers high in the Red Keep. She had raged at her captivity, threatened vengeance, and refused to submit. She pleads her innocence, even now, but she knows the city is beyond her control. She begs only to protect her children. She claims they are blameless. Stannis snorted. "Blameless or not, their claim to the throne is void. If they remain docile, I can show mercy. If they attempt to incite rebellion or slip away to Tywin, I will have no choice but to exact justice." Ned remembered how Myrcella and Tommen had wept in confusion, how Joffrey still glared with that dangerously cruel spark in his eye. "A harsh stance, but a necessary one," Ned conceded, though he took no pleasure in speaking of punishing children. Stannis leaned forward, his voice dropping in volume, though it remained as hard as steel. "Lord Stark, you know the ways of war. Word from the west suggests that Tywin may be preparing to strike at Riverrun or Harrenhal, to secure a foothold before turning on us. The Tullus must be warned. The same with Robb in the north. If we do not meet Tywin in the field, he may surround us as well as King's Landing. Barristan advises caution. Davos counsels a swift strike. What say you?" Ned felt the heaviness of the decision. Leading armies on open ground against Tywin Lannister was no small risk. "Your Grace, I have fought alongside Robert and faced Tywin's banners before. Tywin is a strategist not prone to rash gambits. If we stay holed up in King's Landing, letting him besiege us, we risk starvation and chaos in the streets. If we march out to meet him, we risk being outmaneuvered. But your brother has enough ships to cut off supplies from the sea if you choose to bring your forces forward. Tywin will not relish a prolonged, open conflict with foes on multiple fronts. Stannis's mouth tightened. I am no man for half measures. Perhaps we strike. The question is, do we rely on the Tullus and the North to pin Tywin from behind? Ned nodded gravely. Riverrun will not stand idle if Lannister men threaten their lands. Edmure Tully will rise to defend his seat. My lady wife's brother is young but not timid. As for the North, I can instruct my son Robb to move south toward the Neck, preparing to close off Tywin's retreat if we push him east. Stannis's jaw flexed, as though the very act of strategizing was an annoyance that prevented him from simply dispensing justice. See it done, he said at last. Draft letters to the Tullus and to your son. They must coordinate with me, not work at cross purposes. We will break Tywin Lannister if he refuses to bend the knee. Ned dipped his head, though a cold dread settled in his gut at the thought of tens of thousands of men clashing. I shall do as you command, your grace. Stannis rose from the throne without ceremony. He never lounged upon it as Robert had, nor sauntered with a swagger. Instead, he wore the crown as if it were a burden heavy as any millstone. Stepping down from the dais, he gestured for Ned to follow. The assembly parted, courtiers and knights bowing low. The two men walked side by side into a corridor lit by torches. Stannis's voice was low, meant only for Ned's ears. I have been told by certain persons that the Red Woman from Ass High is en route to Dragonstone and possibly here. If she arrives, be wary. I have had dealings with her council before, but I know not how she will appear to the court. Ned frowned, uncertain what to make of this. He had heard rumors that Stannis had taken up with a strange foreign priestess, a devotee of the Lord of Light. If it is your will, I will see that she is welcomed respectfully. But I confess I do not trust foreign sorceries. Stannis paused at the corridor's end, turning to Ned with a look half-guarded, half-weary. Nor do I. Yet she has proven insightful. For now, keep this matter silent. I do not wish the court to descend into gossip about flaming swords and red gods. We have enough chaos already. Ned bowed in acknowledgement. As you say, your grace. They parted ways, Stannis heading toward his solar, Ned toward the Tower of the Hand. Outside, the rain grew heavier, lashing the walls with wind and gloom. The gloom inside the keep was no less palpable. There was a sense among the servants, the knights, and the courtiers that they were on the cusp of a great clash, a war that might shape the realm for a generation. The death of King Robert, the revelation of Cersei's treachery, and the ascension of a stern new monarch had thrown every alliance into question. Ned ascended the narrow stairs to the tower, passing rows of torches that sputtered in the draft. At his chambers he found a guard posted, Jory Castle, face grim. Jory inclined his head. My lord, you have a visitor waiting. Your daughter Sansa. Ned's heart softened. Has something upset her? Jory shifted. She seemed anxious. Mentioned something about the Queen's children. I thought it best to keep an eye on her. Ned thanked him, dismissing Jory to resume his watch in the corridor. Inside the solar, Sansa stood at a window, watching raindrops stream down the glass. She turned at the sound of Ned's footsteps. Her eyes were red as though she'd been crying. Father. Ned set a gentle hand on her shoulder. My sweet girl. What troubles you? She bit her lip, tears threatening to spill. It's awful. Everyone is saying Joffrey is a bastard and that he'll never be king and that he might be killed or locked away forever. I know he was cruel at times, but I used to dream about marrying him and being his queen. And Myrcella is my friend. She's so frightened. I've heard rumors that she and Tommen might be used as hostages. Ned's heart ached. Sansa's innocence had already been chipped away by Joffrey's callousness, but she was still a girl who clung to her songs of gallant princes. Myrcella and Tommen are not your enemies. The King Stannis will not harm them if they remain peaceful. As for Joffrey, he is reaping the consequences of his family's lies. You must understand that this goes beyond friendship. The matter of succession affects the entire realm. Sansa sniffled. It's all so confusing. Couldn't the king just show mercy? He hesitated, considering how best to explain. He may show mercy, but justice must be upheld. Joffrey was raised as a prince. Imagine how many lords would follow him if they still believed he had a right to the throne. War would tear the kingdom apart. Sometimes harsh truths are better than a comforting lie. Her gaze dropped. I see. But father, do you think the queen will try something desperate? Ned considered the question. He knew Cersei's pride and cunning ran deep. She might. That is why she is confined, why the children are guarded. But we will do everything we can to keep you safe. You and Arya. Sansa managed a small nod, though tears still glimmered in her eyes. Thank you, Father. I'm sorry if I seem childish. It's just, everything is changing so fast. He stroked her hair. No apology needed. Go to your chambers and rest. And if Myrcella sends word, you may respond, but be cautious. The king does not want them to plan escapes. Reluctantly, she nodded again and curtsied, then withdrew. Alone in the solar, Ned sighed, raking fingers through his hair. Sansa's fears mirrored his own in a gentler way. He knew that the realm's stability was precarious. If Cersei or Jaime were to slip free, or if Tywin's army approached too close, the entire city might unravel into bloodshed. The best outcome would be a swift resolution, but rarely did wars unfold swiftly. He moved to the writing desk and drafted letters under the glow of a flickering candle. One to Robb, urging him to station men at Moat Cailin to be prepared should Tywin attempt to push north. Another to Edmure Tully, warning that Lannister outriders had been spotted across the Red Fork and that Riverrun might soon be threatened. Yet another to the Vale, hoping Lysa Arryn could be convinced to set aside her fears and send knights to the crown's cause. Though he doubted that, given her paranoia. Finally, he penned a missive to House Tyrell, inviting them to affirm Stannis' claim. He addressed it with careful courtesy to Mace Tyrell, appealing to his vanity. When he sealed the final letter with the hand's sigil, Ned felt an ache in his back. The night had grown late, the candle nearly burned down. The thunder had subsided to a low rumble, though rain still tapped steadily on the windows. He recalled Winterfell in a downpour, the comforting hearth fires, the sense that even the harshness of weather was gentler in the north. He missed his home desperately. But the realm needed him here, so he would stay. A new day dawned with the sky still draped in gray. Stannis' coronation had been recent enough that the city still gossiped of it with every breath. Merchants in the markets hawked ribbons of Baratheon black and gold, while some sullen knights refused to abandon the memory of Robert's more boisterous reign. King Stannis' men patrolled in disciplined columns, and the gold cloaks had been restructured to weed out Lannister bribes. The air seemed colder than usual, as though the city itself recognized that joy was a distant memory. The city felt like a fortress braced for war. Ned's morning was filled with the business of the realm. He sat in the council chambers with Pycelle, Varys, Baelish, and Davos Seaworth, who had joined in an advisory role. They reviewed coin supplies, food stores, the status of ravens, and a dozen other matters. Baelish bemoaned the costs of war, insisting that they would need loans from the Iron Bank if Tywin marched. Pycelle trembled at the idea of Lannister forces sacking King's Landing. Davos listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with practical suggestions about supply lines. Varys offered half-hints that local spy masters had word Tywin might strike Harrenhal first. Midway through the meeting, a messenger arrived. One of Stannis' men, clad in black and gold, bowed stiffly. "Begging pardon, my lords. The Queen Cersei requests audience with Lord Stark. She refuses to speak with anyone else. She claims she bears tidings that might forestall bloodshed." Baelish's eyebrows rose. "She's changed her tune." Varys pursed his lips. "It seems the captivity has spurred her to reflection." Ned felt a pang of suspicion. Cersei was not one to yield. "I will see her, but I will not go alone. Ser Barristan shall accompany me, and this time let us conduct the meeting in the throne room, not in her chambers." The messenger bowed again. "As you say, Lord Hand." They concluded the council business, and Ned made his way to the great hall, flanked by Barristan Selmy and a handful of guards. He found Cersei waiting under heavy guard, though she still held herself with regal bearing. She wore a gown of deep green, hair brushed to a golden sheen, yet her eyes looked shadowed, her face thinner. A queen in a cage, Ned thought. Yet a lioness in a cage was no less dangerous. She did not kneel when he approached. Instead, she lifted her chin. "Lord Stark, you have taken much from me, yet I would bargain for the safety of my children." Ned's voice was even. "They have not been harmed, nor do I intend to harm them if they remain compliant." She drew a breath. "Not good enough. War is coming, you know it as well as I. My father will not rest until he either frees us or avenges us. But that war will destroy half the realm. Have you not seen enough bloodshed?" He studied her warily. "I would stop the war if Tywin would submit to King Stannis' rule. He has a choice. Bend the knee or face the consequences." Cersei's lips twisted. "My father bend the knee to Stannis? He would sooner set the world afire." Ned's patience was frayed. "Then what do you propose, Your Grace?" She turned away, her hair catching torchlight. For a moment, he saw genuine pain in her expression. "What if I write to my father, entreating him to treat with Stannis under a peace banner? In exchange, my children and I are released. Jaime as well, eventually. We go into exile, somewhere far from King's Landing, and we renounce all claim. Perhaps the Rock, or an estate in the Westerlands. Somewhere we cannot threaten you." Ned felt Barristan shift at his side, no doubt bristling. The notion that the Lannisters might simply walk away from their crimes sounded naive. Exile? The king would never allow Jaime Lannister, who broke every vow he took, to walk free. And I doubt Tywin Lannister would accept his daughter living as a hostage in some half-exile. He would see it as weakness. Cersei turned back, desperation flickering in her eyes. He might, but Tywin is not the only Lannister. I have influence still. I know how to speak to my father. I could broker a truce if I had freedom to move. Ned found that difficult to believe. Tywin Lannister was not known for compromise, especially after such a public disgrace. "You expect me to release you, Jaime, and your children on the promise that you'll deter your father from war?" She swallowed, her eyes darting to the guards. "I do, for your sake and for the realm's. We both know thousands will die otherwise. You accuse me of monstrous sins, but even you must see reason in preventing a slaughter." Ned's jaw tightened. He knew well that sometimes a compromise might spare untold deaths. But he also knew Cersei's cunning. She might promise peace only to raise a new rebellion the moment she was free. "I will convey your suggestion to the king," he said at last. "He is the one who must decide, but I would not hold out hope. Treason is not easily forgiven." Her face flashed with anger. Treason? And what of Robert's countless abuses? What of the realm's hypocrisy? Ned sighed, a mixture of fatigue and pity. Robert is gone, and the realm must have a rightful king. That is Stannis. She stared at him, something like resentment and regret warring behind her eyes. "Then tell your new king that if he refuses me, he will reap a war more vicious than any in recent memory." Ned gestured to the guards. "Take her back to her quarters. Ensure she lacks no comfort, but she is not to leave without permission." Cersei offered no parting words. She let them escort her away, her back straight, her head high. Ned watched until she vanished into the shadows, troubled by her desperation. It was true that if Tywin marched, the Riverlands would burn, the Stormlands might be invaded, and King's Landing itself could starve under siege. Yet how could Stannis simply let Cersei and Jaime slip away, unpunished, to scheme anew? He brought the matter to the king in a private audience. Stannis heard the proposal with a stony face, his mouth curling downward as if he smelled something foul. "Exile? A Lannister? She thinks I would let a woman who spat upon the throne of my brother walk free." Ned inclined his head. "She claims it is the only way to forestall Tywin's wrath. If the children and Jaime are surrendered to you, she says Tywin would see no reason to fight. Or so she hopes." Stannis slammed a fist on the table. "Lies. I know Tywin Lannister. He would not simply yield because his daughter is free. He might strike all the harder to restore pride." "Do you believe her sincerity?" Ned was forced to honesty. "I believe she wants to protect her children. She would say anything to achieve that end. Yet I doubt Tywin's pride can be so easily mollified. Perhaps we could propose a formal parley, under safe conduct. Demand that Tywin come to the table and face the truth of his grandchildren's illegitimacy." Stannis's eyes narrowed. A parley is a chance for them to gain advantage, to gather intelligence, to poison the well with half-truths. "I will not let my guard down, but I see no harm in letting her father know that we are not the aggressors." He paused. "Though, truth be told, I expect Tywin to test our strength. He is not one to be reasoned with so quickly." Ned folded his arms. "Then we prepare for war in earnest." Stannis exhaled, weariness creeping into his voice. "Yes, I name you Castellan of the city once we ride. I will lead the main host westward to intercept Tywin before he crosses the Trident. You will remain behind with a garrison of Baratheon men and gold cloaks to keep the peace. Should the city be threatened, you have authority to do what must be done. Barristan Selmy will remain as Lord Commander of the King's Guard, and Davos will handle the ports. I cannot leave the city undefended. Ned felt a pang. He would have preferred to lead men in open battle rather than remain behind as caretaker. But he also saw the wisdom. If that is your command, your grace, I obey. The city must not fall to any Lannister trickery. Stannis nodded, Jaw said. Then it is settled. I shall muster within a fortnight. A portion of the fleet will remain to keep supplies flowing. The rest I take to transport men up the coast. We'll march from Rosby or Duskendale and meet the Lannisters in the field. Ned bowed. He could almost taste the tension in the air. War was stirring, unstoppable as the tide. True to his word, Stannis spent the next 2 weeks gathering knights, foot soldiers, and siege weapons. The courtyard of the Red Keep became a campground of black and gold tents. Smiths hammered out swords and arrowheads day and night, their clangor echoing across the city. Recruitment drives swept through Flea Bottom, and though many of the city's poor balked at marching to war, the king's gold coaxed some. Noble houses that had stayed in the capital now pledged men to Stannis's banner, though not all wholeheartedly. The stables filled with destriers, palfreys, and mules, and ever-growing clamor of hooves. Each day, Ned oversaw distributions of grain to keep the new arrivals fed, while Baelish worked behind the scenes to broker coin from wealthy lenders. The small folk whispered that the new king was a humorless man of war, an omen of harsh times. On the eve of Stannis's departure, Ned walked the battlements again, this time with his daughter Arya. She had pestered him for days, claiming she wanted to practice her water dancing with real swords to fight for the family's honor. Ned had refused to let her near the front lines, but he agreed to show her the city walls. The sky had cleared and the setting sun bathed the rooftops in gold. Soldiers moved in columns below, heading out to nearby camps or shifting positions. Arya leaned over the battlement's edge, eyes wide, hair tousled by the breeze. They look like ants, she said, pointing at the men below. All those swords, will they really fight the Lannisters? Ned placed a hand on her shoulder. If the Lannisters threaten the city, yes. But we hope to stop them long before they reach these walls. Arya frowned. I wish I could come with you. Or with the king's men. He forced a gentle smile. You are needed here, with me. You must keep safe, for your mother's sake and for mine. War is not a game. She kicked at a loose stone on the walkway. I know it's not a game. But I remember what Joffrey did to that butcher's boy, how he lied to get the boy killed. If that's what the Lannisters are like, we should fight them. I can fight, father. Ned's heart squeezed. Arya's fierce spirit reminded him of Lyanna. There may come a time when you must defend yourself, but not yet. Promise me you will not slip away trying to chase the war. You are a Stark of Winterfell. She blew out a breath. All right, I promise. But her eyes still burned with restless energy, as if she yearned for more than he could allow. A crier's voice interrupted them. Lord Hand! Lord Hand! A figure hurried along the wall, nearly out of breath. Ser Barristan sends word. The king's forces are prepared to depart on the morrow at dawn. He requests your presence in the yard. Ned nodded. He gave Arya a gentle nudge. Go to your chambers. I'll see you at supper. She nodded glumly, sparing one last glance at the bustling city below before scurrying off with the crier. In the yard, King Stannis stood near a line of wagons loaded with supplies, grain, barrels of water, tents, weapons. Squads of infantry in black and gold tabards drilled under the watchful eye of their captains. Mounted knights adjusted their saddles. Davos Seaworth was present, directing some men to stow cargo. Barristan was there too, speaking quietly with the king. At the far end, Ned glimpsed Renly, newly arrived from Storm's End. Renly wore a green cloak pinned with a golden stag, a stylish flourish that contrasted sharply with Stannis's severe attire. Ned approached the 2 Baratheon brothers just in time to hear Renly's protest. You cannot expect to meet Tywin in the field with fewer than 20,000 men. He might have 30 or 40,000 by now. Stannis's scowl deepened. Your advice is to wait? Let him raid the Riverlands, gather more strength, perhaps strike deals with the Tyrells? No. We march now. Renly flung up his hands. At least wait for more men from the Reach. I've been courting Mace Tyrell, and he may bring. Mace Tyrell will bring only demands, Stannis snapped, and we do not have time to dance to his tune. If he means to join us, let him do so on the battlefield. The realm has followed enough false leads. Renly rolled his eyes. You always were too stubborn for your own good. Stannis's voice dropped to a dangerous pitch. Mind your tongue, Renly. This is not a back alley squabble. We are kings. Or rather, I am king and you are my subject unless you mean to declare otherwise. Renly's jaw tightened, but he managed a short bow. As you command, your grace. Ned broke the tension by stepping forward. My lords, we must show unity. In the morning, the realm will look to see the Baratheons standing together. We cannot give Tywin an opportunity to exploit division. Stannis gave a curt nod. Renly, for his part, forced a smile that did not reach his eyes. Indeed, Lord Hand, he said quietly. Let it never be said I did not stand by my brother when the realm needed it. That night, torches blazed in the courtyard where the final preparations played out beneath the stars. Horses neighed, blacksmiths hammered, servants lugged sacks of provisions. The looming walls of the Red Keep seemed to watch like silent sentinels. Ned walked among the men, offering a word of encouragement here and there, mindful that many marched to battle for the first time. Some recognized him, bowing or calling out, "Lord Stark," he answered with a nod. At the gates, he found Davos Seaworth standing in conversation with several ship captains. Davos broke away upon seeing Ned. "My Lord Hand," he greeted with a respectful dip of his head. "The king's plan is straightforward. Part of the army will move by land, part by sea. I'll remain at port a while longer, then bring the rest after him in a second wave. If Lord Tyrell decides to send ships from the Arbor, we might link with them. But I suspect it's as King Stannis says, Mace Tyrell will want concessions." Ned's voice was low. "That is the nature of alliances in these times. Everyone demands something for their sword." Davos nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Let us hope the king can stomach making at least some deals. If we do not muster enough strength, Tywin will crush us one piece at a time." Ned could only agree. "It is not an easy road, Ser Davos. At least we have one advantage. Tywin does not know precisely where we will march from. The king's unpredictability may serve us." Davos smiled, though it was tinged with worry. Unpredictable is a word for Stannis. Another is relentless. The night passed fitfully for Ned. He dreamed of wolves howling across snowy plains, of Robert's booming laughter echoing through a blood-soaked battlefield, of Cersei's voice whispering that he had doomed them all. He awoke before dawn, sweat beading on his brow. Outside, the horns sounded a low, mournful call. Stannis's men preparing to depart. At sunrise, the yard was thronged with soldiers. Stannis mounted a tall black charger, wearing plate armor black as pitch, the crowned stag sigil emblazoned in gold upon his surcoat. Renly wore lighter armor of silver, with green accents. The Baratheon banner waved overhead, rippling in the morning breeze. Barristan Selmy led a contingent of Kingsguard, though he would remain behind in the city. It was a show of ceremony, a final salute to the departing king. Drums began to pound, a steady, warlike rhythm. Stannis addressed the assembled host in a terse speech. "You march under the banner of House Baratheon to defend the true crown against traitors and usurpers. We face Tywin Lannister's might, but we shall not quail. Fight for your king. Fight for the realm. I promise gold for every man who does his duty and justice for every Lannister sword that dares oppose us." A ragged cheer rose. Renly's face was stone, as though biting back a retort. Ned stood nearby, wishing that Robert were alive to see the realm he had founded now threatened by the very allies who had helped him claim it. Perhaps it was fated that the Baratheons and Lannisters should clash in such a way. Amid the clangor and drumbeats, Ned stepped forward to speak briefly with Stannis. "May the gods grant you victory. The city will be secure in your absence." Stannis gripped Ned's forearm with surprising strength. "Keep it so. If the Lannisters somehow outflank us, you must hold the walls at all cost. Do not let Cersei or her brood escape. I leave that in your charge, Lord Stark." Ned bowed his head. "It will be done." Stannis released him, turning to his men. Renly spurred his own horse, ordering the column to move. The gates opened and the host began to file out, armored knights on destriers, long columns of foot soldiers in dull iron, crossbowmen leading mules laden with quarrels, supply wagons rattling over cobblestones. The city folk woke to watch the spectacle, pressing against the byways as the king's army marched down the streets, out through the Mudgate, and onto the road that wound north by Rosby or west by the river. The sight was both grand and grim. Ned caught sight of Peter Baelish observing from a balcony, a faint half-smile on his lips. Varys stood below, whispering to one of his little birds. Pycelle was nowhere to be seen. The gold cloaks kept order, preventing any sabotage as the king departed. By mid-morning, the last stragglers were gone, leaving the Red Keep oddly quiet, haunted by the memory of so many boots and hooves. Now Ned Stark was Castellan in truth, caretaker of King's Landing, the seat of the Iron Throne. He felt no sense of triumph at the power left in his hands. If anything, it weighed on him. Tywin Lannister would not be turned aside easily. Perhaps the realm would face a battle near the old ruins of the Field of Fire or along one of the fords of the Trident. Perhaps Tywin would avoid a direct clash, aiming instead to draw Stannis out or starve him of supplies. War was unpredictable, and Ned braced for the worst. To reinforce the city's defenses, Ned ordered the Gold Cloaks to double their watch. He assigned a new captain, a man with no ties to the Lannisters. He consulted with Baelish on finances, ensuring the city coffers could fund extra rations if a siege came. Baelish slyly complained about the expense, but Ned tolerated his chatter, knowing that coin was a crucial weapon in its own right. He met with Varys, gleaning updates about possible intrigues. Varys spoke of hush-hush movements by certain lesser lords who might be wooed by the Lannisters' gold. Ned took note, determined to keep the city from fracturing. All the while, the queen and her children remained in their gilded prison. Jaime languished in the dungeons, guarded by loyal men. Ned visited him once more, but the Kingslayer merely sneered. "If I could get my hands on a sword, I'd run you through, Stark." His voice dripped with venom. Ned merely shook his head. "Then it is fortunate you cannot." The next day, Ned made his way to the royal apartments, where Cersei was confined. He'd heard from the servants that she'd been receiving fewer visitors, almost none, in fact, yet she had requested an audience yet again. He decided to see her, curious what new angle she might present. He entered to find her standing by a window, the ornate drapes pulled back, allowing a flood of daylight. Outside, the city sprawled, rooftops drenched in sunshine. She wore a silken gown of crimson embroidered with golden lions, refusing to adopt the Baratheon colors anymore. She turned, her posture regal despite her captivity. "Lord Hand," she said coolly, "I see my father's forces have not yet sacked the city." How surprising. He kept his tone neutral. "Your father has not yet met King Stannis in open battle. We do not know what will come." Cersei pressed her lips together, perhaps stifling a retort. "I have not heard from my father. He does not respond to my pleas. Perhaps you are right, and he means to conquer rather than negotiate." Ned scanned her face, seeking some hint of deception. "Then your plan to broker peace falls apart, unless Tywin chooses a different path." She turned back to the window, arms crossed. "I once thought him invincible. Now I wonder if his pride will lead to his ruin. I have lost my crown, my freedom, my name is dragged through the mud. All because I tried to safeguard my children from Robert's brutality." Ned said nothing, reminding himself of Robert's cruel ways toward Cersei. That did not excuse her treason, but he could not wholly dismiss the suffering she might have endured. "Regret does not reverse wrongdoing, Your Grace. The realm demands accountability." She let out a quiet scoff. "And what of your accountability, Stark? Did you not serve Robert, even as he whored and drank himself to an early grave? Did you speak against him when he wasted gold or beat servants in drunken rages?" Ned's jaw tightened. "We all carry guilt in some measure, but this conversation leads nowhere. I came to see if you had fresh tidings." Cersei let out a long breath, turning to face him fully. "Tidings? Only that Myrcella weeps at night, that Tommen clings to his cat for comfort, and that Joffrey paces his quarters like a caged beast. The boy is vile, I know, but he's my son, and I love him as fiercely as a mother can." Ned's expression softened marginally. "They remain safe. I do not condone harming children. King Stannis has no taste for it either." She regarded him, eyes glinting. "Then the only question is how many grown men and women must die for your cause and whether the realm will ever see peace again." Ned had no easy answer. He left her chambers with a sense of heaviness, haunted by the knowledge that no matter how righteous Stannis' claim, war cast a shadow over all. Even if they emerged victorious, the scars would linger. Time crept forward. Dispatches from the field arrived sporadically, battles and skirmishes near the river road, Lannister outriders testing the edges of Stormland territory, rumors of Renly entertaining certain Reach lords. Tywin Lannister had allegedly seized Harrenhal and installed a large garrison using that cursed fortress as a staging ground. Each piece of news brought fresh tension to King's Landing. Through it all, Ned conducted the realm's business, conferring with the small council, overseeing the gold cloaks, checking the city's defenses. The people remained sullen, anxious. Merchants hoarded grain, anticipating siege or famine. Prices soared. One afternoon, as Ned stood on a balcony overlooking the training yard, a messenger arrived in the king's colors, breathless and travel-stained. "Lord Hand, urgent word from the field." He handed Ned a sealed letter, edges crumpled from hard writing. Ned broke the seal at once. Inside, a scrawled dispatch from Stannis. "We have engaged the Lannister vanguard near the banks of the Blackwater Rush. Lord Tywin attempts to lure us into a larger battle, but we remain cautious. Renly has parted ways, leading a sizable force of Storm Lords and some knights from the Reach on a separate advance. He claims it will flank Tywin. I do not trust his motives. Morale is steady. The men fight with discipline. More reinforcements would not go amiss if the North or Riverrun can spare them. We shall press forward to Harrenhal if the Lannisters retreat. Expect further word soon." Ned let out a slow breath, relief mingling with worry. At least Stannis had not been defeated outright. But the mention of Renly's separation was troubling. Renly's ambition could easily lead him to claim the crown if he managed to score a major victory. War had a way of elevating cunning opportunists. He penned swift replies, urging Stannis to be vigilant and relaying that the North was gathering at Moat Cailin but faced logistical delays. He also asked for more details about the battles, about any losses. By the time the messenger departed, Ned felt the knot in his stomach tighten. The realm's fate now balanced on shifting armies in muddy fields. In the days that followed, more news trickled in. A fierce skirmish at the crossroads had left many dead, though neither side claimed a decisive victory. Edmure Tully was said to have repelled a small Lannister force near Riverrun, but word came that the western lands beyond the Red Fork were ravaged. Renly's whereabouts were uncertain. Some said he was marching east to cut off Tywin's supply lines, others whispered he might be heading south to treat with the Tyrells at Highgarden. Each rumor sent ripples of speculation through the court. Meanwhile, King's Landing braced for a siege that might never come or might arrive at a moment's notice. The gold cloaks patrolled in pairs, swords at the ready. Barrist and Selmy reorganized the garrison, stationing archers at vantage points on the walls, drilling them daily. Baelish complained incessantly about the cost of so many idle men. Varys reported that certain wealthy merchants were conspiring to smuggle themselves and their valuables out of the city if the tides turned ill. Ned let them do as they pleased so long as they did not undermine the city's security. Amid this tension, the arrival of unexpected guests caused a stir one evening. Ned was seated in the council chamber reviewing accounts with Pycelle when a gold cloak captain burst in, declaring that a party of riders from the Vale had reached the gate. They claimed to bring envoys from Lady Lysa Arryn, my lord, he said nervously, but they also have one who calls himself Tyrion Lannister. Ned stiffened. Tyrion Lannister? The imp, rumored to have roamed the mountains of the Vale after being seized by Catelyn. Last Ned heard, Tyrion had secured his release under bizarre circumstances. Why would he now arrive at King's Landing with men from the Vale? And in the midst of war, no less? Bring them to the Great Hall, Ned said. Keep a guard present. When Ned arrived in the hall, Tyrion Lannister stood at the center, a half-dozen Vale knights behind him. The dwarf was dressed in travel-stained finery, a sly grin on his lips. Opposite him, gold cloaks held position, wary. At Ned's entrance, Tyrion gave an elaborate bow. Lord Stark, so good to see you upright and breathing. I thought your sense of justice might have gotten you killed by now. Ned's brow furrowed. Tyrion, this is quite unexpected. Have you come to treat on your father's behalf? Tyrion's mismatched eyes gleamed. On my father's behalf? Not exactly. On my own behalf, perhaps. I found myself in the Vale after our last misunderstanding, and Lady Lysa saw fit to, shall we say, set me loose. I made certain deals with clansmen in the mountains, among other things. Eventually, I parted ways with them. I heard rumors of war, my dear father calling his banners. So I thought, why not see how dear old Tywin fares? On the road, I encountered these knights of the Vale. Apparently Lady Lysa had second thoughts about letting me roam free unsupervised. A Vale knight stepped forward, clearing his throat. We are instructed to ensure Lord Tyrion reaches King's Landing safely, there to remain under watch by the Iron Throne. Lady Lysa sends word that she does not wish him to cause trouble in the Vale or attempt to join his father's cause. She urges the crown to keep him as a hostage if necessary. Ned processed that, somewhat incredulous. So, you have come willingly to be, in effect, a captive of the crown? Tyrion spread his hands with theatrical flourish. Captive is such a strong word. Hostage might be more accurate. Better in your fine city than rotting in the airy sky cells, wouldn't you say? Ned considered the implications. Tyrion was cunning and the last Lannister outside Tywin's immediate circle who might be in a position to broker some understanding. But given the war brewing, how to handle him? You realize your brother Jaime is imprisoned for high treason and your sister likewise. Tyrion's face twitched with an unreadable emotion. I had heard rumors. My dear siblings are rarely content unless they're causing mayhem. And so here we are. Will you lock me in a cell as well? Ned studied him. That depends on your intentions, Tyrion. I have no desire to punish you for your family's crimes if you've truly come to treat in good faith. Tyrion's grin grew. I'm a man of learning, not war. My father might disagree, but I have no love for this conflict that tears the realm apart. If my wits can help avert further bloodshed, I'm willing to talk. The Vale Knights handed Ned a sealed letter from Lysa Arryn. He opened it and read, a curt note describing how Tyrion had departed the Vale, how she preferred the crown keep him from rejoining his father's host, and how she did not trust him to remain neutral. She washed her hands of him, in effect. Ned glanced at Tyrion. It seems you are ours to keep, one way or another. Tyrion shrugged. One's fortune changes day by day. For now, if you'll allow me a modest set of chambers, decent food, and a little wine, I will promise not to incite revolt or attempt an escape unless you give me cause. Ned handed the letter to a nearby scribe, then addressed the Vale Knights. You have fulfilled your duty. You may remain in King's Landing or return to the Vale as you wish. But consider yourselves free of further obligation. They conferred briefly, then bowed, declaring they would remain a short while to see if Lady Lysa's instructions were properly honored. Ned waved them away and turned to Tyrion. Very well. You shall have guest quarters under watch. If you attempt any treachery, I will see you thrown in the dungeons with Jaime. Tyrion bowed again. I live to avoid the dungeon, Lord Stark. Ned signaled the gold cloaks to escort Tyrion out, then he rubbed his temple, feeling the press of new complications. If Tyrion was in King's Landing, he might attempt to contact Cersei or Jaime or smuggle messages to Tywin. Yet he might also provide valuable insight into Tywin's plans. And perhaps, just perhaps, he could be used as leverage. Ned resolved to keep a close eye on the imp no matter what smooth words he spun. Night fell, and with it came fresh burdens. Baelish arrived in Ned's solar with a smug look, reporting that rumors of Tyrion's arrival were already spreading. Word is, the dwarf might serve as an envoy between Tywin and the throne. A cunning creature, that one. Are you sure you can keep him on a short leash? Ned scowled. We will see. I am no master of cunning, as you well know, Baelish. Littlefinger just laughed softly. Indeed, you prefer the direct approach. It has served you so well thus far, has it not? Ned ignored the bait, returning to the letters on his desk. The realm's troubles only multiplied. He felt the onset of a headache, remembering that the war might escalate at any moment. His only solace was that thus far, King's Landing stood intact, unbreached by Lannister swords. A se'night later, dispatches arrived bearing graver news. King Stannis had clashed with Tywin's main host along the banks of the Blackwater near a place called Sow's Ford. The battle raged for a day and a night. The outcome was inconclusive, with heavy losses on both sides. Tywin withdrew westward while Stannis held the field. Yet that victory was hollow, as thousands of men lay dead or maimed, and Tywin showed no sign of conceding. Worse, rumors persisted that Renly Baratheon had broken away entirely, heading south with a large contingent, perhaps seeking alliance with Highgarden. The realm was on the verge of fracturing even further. With each courier's arrival, Ned read the words as though they were lines in a tragic play. Dead men, burned villages, families displaced. Cersei's predictions of war's horror were not wrong. But better this than a false king like Joffrey, Ned told himself. The truth had needed to come out. The realm could not be built on lies. One chilly morning, Ned met Tyrion in a corridor overlooking the Queen's gardens. The dwarf had apparently been allowed limited freedom of movement within the Red Keep, always accompanied by a pair of gold cloaks. He leaned on the balcony rail, gazing at the half-wilted flowers. When he heard Ned's footsteps, he turned with a half-smile. Lord Hand, do you often admire the gardens at sunrise? Ned halted, arms folding. Rarely. Is there something you need? Tyrion laughed. Must I need something to enjoy a view? Though now that you mention it, there is a matter I'd raise. I've learned that my dear sister and brother languish in captivity, and that my sweet nephew Joffrey is, well, not favored in the line of succession. I might glean that you intend to hold them until my father surrenders. Is that wise? Ned eyed him warily. Would you suggest we simply release them? Tyrion tapped a finger to his lips. Not at all. Merely pointing out that my father does not respond well to threats or demands. Holding hostages might only make him more stubborn. Perhaps if you showed a gesture of goodwill. Say, letting my niece Myrcella and nephew Tommen travel to Casterly Rock, Tywin might be more amenable. Ned's eyes narrowed. An interesting suggestion, but I do not believe sending the children into Tywin's arms would produce peace. He might use them to rally support, claim they were legitimate heirs wronged by a false king. It would strengthen his cause. Tyrion shrugged. Perhaps. Then again, a realm at war is hardly better. I would prefer a few well-placed negotiations, a prisoner exchange, maybe a marriage alliance or two, but I fear the lines are drawn. What a pity. Ned's frustration flared. Is that pity for the thousands who will die, or for your own lost comforts, imp? Tyrion's grin faded. For both, perhaps. War is rarely kind to dwarfs or small folk. But do as you must, Lord Stark. I will watch from the sidelines, an amusing commentator if nothing else. He gave a theatrical bow. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe my guards want breakfast. Ned watched him waddle away, accompanied by the gold cloaks. Tyrion's words clung to him. A marriage alliance, a prisoner exchange, once such paths might have averted disaster. But the lies and crimes of House Lannister had cut too deep. It seemed there was no neat resolution left. As days bled into weeks, more tidings of battles arrived. Stannis hammered away at Tywin's forces, forcing them to retreat toward the west. But Tywin inflicted savage losses each time he withdrew, scorching farmland, pillaging villages, leaving the peasants to starve. Meanwhile, Renly had crowned himself king in Highgarden, if rumor was to be believed. He had even convinced Margaery Tyrell to become his queen, uniting a large swath of the Reach behind him. Now the realm boasted two rival Baratheon kings, Stannis and Renly, and one rebellious Lannister patriarch refusing to bend. Civil war in truth. The city grew uneasy, some folk whispering that King's Landing should throw open its gates to Renly, who was said to be handsome, charming, and far kinder than Stannis. Others insisted that Stannis was the rightful heir by blood and that Renly's rebellion was an abomination. The Gold Cloaks clamped down on any talk of open sedition. Ned found himself in the midst of a swirl of rumor and tension, fighting to keep the city stable. It was deep in the night when a message arrived by Raven from Dragonstone, a single parchment bearing Stannis' seal. Ned opened it with care, scanning the brief lines. Renly has declared himself king, dividing the realm further. I march west to crush Tywin while the Tyrells linger in the south. If Renly dares approach King's Landing in my absence, resist him. Show no quarter to traitors. By the time you receive this, I may have engaged Tywin near the Golden Tooth or Lannisport. Steel yourself, Lord Stark. The next moon's turn will decide the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. Ned set the parchment down, dread pooling in his stomach. The realm was splitting like shattered glass, cracks running in all directions. Even if Stannis managed to break Tywin, they would still have Renly to face. Houses might flock to the younger Baratheon's banner if they believed him gentler or more gracious. This war could spin on and on. He remembered the old god's grove at Winterfell, the quiet hush among the weirwoods, the sense of timeless calm. How he yearned for that stillness, that peace. But fate had placed him here, at the heart of the realm's storm, upholding a truth that demanded sacrifice. At times, he found himself almost wishing he had stayed in Winterfell, ignorant of the secrets that had dragged him south. But no, he could not abandon his duty, not when so much hung in the balance. Outside, the night was black as pitch, only a sliver of moon casting pale light over the city's rooftops. Ned Stark stood at the window, gazing out at the sleeping metropolis. Somewhere on distant fields, armies clashed by torchlight or under the scorching sun. Here in the capital, a hush reigned, broken only by the occasional cry of a watchman or the bark of a dog in a back alley. Ned wondered if the city might soon face a siege from Renly's newly minted Rainbow Guard or from Lannister hosts if Stannis was defeated. The possibilities weighed on him like a yoke of iron. Steeling himself, he whispered a vow to the old gods for guidance. He would remain steadfast, protect the innocent where he could, and do whatever honor demanded. The realm had endured Targaryen madness, Robert's rebellion, and the rising threat of White Walkers in the far north, though few believed that last. Perhaps it would endure this too. Yet it would not do so without scars. At that moment, he heard movement in the corridor outside. A knock sounded. Ned opened the door to find Ser Barristan and Selmy standing there, face grave. "My Lord Hand," the old knight said, voice hushed. "Forgive the hour, but we've had an incident. Some Lannister loyalists attempted to free Jaime from his cell. The guards foiled it, but blood was spilled." Ned stiffened. "Jaime? He is unharmed, still in chains, but 2 guards are dead." One of the conspirators was caught. Another fled. Rage and alarm welled in Ned. Even behind bars, the Kingslayer was a threat. Take me there. Barristan led him through torchlit corridors to the dungeons where the stink of blood and sweat mingled in the stale air. 2 bodies lay on the cold stone, eyes staring sightless. Near them knelt a battered man in Lannister livery, arms bound behind him, a bruise swelling on his cheek. Jaime's cell door hung ajar, but the heavy chains that secured him to the wall were intact. The Kingslayer sat on a bench, face shadowed, wearing a sardonic smirk. Ned stared hard at Jaime. You had accomplices. Jaime shrugged against his chains, the rattle echoing. Some men remain loyal to the rightful Lord Commander of the King Guard, it would seem. Not that it did much good, did it? Ned's voice was ice. They've spilled blood trying to free you. 2 men dead. Jaime's expression didn't waver. War is war, Stark. I did not invite them to attempt a rescue. Though I can't say I discouraged it. Ned breathed in slowly, controlling his temper. Perhaps a more secure cell is in order. You will remain chained day and night with double the guard. Barristan nodded. At once, my lord. Ned knelt beside the captured conspirator, meeting the man's fearful eyes. Who sent you? The man trembled. No one, my lord. We only wanted to free Ser Jaime to restore the rightful order. And my father served House Lannister. Ned's stomach churned. Blind loyalty, or perhaps coin. You have signed your own death warrant. The king's law calls this treason. Jaime let out a short laugh. So many traitors, so little time. Ned rounded on him. If another attempt is made on your behalf, I will see you gagged and thrown in a black cell so deep you never see daylight again. Jaime's eyes flashed. You talk a fair game, but we both know Tywin is out there waiting to crush you. Enjoy your moment of righteous indignation, Stark. Ned turned away, ordering Barristan to see to the punishment of the conspirator and the disposal of the bodies. His nerves hummed with renewed urgency. Even in chains, Jaime Lannister was a catalyst for chaos. How much more blood would be spilled to keep him locked away? Returning to his solar in the pre-dawn gloom, Ned recognized that every step they took to quell Lannister power only stoked Tywin's fury. Should Stannis triumph in open battle, well and good. But if Stannis faltered or if Renly undercut him, the city would face an onslaught. Ned dreaded the horror that might be unleashed if Tywin's men stormed the walls. The memory of the sack of King's Landing haunted him, blood in the streets, Targaryen children murdered. He vowed not to let that happen again. Thus, the days wore on, an uneasy vigil of duty and dread. Ned received tidings of small victories, small defeats, endless maneuvering. The city's mood grew sullen, resources stretched thin by the influx of refugees fleeing the Riverlands. Tyrion Lannister lingered under watch, dropping hints of secret negotiations. Cersei remained in her chambers, unpredictable as a cornered lioness. Joffrey raged, Myrcella and Tommen wept, and the Red Keep's corridors thrummed with rumor. High above it all, Ned Stark carried the weight of it on his shoulders, determined that, should the storms of war crash upon King's Landing, he would stand firm, a Stark of Winterfell, upholding the final will of Robert Baratheon. So the realm teetered on the brink, as if suspended between the last flickers of day and the first tremors of night, uncertain which new horror or hope might rise with the next dawn. The realm woke in the dawn light without fanfare, though every soul in King's Landing knew they stood at the precipice of a far-reaching conflict. The storm Eddard Stark had braced for was no single hammer blow, it was a steady pounding of armies on the land, war councils in hushed chambers, and the perpetual dread that thousands more would die by moon's turn. He felt it in his bones as he strode the Red Keep corridors each morning. Soldiers in Baratheon black and gold patrolled with grim determination, while gold cloaks in battered mail tried to preserve the fragile peace behind the city walls. Servants hurried on errands, heads lowered, anxious that one wrong word might bring some hidden foe crashing down upon them. The air carried an undercurrent of fear and expectation, a tension that never eased. Ned's life had shifted into an endless cycle of administration, ration distributions, dispute settlements, consultations with the small council, updates on troop movements, arrangements for reinforcing the gates or ensuring the port remained open. Every day brought tidings of another skirmish, somewhere near the Blackwater, somewhere along the tumbling hills of the Riverlands, or at the borders of the Reach. The thunder of that distant war never ceased to echo through the capital. King Stannis was in the field, fighting Lord Tywin Lannister's relentless withdraw and strike maneuvers. Renly Baratheon, newly crowned in Highgarden, had peeled off with a contingent of Storm Lords and Tyrell Knights. The entire kingdom felt as if it had split along hidden fault lines, with each faction jostling for its vision of power and glory. Still, King's Landing had thus far been spared direct assault. The Red Keep stood, and within it 3 Lannister children remained under constant watch: Joffrey's brooding anger, Myrcella's frightened eyes, Tommen's quiet confusion. Jaime Lannister languished in chains below, defiant at every turn. Cersei paced her chambers like a proud lioness, raging at the guards and sometimes lapsing into chilling silence that hinted at new schemes. Tyrion wandered under his polite guard, occasionally delivering quips about the city's precarious state. No one could say if his presence was a boon or a curse. Ned did not trust him, nor did he trust that Tyrion would remain idle if he discovered a chance to shift the realm's fate in his family's favor. Every morning, Ned found new missives to read. The ravens carried scraps of news that arrived erratically, like shards of a half-remembered dream. On one particular morning, as Ned sipped watered wine in the tower of the Hans Solar, 2 letters of note were laid before him. One bore the seal of Riverrun and the other that of Moat Cailin in the north. He opened the Riverrun letter first, scanning Edmure Tully's thick scrawl. The words were urgent. Lannister outriders had harassed villages along the Red Fork, putting them to the torch before vanishing west toward Harrenhal. Small battles flared, with neither side claiming a decisive victory. Edmure requested more men, or at least the promise of men, to guard the supply lines. Ned set the parchment aside with a sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. The letter from Robb was shorter, but no less grave. Robb Stark had mustered enough Northmen to hold Moat Cailin, yet the young lord wrote of uneasy tensions among his banner men. Some clamored to march south to prove the North's valor, others argued that they should defend only the neck, letting the southern lords squabble among themselves. Robb had done his best to keep them united, but the letter hinted at the boy's inexperience. He asked his father's counsel, though the letter's final lines carried a faint note of defiance. He was nearly a man grown, after all, and led the North in Ned's absence. Ned closed his eyes, recalling the day he had left Winterfell. It felt a lifetime ago. Arya and Sansa were still children, safe in the Red Keep under guard. Bran was in Winterfell, learning to master new limits after his fall. Rickon was only a babe, trusting the world to be kind. And Robb bore the weight of the North on his young shoulders. Ned wondered if he had made a mistake bringing the younger girls to King's Landing while leaving the others behind. Yet there was no unraveling this tapestry. He could only move forward. He composed replies. To Edmure, he promised that King Stannis was pressing Tywin in the west, and that once Tywin's threat was diminished, the crown's men could better reinforce the Riverlands. He instructed his brother by marriage to keep watch for any attempts by the Lannisters to cross the rivers and to link up if King Stannis called for a combined assault. To Robb, he wrote with careful fatherly guidance, hold Moat Cailin, keep the bannermen from rash action, but stand ready. So long as King Stannis was the realm's rightful monarch, House Stark would not forsake him. The day might come when Robb must lead the Northmen in battle, but that day had not yet arrived. He sealed these letters, handing them to a trusted page for dispatch at the Rookery. Then he sighed and gazed out the window at King's Landing. Where once the city might have teemed with color and laughter, even if only on the surface, he saw now a somber gloom in the narrow streets. War had a way of draining life from the edges inward. How many hungry bellies lurked in Flea Bottom? How many fearful mothers and children awaited word of a father or brother marched off in King Stannis' host? The city still held on, but its voice was subdued. The castle was far from quiet, though. A message arrived just before midday that Tyrion Lannister had requested an audience with the Hand. Ned almost refused outright. He had no taste for the dwarf's clever barbs so early in the day, but something compelled him to accept. Tyrion rarely made direct requests unless he smelled opportunity. Better to keep him in sight. They met in a small courtyard overshadowed by the Red Keep's ramparts. Leaves from a few struggling lemon trees littered the ground, a rare patch of green in the otherwise stony fortress. Tyrion stood waiting, flanked by 2 gold cloaks. He wore a fine but travel-worn doublet of dark red, trimmed with gold, and his mismatched eyes flicked to Ned with a spark of mirth. Lord Stark, Tyrion greeted with a half-bow. I fear these walls will suffocate me if I remain idle much longer. May we walk? Ned signaled the guards to remain close as they circled beneath the lemon trees. Speak your piece, simp. You asked for an audience. Tyrion clucked his tongue. So brisk. Very well. Rumor has it that my father and King Stannis clash daily. Neither side gains the upper hand. Meanwhile, Renly prances about with Tyrell's support, calling himself king. On that point, I hear Marjorie Tyrell has become his queen. A cunning move. Highgarden's resources flow to him now. Ned withheld any admission of how worrisome that rumor was. He'd known the Tyrells might side with Renly for reasons of ambition. Why does that concern you, Tyrion? Tyrion rubbed his chin. I am a Lannister, no matter my stature. I prefer the realm not crumble if only because chaos is rarely kind to dwarfs or to cunning men short on muscle. And I recall that you, Lord Stark, are a man who despises needless slaughter. The war grows unstoppable as a tide, but perhaps there are small ways we could lessen the damage. For instance, certain lords in the Westerlands might be persuaded to remain neutral if assured that House Lannister's fortunes remain intact or at least not wholly destroyed. Ned studied him. Are you suggesting I negotiate with your father's bannermen behind Tywin's back? Tyrion spread his hands. Is it so strange to sow seeds of doubt among them? If they see Tywin as likely to lose, they might stand down. That would preserve their estates and cost your side fewer men. All it would require is a well-placed promise or two. Ned was not naive enough to believe Tywin's bannermen would easily betray him, but the suggestion gave him pause. And you think they would trust a Lannister dwarf handing out these promises? A faint smile curved Tyrion's lips. Not me alone, of course. I am no emissary brimming with credibility. But if the crown, if King Stannis, were to declare that any Westerlands lord who surrenders before a certain date retains his titles and lands, some might weigh that carefully. We are all terrified of your new king's sense of justice, so a statement of clemency might carry unexpected weight. Ned inhaled slowly. Stannis is not a man known for mercy, but he does want to limit bloodshed if possible. I can present this to him, or at least to the small council. I have no illusions that House Lannister's core bannermen will fold, but it might crack their unity. Tyrion nodded. Precisely. Costs you little to offer. And if it fails, well, you are no worse off. Ned studied Tyrion's posture, the way his eyes glimmered with cunning. You stand to gain something. Do you hope your father will owe you for this? That he'll see your cunning and reward you. Tyrion shrugged. If Tywin is wise, he'll realize I saved the day, if you want to call it that. But my father's approval is hardly guaranteed. Still, it beats sitting here waiting for your king to decide my fate. Ned's voice grew more guarded. You realize that if you truly serve the realm, you undermine your father's war effort. Tyrion sighed. I do. Yet my father's war effort is a losing proposition, if you ask me, especially if the crown remains resolute. Better a partial defeat than total ruin. He paused, eyes flicking to the gold cloaks. Take my suggestion or leave it, Lord Stark. I simply lay it before you. Ned considered a moment longer. I will bring it to the council, but do not think this absolves your role in your family's crimes. Tyrion offered a theatrical bow. I wouldn't dream of it. They parted, the dwarf leaving under guard, whistling a tune as though unconcerned. Ned watched him go, unsettled by the notion that Tyrion might actually prove useful. War made strange bedfellows, and necessity might drive him to use the dwarf's cunning. Yet trust was another matter entirely. Later that day, in the council chamber, Ned broached Tyrion's notion. Pycelle, stooped in his seat, huffed disapprovingly. Offer clemency to traitors? That is not King Stannis's way. Varys, perched like a silent shadow, offered a soft hum. Yet, if it splinters Lord Tywin's support, it could hasten an end to the war. One wonders how the king would respond. He can be unyielding. Peter Baelish shrugged. If it shortens the war, he might see merit in it, especially if the alternative is further draining the treasury. War is costly, and we are already borrowing heavily. I, for one, prefer a less expensive outcome. Ned listened to their arguments. In the end, he decided they would dispatch a raven to King Stannis, proposing a formal statement. Any Westerlands lord who surrendered before a set date would keep their lands and incomes, provided they swore fealty to the crown and turned against Tywin. Ned did not expect a swift reply. Stannis was too embroiled in battles for that, but at least the idea would be presented. Days melted into a routine. Barristan Selmy oversaw training of the garrison. The gold cloaks patrolled the city, stamping out any brewing unrest. Tyrion continued to move about under guard, occasionally exchanging jests with the court. Cersei remained furious and uncooperative, refusing even to see her children unless under supervision. Joffrey prowled in his rooms, scowling at any guard who dared meet his gaze. Tommen and Myrcella drifted in a kind of quiet sadness, unsure why their once stately life had collapsed into captivity. Sansa and Arya likewise tried to find normalcy. Sansa spent her hours in needlework or reading, though her eyes constantly welled with worry. Arya pestered Ned for more sword lessons. One late afternoon, Ned returned from the city walls where he had inspected the catapults and scorpions newly placed by the engineers. The wind carried a tang of the sea, and gulls circled overhead. Before he reached the Tower of the Hand, a breathless messenger hailed him, eyes wide with alarm. "My Lord Hand, urgent news from Rosby. A large host approaches from the south. Banners are unclear, but scouts believe they might be Tyrell men, possibly Renly's vanguard." Ned's blood turned cold. Renly might be marching on King's Landing at last. If so, how many thousands followed him? More importantly, how many ships might they have? The city, with Stannis gone, was vulnerable, though not without a garrison. How far? Ned demanded. 2 days' march, mayhap 3, said the messenger. They advanced from the direction of Bitterbridge as far as we can tell. Ned dismissed him, heart-pounding. He summoned Barristan and Selmy at once, who arrived with a solemn nod. If Renly truly leads Tyrell men, they could field a considerable army, Barristan said. We must prepare. Perhaps they come peaceably to parley. Or perhaps they plan to besiege us until Stannis yields to his brother's claim. We can. No, Ned replied. Renly might believe he'll be welcomed with open arms. Some in the city do prefer him. But we hold King Stannis' authority. We cannot simply yield. Barristan ran a hand through his white hair. Better we attempt to talk than start a slaughter. We can hold the walls if we must. The question is, will Renly fling his men at the gates or try to starve us out? Ned pressed a fist to his chest. We'll find out soon enough. Have the gold cloaks reinforce the gates and towers. We must be ready to lock down the city if necessary. Meanwhile, we'll send an envoy to learn Renly's intentions. He penned a swift letter to the Tyrells in the name of the crown, demanding to know why an armed host approached the capital. Then he dispatched a rider southward under flag of truce to deliver it. He also arranged for increased watch on the harbor. If Renly had ships approaching from the Blackwater Bay, they needed to know immediately. The city's mood shifted from anxious to outright alarm when the rumor spread, Renly is coming. Some cheered, claiming the younger Baratheon brother brought hope. Others looked to the walls nervously, fearing a siege. Stannis had not been especially beloved, but the possibility of fighting a Baratheon outside the gates seemed unthinkable. The small folk dreaded any scenario that might lead to violence. Ned tried to keep calm. He had lived through Robert's rebellion, had seen how quickly a city could turn on itself when an army camped outside its walls. The memory of Aerys Targaryen threatening to burn King's Landing was never far from his mind. War had a way of twisting men into monstrous shapes. He would do all in his power to prevent Renly from attacking the city. On the evening before the rumored arrival, Ned patrolled the ramparts himself, checking that the archers had positions, that the pitch and oil for fires was in place if they needed to repel an assault. Barristan accompanied him, his posture stiff, his expression grim. Soldiers saluted as they passed. A cold wind scudded across the walls, carrying the scent of brine and sewage from the lower city. In the distance, Ned thought he saw a faint glow on the horizon, campfires, perhaps. At dawn, outriders returned with confirmation. Renly Baratheon's host was encamped fewer than 5 leagues south of King's Landing, near a small river crossing. The banners of House Tyrell flew alongside Renly's stag and green. They did not appear to be digging siege lines, but they were arrayed as an army. Before the sun had fully risen, Ned heard a horn from outside the city. He climbed the gatehouse steps to see a single rider approach along the main road. The rider carried a green banner with the stag sigil. A small cluster of watchers gathered on the walls, gold cloaks gripping crossbows and spears. A herald called up to them in a ringing voice. In the name of Renly Baratheon, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, by right of the people's love and the grace of the gods, we request a parley with Eddard Stark, hand of King Stannis. The watchers exchanged uncertain looks. Ned stepped forward on the wall, raising a hand. I am Eddard Stark. We will grant you parley, but only if you come unarmed and in a small party. The herald nodded, shading his eyes to see Ned. My lord, King Renly himself wishes to speak with you at midday, near the old well south of the city gates. He will come with 3 companions only. Barristan gave Ned a quick sidelong glance. Ned exhaled. You may tell him I will attend with an equal number. We meet under a flag of truce. If any harm comes to either party, it will be considered an act of war. So sworn, the herald called back, then wheeled his horse and galloped away. Midday arrived swiftly. Ned selected Barristan and Jory Castle to accompany him, leaving a strong garrison behind with orders to close the gates if trouble arose. The 3 men rode out under a white banner, crossing the moat and traveling half a league to a clearing where a broken stone well stood. A cluster of short trees provided some meager shade. Grass grew tall and wild, swaying in a mild breeze. They arrived to find Renly Baratheon waiting alongside Margaery Tyrell and 2 knights of his newly formed Kingsguard. One of them was Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, wearing ornate plate with gold filigree. Another was a tall, broad man whose face was hidden behind a helm shaped like a stag's head. Renly himself wore a cloak of vibrant green pinned with a crowned stag brooch. His handsome face was set in a mixture of excitement and caution. Ned dismounted, surveying Renly's entourage. Margaery Tyrell was slender, with brown curls pinned back by a net of gold. She had large, inquisitive eyes and a polite smile. She wore a traveling gown of pale green, embroidered with golden roses. Ned recognized House Tyrell's sigil worked into the fabric. Renly advanced a step, inclining his head. "Lord Stark, I am pleased you came. This war tears at my heart. I have no wish to spill Baratheon blood outside the city where my brother once ruled." Ned clasped Barristan's arm for an instant, silently reminding himself to hold to caution. Then he addressed Renly. "Your Grace, we have no quarrel with you if you do not challenge King Stannis' right. But it seems you have crowned yourself and approached the capital with an army. That suggests a quarrel indeed." Renly's features tightened. "Stannis might be older, but the realm will never love him. He is dour, rigid, a man who rules by fear and law. The realm needs a king who can unite houses with mutual respect and prosperity. Many lords prefer me. My presence in Highgarden made that clear." He gestured to Margaery. "We are wed, forging a union of Baratheon and Tyrell. Tens of thousands flock to our banners. The city might fall to me without a single sword stroke if they see reason." Ned measured his response carefully. "We do not yield. Stannis is rightful heir by blood, named so by King Robert's last decree. House Stark recognizes his claim." Renly's mouth thinned. "I love my brother as well, but the realm cannot revolve around a piece of parchment. Leadership demands more than a birth order. The people cry for a gentler rule, a more generous spirit than Stannis' iron fist. Together with House Tyrell, I can bring them peace and prosperity." Barristan Selmy, standing at Ned's side, spoke in a low, firm tone. "Your Grace, the law is clear. Though you are Robert's brother, King Stannis is the elder. By all the traditions of the 7 kingdoms, his claim supersedes yours." Renly exhaled sharply. "Traditions must bend when the alternative is a kingdom battered by war. Or do you think Stannis will accept me if I lay aside my crown? You know him, he will brand me a traitor." A faint sadness touched Ned's voice. "He might, yes. But if you kneel to him, perhaps he would show clemency. He is not without reason." Margaery Tyrell stepped forward now, her voice as smooth as summer wine. "My lords, is there truly no compromise? The people suffer. The Lannisters raid and burn in the west. We have Renly here with tens of thousands of swords ready to defend the realm from further harm. Let King Stannis come to terms. He could remain in the city as regent or hold a high seat if the realm truly desires Renly as king." Ned realized that was precisely the kind of arrangement Stannis would never abide, to accept a lesser station while his younger brother sat the Iron Throne. Their father had taught them both pride in their name, and Stannis was not one to yield a claim he believed rightfully his. He shook his head. "Your Grace, my lady, such a bargain is no solution. Stannis marches in the west. He will not return to treat while Tywin Lannister remains a threat. And if he did, he would never relinquish his rights." Renly's brow furrowed. "Then there is no path but conflict. Must more men die?" Ned shared a grave look with Barristan. "I have no wish for death. Yet we cannot betray the rightful king. If you attempt to storm King's Landing, the city will resist. Thousands of innocents will suffer." Renly's gaze slid to Margaery, who placed a gentle hand on his forearm as if to calm him. The Knight of Flowers stood behind her, watchful. For a long moment, the only sound was the sigh of wind through grass. Then Renly straightened, his face hardening. "I did not come here to speak in circles, Lord Stark. I want you to open the gates peacefully, acknowledge me as king, and avoid bloodshed. Failing that, we will do what must be done." Ned felt the weight of the city behind him, the trust King Stannis had placed in him, the oath he had made to Robert's memory. "We will not yield. If you desire the throne, you will have to take it by force." Tension coiled in the air, thick enough to feel. Margaery Tyrell cast her eyes downward as though disappointed, while Loras Tyrell rested a hand on his sword hilt. Jory Castle quietly placed a hand on his own blade. Barristan's face was etched in sorrow, though he made no move except to shift his weight. Renly broke the silence at last, his voice cooler. "Very well. Then let us not feign cordiality. I will camp within sight of your walls. The people of King's Landing will see how many stand behind me. If you come to your senses, you need only send word." Should Stannis return and choose to face me, let him. For now, I will not fling men against the gates needlessly. But if you resist me for long, you risk famine and unrest. Ask yourself if you can keep the city fed. Ned recognized the threat a Renly might starve them out or try to blockade the port. The city's food stores were not inexhaustible, especially with so many refugees. This is a grave mistake, Renly, he said softly. The realm bleeds enough already. Renly's expression flickered. I do what I must. Farewell, Lord Stark. Without another word, the younger Baratheon turned and remounted. Margaery climbed gracefully onto her palfrey, her green skirts draping elegantly. Loras Tyrell and the other knight followed suit. In moments, they galloped off, banners fluttering, leaving Ned and his companions amid swirling dust. Barristan released a weary breath. Another Baratheon war. Will the Seven Kingdoms never be free of strife? Jory looked troubled. If they camp outside the walls, the people will panic. Some might open the gates themselves to Renly if they're hungry enough. Ned gazed at the horizon, where the green banner was already a distant speck. Then we must hold firm. We have enough stores to last a while. If they move to block the ports, we might have a more immediate crisis. Let us return and prepare for the worst. They rode back to the city in silence, each weighed down by the knowledge that yet another potential siege loomed. Once inside, Ned issued orders. The gates were to remain locked, with watch doubled. Gold cloaks took up positions on the walls, and the scorpions and catapults were readied. All who entered or left the city would be inspected carefully. Word spread quickly among the small folk that Renly was near. Some whispered that the younger brother would be a better king. Others dreaded the prospect of two Baratheons battling over the throne. The next morning, watchers reported that the Tyrell banners had indeed pitched a camp well south of the city, near a tributary feeding into the Blackwater. Tents and pavilions stretched out in green and gold, dotted with the stags of Storm's End. No immediate assault threatened the gates, but the men kept busy constructing makeshift fortifications, likely intending to remain for some time. Ned posted messengers along the city's perimeter, ensuring no infiltration. In the Red Keep, the small council convened in a rush. Pycelle coughed and complained of his joints. Baelish toyed with a quill, looking mildly amused. Varys stood in the corner, expression unreadable. Ser Barristan, often a silent presence, now joined them more officially as the city was effectively under martial order. Tyrion Lannister was not invited, though he was doubtless aware of events. Ned began by explaining Renly's stance. Baelish smirked. He means to wait us out, evidently. The Tyrell gold is abundant, so they can feed their army from the surrounding farmland. Meanwhile, we starve. Pycelle wrung his hands. We have some reserves in the city, but they were meant to endure if Tywin laid siege, not King Renly. It's all the same, I suppose. The small folk will suffer most. We might last a few months if we ration carefully. Varys piped up with soft gravity. And if the war in the west drags on, King Stannis cannot hurry back. He is pinned by Tywin's maneuvers. If Renly simply sits outside our walls, the city will grow uneasy. Some might prefer to open the gates, a liberation of sorts. Barristan's gauntlet hand tapped the table. We must remain loyal to Stannis' cause. I served Robert for many years, but the law is the law. Baelish shrugged. We'll see how well the law holds when folk are hungry. And we must consider one more angle. If the Lannisters sense our vulnerability, they might take advantage. Imagine Tywin marching east while Renly is at our doorstep. Ned fixed them with a steady gaze. We do not yield. King Stannis gave me charge of the city, and I will not betray him. However, we may attempt negotiation. Renly is not a bloodthirsty man, nor is Margaery Tyrell. Perhaps we can stave off a full siege by agreeing to a neutrality until Stannis returns. Baelish's smile was mocking. Neutrality with a man who has crowned himself? I suspect he wants nothing less than the throne. Varys offered a mild nod. Even so, negotiation might buy us time. Renly does not burn with the same rigid zeal as Stannis. He might be open to an arrangement. After some debate, they agreed that Ned would send a formal letter to Renly proposing a ceasefire around King's Landing until the war in the west reached its conclusion. Then, if Stannis returned victorious, they could treat once more. It was a thin hope, but no one relished an open conflict between the city guard and the Tyrell-led host. That evening, Ned sat by lamplight in his solar, drafting the letter. He chose each word carefully, appealing to brotherly ties, to the idea of preserving the people from violence, to the notion that a siege would only benefit the Lannisters. When finished, he sealed it with the hand seal and handed it off to a courier with strict instructions. But when the courier returned 2 days later, his expression was grim. He held out a rolled parchment sealed with green wax. From King Renly, my lord, he said, almost spitting the word king. He says he will not accept neutrality. The city must acknowledge him or face the consequences. Ned broke the seal. The note was short, almost harsh in its simplicity. To Eddard Stark, hand to the self-styled King Stannis. No compromise can exist between rightful rule and the iron-handed tyranny of my brother. If you will not open the gates, I will do what is necessary to secure the throne. I urge you to consider how many lives may be saved by sparing the city a prolonged siege. The people know me as the Kinder Baratheon. Will you condemn them to famine? Renly Baratheon. By right of the people's will, King of the Seven Kingdoms. Ned read it twice, frustration gnawing at him. So much for negotiation. If Renly was truly determined, the city could be in dire straits within weeks. He convened with Barristan, outlining a plan to keep vital supply lines open by sea, but if Renly moved to blockade the Blackwater Bay with Tyrell ships, the city might be starved all the same. The following week brought worrying reports. A portion of Renly's forces had marched east along the coast, occupying strategic vantage points that threatened shipping lanes. Fleets from the Arbor, allied with House Tyrell, had also been sighted. The entire city braced for the possibility of a maritime blockade. Baelish gloomily commented that no coin in the world could buy a realm out of hunger if the ports were closed. In this tense atmosphere, Tyrion Lannister made another move. He requested that Ned allow him to speak personally with Cersei, Jaime, and the children, claiming he might persuade them to remain calm and not incite any sabotage from within. Ned considered the request warily. What mischief might the dwarf cause? But Barristan pointed out that with the city under siege, the last thing they needed was another attempt to free Jaime or for Cersei to orchestrate an uprising among Lannister sympathizers. If Tyrion could placate his family, it might be worthwhile. Reluctantly, Ned agreed on condition that the meetings occur under guard. First, Tyrion was brought to Jaime's cell. Ned and Barristan stood outside, arms folded, listening to the muffled exchange through the iron bars. Jaime's voice, dripping with sarcasm, demanded to know what Tyrion wanted. Tyrion's was lower, less easy to parse, but occasionally Ned caught words like futility and Stark has the upper hand. Jaime retorted with curses, claiming Tywin would tear the realm apart. In the end, the meeting ended in frustration. Tyrion emerged, shaking his head. My brother is resolved. He expects rescue from our father. Next, Tyrion was escorted to the Queen's lavish chambers. Cersei stood by the window wearing a crimson gown that matched the flush of anger on her cheeks. Ned stationed himself in the adjoining corridor, barraced and beside him, listening through a narrow crack in the door. The conversation was more heated. Cersei railed at Tyrion, accusing him of colluding with the Starks. He tried to reason with her, spoke of how the war might soon turn against House Lannister if Tywin was ground down by Stannis. She hissed that she would never yield her children's birthright. Ned heard raised voices. Joffrey was in the adjacent room, apparently eavesdropping, and at one point he burst in, shouting that he would kill any who dared keep him from the throne. Tyrion snapped back that Joffrey had no rightful claim, and they were lucky to still be alive. Cersei all but shrieked at Tyrion to leave. When Tyrion exited, he wore a resigned look. That was fruitless. My dear sister's pride is as unyielding as ever. He paused, turning to Ned with a tired shrug. If you were hoping I'd make them docile, I fear I failed. She still speaks of vengeance. Ned regarded him levelly. Then we keep them under close guard. If she tries anything, she'll be confined to a smaller cell. I've no more patience for Lannister plots. Tyrion sighed. A wise precaution. Before the day ended, another blow fell. A small group of fishermen had been captured by Renly's men outside the city, then released with a grim message. The Tyrell ships now patrolled the bay's entrance. Supplies by sea were effectively cut off. King's Landing could still fish from the Blackwater for a time, and small ships might slip through at night, but the main shipping routes were severed. Shortages emerged within a fortnight. Grain prices soared in the markets. Merchants hoarded goods, anticipating further scarcity. Flea Bottom turned desperate, with bread riots erupting in the dingy alleyways. Gold Cloaks tried to maintain order, but there were too few of them to police every corner of the sprawling city. Ned spent his days attempting to coordinate rationing. Baelish pulled coin from every hidden corner of the treasury, paying above-market rates to bring in any scrap of food from the surrounding countryside. But Renly's outriders patrolled the roads, blocking large convoys. Tensions mounted. Petty crime rose as starving folk stole from better-off neighbors. Amid this, Ned also kept watch for Lannister loyalists who might use the chaos to free Jaime or ignite some uprising on behalf of Joffrey. Fortunately, the public had little love left for the false princeling, so any open attempt to install him probably lacked broad support. But desperate men might do desperate things. Day by day, Ned's spirit wore down. He wrote to Stannis again, urging the king to return if possible or to send relief by sea. No reply came, only rumors of continued stalemates in the west, of battles near the Gold Road. Tywin retreated when pressed, but inflicted losses each time. The war had become a brutal dance of feints and ambushes, with no side truly besting the other. Meanwhile, Renly squeezed King's Landing, presenting himself as the realm's savior if only they would acknowledge him. Sansa asked her father more than once if they should yield. If King Renly is kinder, father, maybe the people would suffer less, she ventured one evening, eyes shadowed with worry. The stories say he's gracious and handsome. He might treat the North well. Ned gently reminded her of the oath they had sworn, the blood right of Stannis, and the memory of Robert's last will. Honor is not a garment we can discard at will, Sansa. If we forsake the rightful king, how are we better than those who lied about Joffrey's birth? She blinked back tears, nodding. But Ned saw the conflict in her, how fear for the city's suffering warred with her sense of duty. Arya, by contrast, proclaimed that if Renly tried to break in, she'd stab him with needle. Ned had to caution her repeatedly to stay inside the Red Keep for her own safety. 2 more weeks crawled by, food supplies continued to dwindle, and some in the city began cursing King Stannis for abandoning them. Rumors circulated that the gold cloaks might open the gates if Renly promised them silver. Barristan Selmy did his best to root out seditious talk, but fear was a more insidious enemy than any sword. One morning, Ned awoke to frantic knocking on his chamber door. He opened it to find a disheveled gold cloak, panting hard. "My lord, we have riders at the gate, banners of Baratheon black and gold, but also the sigil of a flaming heart. They claim to be King Stannis' envoys, demanding entry. They have a letter sealed with the king's mark." Ned's pulse leapt. Stannis had come, or at least sent men. Could it be relief at last? He hastily dressed and hurried down. He found a group of about 20 riders, mud-spattered and exhausted, bearing Stannis' crowned stag on their tabards, though several also bore an unfamiliar device, a red heart with flames licking upward. At their head was a tall knight in black armor trimmed with gold filigree, a heavy cloak draped over his shoulders. Ned greeted them warily at the main gate, which remained barred. A gold cloak captain stood ready, crossbowmen on the walls. "You come from King Stannis?" Ned called out. The knight raised his visor, revealing a hawkish face with a scar under one eye. "Ser Rollenstorm, my lord. Bastard of House Baratheon, sworn to his grace Stannis. I bear a message from the king, as well as word from Lady Melisandre of Askai." Ned exchanged a glance with Barristan. Melisandre was the Red Priestess rumored to counsel Stannis. He had not expected her involvement to appear so openly. "Show me the letter," Ned said. Ser Roland produced a sealed parchment. A gold cloak took it, passed it to Ned. The seal was indeed that of Stannis Baratheon. Ned broke it, eyes scanning the contents. "Lord Stark, fortune has turned in the west. Tywin Lannister, pressed by multiple attacks, has retreated into the hills near Ashmark. I pursue him with half my forces. The other half, led by Ser Roland and guided by Lady Melisandre, comes to break Renly's blockade and secure King's Landing. Do not fear them. Grant them entry. They bring fresh provisions and men. Within days, we shall rid ourselves of Renly's insolence or force him to bend. Prepare for battle, for my brother will not yield lightly. Yet the true king stands ready to defend his throne. Stannis Baratheon, rightful king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men." A wave of relief coursed through Ned, tempered by caution. Stannis' men might provoke a direct confrontation with Renly outside the gates, but at least the city would no longer starve. He had no choice but to trust Stannis' word, though the mention of Melisandre gave him pause. He'd heard rumors of her strange magic, her worship of a foreign god of fire. That could spark unrest in the devout capital. But they needed the king's men. Ned ordered the gates opened. The black and gold riders filed in, drawing stares from the city watch. Some wore that flaming heart device, apparently belonging to a new faction of Stannis' household. They led wagons loaded with crates of dried fish, grains, and salted meat. The arrival of these supplies lifted the spirits of the half-starved small folk who cheered as the carts rolled by. Ser Roland dismounted in the yard, saluting Ned. "We are at your command, Lord Hand." Ned nodded. "Welcome to King's Landing. Your arrival is timely indeed. We feared Renly would starve us out." Roland's scarred face hardened. "Lady Melisandre says the Lord of Light has shown her visions of the city in flames if we do not act swiftly. We must break Renly's blockade. But we come prepared." He gestured toward more wagons. Weapons too steal from Dragonstone's forges. Before Ned could reply, a woman emerged from one of the wagons, clad in red robes that clung to her tall frame. Her hair was the color of copper and her eyes gleamed with unsettling intensity. She seemed unbothered by the bustle around her. She approached Ned, a faint smile on her ruby-red lips. "Lord Stark," she said in a melodious voice. "It is an honor to meet the man who kept the true faith with the rightful king." Ned inclined his head stiffly. He disliked the swirl of incense that clung to her robes, the aura of mysticism she radiated. "Lady Melisandre, I presume. You bring a message from King Stannis beyond the letter?" She nodded, the ruby choker at her throat flashing in the sun. "Only that this conflict will soon reach its darkest hour. The one true king fights two great foes, his misguided brother and the cunning Lannisters. Yet the flames show victory if our faith holds strong." He forced himself not to bristle. He had heard some men calling her the Red Woman, claiming she performed strange rites in the night. The old gods of the north seemed more straightforward to him than any foreign deity with shadows and flames. But this was no time to provoke her. "We are grateful for the provisions." The city was close to breaking. She gave a small nod. Men and women must eat to keep their faith strong. Then she looked up at the Red Keep's walls. "The Lord of Light's presence is needed in this city. Too many cling to illusions, whether it be the seven or the false idols of old. But that can wait. First, we must drive away the usurper outside these walls." Ned tensed. He disliked hearing Renly called a usurper. That name had once been thrown at Robert when they rose against the Targaryens. "We will see to the defense, my lady." With that, she inclined her head and turned away, her red robes sweeping over the cobblestones as she followed Ser Roland deeper into the keep. Barristan caught Ned's eye, looking equally uncertain. "So it's come to this," the old knight murmured. "A foreign priestess in the Red Keep." Ned could only agree. Yet Stannis had placed his faith in her, and so the city now had the men and supplies to face Renly. There was no turning back. That very afternoon, Ser Roland's soldiers took positions on the walls, relieving the weary gold cloaks. More wagons poured in, distributing fresh bread to the hungry. The small folk, grateful to have full bellies again, cheered the arrival of Stannis's men. Some, however, muttered about the red banners with the flaming heart, calling them heretics or devil worshippers. Tension simmered, but the immediate crisis, starvation, had eased. Word soon reached Renly's camp that King Stannis's forces now bolstered King's Landing. Scouts reported that Renly's outriders had pulled back slightly, as if unsure how to handle the sudden shift. Ned anticipated a confrontation soon unless Renly chose to withdraw. But Renly had not come this far to simply turn and run. Sure enough, on the second morning after Stannis's men arrived, horns sounded from Renly's lines, and watchers on the walls observed his army forming ranks. Banners fluttered in the wind, golden roses of House Tyrell, the green stag of Renly, lesser sigils of Stormland's vassals. A line of cavalry trotted forward, halting well beyond arrow range. Ned, from atop the gatehouse, saw their bright armor glint in the morning sun. The defenders shifted uneasily, crossbows trained. Then came a cry from the field. Renly's herald calling for the defenders to ride out and treat with him once more. Ned considered. If they refused, it might signal a readiness for battle. If they accepted, it might be a chance to avoid bloodshed. He turned to Ser Roland Storm, who stood at his side. "Will you accompany me? If this is a trap, your men must be prepared to close the gates quickly." Roland nodded. "I will. But the Red Woman also wishes to be present." Ned did not hide his grimace. The idea of bringing Melisandre to a parley rankled, but this was Stannis's army now. "Very well. But keep the party small. We do not want to alarm them." A short time later, Ned, Barristan, Roland, and Melisandre rode out beneath the main gate, each accompanied by one additional guard. A white banner was carried by a gold cloak. Opposite them, Renly's party approached. Renly himself at the forefront, Marjorie Tyrell by his side, along with Ser Loras and another Tyrell bannerman. They came to a stop in a wide, grassy field. The day was bright, the sky a clear blue. A stark contrast to the tension in the air. Renly's gaze flicked across the new arrivals, lingering on Melisandre in her red robes. "And who is this?" he asked, voice clipped. Melisandre spoke calmly. "I am but a servant of the Lord of Light, here to ensure the rightful king's claim is not overshadowed by darkness." Renly's lips curved in a humorless smile. "Another fanatic, I see. So Stannis must rely on foreigners to buttress his claim? How pathetic." Melisandre's ruby glinted in the sunlight. "He is the chosen of Lawler, the warrior of light." Renly snorted, turning back to Ned. "So the city is well supplied now, I gather. But do you think that changes anything? I have more men than you can muster, and the Tyrell lords stand behind me." Ned kept his composure. "The arrival of Stannis's men changes much. The city will not starve. Your blockade has failed. Perhaps it is time for you to reconsider, Renly. If King Stannis breaks Tywin, we can unify to end this war. Renly gave a hard laugh. Unify under him? Never. I have the superior claim by right of the realm's preference. Look at the houses that flock to me, the Tyrell might. Why cling to Stannis' cold rule when we could build a brighter future? Ser Roland Storm spoke up. We share blood, my lord. We do not wish to see you destroyed. If you lay aside your crown, the king might show mercy. Renly bristled and Loras Tyrell's hand drifted to his sword. Mercy? Have you forgotten that I am Robert's brother too? Stannis is not the only one with Baratheon blood. Melisandre leaned forward in her saddle, studying Renly. You do not have the strength of will to unite this realm. I see only a false light in you, a flickering candle overshadowed by a stronger flame. Renly's face colored. Marjorie Tyrell took his arm gently, but her eyes flashed with indignation. Who are you to judge my lord husband, woman? Melisandre's voice was smooth as silk. I am the one who has seen him in the flames, a false king, overshadowed by a greater destiny. Step aside, Renly Baratheon, before it is too late. Tension gripped them all. Even Ned felt a shiver, though the day was warm. Renly scowled. This is pointless. You come to threaten me with Stannis' Red Witch. I have no fear of you or your illusions. If you will not yield the city, I will find another path. Barristan cleared his throat. Lord Renly, the city is well garrisoned. Even if you try a direct assault, it will be costly. We need not shed blood in such measure. Perhaps we can find another. Renly cut him off with a slash of his hand. Enough. I offered a chance to open the gates and avoid war. You refused. Let it be on your head. I will do what must be done. He jerked his reins, turning his horse sharply. Marjorie and Loras followed, the entire group wheeling away in a cloud of dust. Ned watched them ride off toward the main encampment. Melisandre's lips curved in an odd, knowing smile. What do you see, my lady? Ned asked warily, spurring his mount to keep pace with her as they rode back to the gates. She turned her intense gaze on him. A night black as pitch, a storm of swords, death on the wind, and beyond that, victory for the one true king, if he remains steadfast in R'hlloreth's grace. Ned shuddered. He was no friend to strange prophecies, but war was no less terrifying. We must trust in steel and strategy more than visions, my lady, he said, keeping his voice neutral. She only smiled, as though she knew something he did not. They returned to the city with no illusions left. Negotiation had failed again. Renly would not relent, and now that Stannis' forces were inside, he might be desperate to strike soon, hoping to capture the capital before Stannis himself arrived from the west. Ned called a war council with Ser Roland, Barristan, and the other captains. They agreed on a defensive posture, manning the walls, scorpions, and catapults. The city's gates were sealed, the port patrolled by Stannis' ships that had snuck in from Dragonstone. Melisandre, for her part, retreated each night to a small chamber in Maegor's Holdfast, where she burned strange-smelling incense. Ser Roland informed Ned that she prayed for the downfall of Renly, that she might call upon the Lord of Light to show Stannis the path to victory. Ned was uneasy, but he had no direct authority to ban her practices without antagonizing the men from Dragonstone, who revered her counsel. 3 nights passed in tense quiet. Rumors abounded that Renly was amassing siege engines, or perhaps negotiating with discontented gold cloaks inside the city. The sky stayed eerily clear, stars twinkling. Then, on the 4th night, an event occurred that few who witnessed it would ever forget. It began with a hush near midnight. The city was calm, many folk asleep. Ned was in the Tower of the Hand, half dozing at his desk with a strategy map laid out before him. A sudden, inexplicable wind rose, rattling shutters. Outside, the sky lit up with a crimson glow as if a distant fire had flared. Ned stumbled to the window, heart pounding. He saw, to the south, an eerie radiance flicker against the darkness, bright yet swiftly fading. Moments later, shouts rang out from the battlements. Ned rushed downstairs, gathering Barristan and a few guards. On the ramparts, men pointed south, confusion etched on their faces. Something's happened in Renly's camp, and Archer gasped. There was a bright flash, and then blackness. Ned scanned the horizon. The usual campfires of Renly's encampment seemed scattered or dimmed, as though many had been snuffed. The outlines of the tents were barely visible. A low, mournful cry seemed to carry on the wind, though perhaps it was only his imagination. Soon, a single rider galloped toward the city, torch bobbing. Stannis's men tensed, crossbows aimed. As the rider neared, Ned saw the man wore a Tyrell surcoat, spattered with blood. He collapsed from the saddle at the gate, babbling. When hauled inside, he croaked that something monstrous had descended on Renly's pavilion. A shadow, or a demon formed of darkness, that killed the king. Ned could scarcely believe the words. But the soldier stammered on, eyes wild with terror. A shape out of the night, shaped like a man but not a man. It slid into the tent, and next we heard the king's dying gasp. When we rushed in, his throat was slit, yet no blade was found. Some say a ghost, others say, oh gods, I don't know. Chills rippled through Ned. He looked at Barristan, who returned the same appalled expression. If Renly Baratheon was truly dead, the entire balance of the war might change in an instant. But the manner of it, an unnatural shadow? Something reeked of dark sorcery, precisely the kind of tale that would swirl around Melisandre. Within hours, fresh rumors poured in from fleeing Stormland and Tyrell men. King Renly had died in his tent, his throat opened by an unseen assassin. Margaery Tyrell and Loras Tyrell barely escaped. Panic gripped the camp, dividing the forces. Many simply fled, unwilling to face the city's defenders without Renly's leadership. Others called it an evil omen, cursing the Red Woman from Dragonstone. Some swore vengeance on Stannis, believing him behind this vile deed. By daybreak, Renly's host was scattered or in disarray, some lords retreating south with Margaery, others caught in confusion. The blockade at the bay was broken as Tyrell ships pulled back. The path into the city stood open. Stannis's men cheered, claiming the Lord of Light had delivered them from Renly's treachery. Ned, however, felt only horror. He confronted Melisandre that morning, finding her in the courtyard among soldiers who gazed at her with reverence. What have you done? He demanded, voice tight, eyes searching her face. Renly is dead by some unnatural means. Men speak of a shadow assassin. She turned to him, face calm, as if they discussed the weather. The night is dark and full of terrors, Lord Stark. Renly's ambition was a greater terror, one that would have drowned this realm in blood. The Lord of Light provided a swifter, more merciful resolution. Barristan bristled. Murder is not mercy. Melisandre's eyes shone. You speak as one who does not see the deeper truth. A false king has fallen, and thus thousands of lives might be spared a drawn-out war. Sacrifices must be made so that the chosen king may prevail. Ned's heart pounded. If King Stannis approved this, gods, does he truly believe the end justifies such means? She tilted her head, offering a small smile. King Stannis desires the good of the realm. I merely removed the greatest obstacle to his rightful ascension. Anger and revulsion warred within Ned. He recalled how Robert once faced the Targaryens openly, in battle, not through dark sorcery. Yet here they stood, with the city effectively saved from siege, the Tyrell blockade broken. War might still rage in the west, but one major threat had vanished overnight. No matter how vile it seemed, it had given them breathing room. Margaery Tyrell and some of her allies had reportedly retreated to Highgarden. A portion of Renly's men might now join Stannis if they decided it was wise to back the winning side. Others might hate him for this suspicious death and align with the Lannisters out of spite. The realm's future lay in flux, shaped by a woman's conjured shadow in the dark. Ned forced himself to step away, fists clenched. Leave me. I cannot stomach your presence. Melisandre bowed gracefully. As you wish, my lord. But remember, the Lord of Light has granted you salvation from famine and war. You need not fear the shadows if you stand in the flames' glow. She glided away, leaving Ned and Barristan seething. The old knight exhaled heavily. This is not how we fought under Robert. Cersei. Why was not our way? Ned placed a trembling hand on Barristan's shoulder. I know, but we stand amid forces we barely understand. I will never condone murder in the shadows, but it seems we have reaped the benefit. The city is safe for now. Barristan gave a grim nod. What of the Tyrells? Will they now ally with Stannis, or turn to the Lannisters in vengeance? This deed might damn us all. Ned's gaze drifted toward the sky. A crow circled overhead as if mocking them. I do not know. We must remain vigilant. The war is not over. Tywin still stands, and the Tyrells are not to be trifled with. Yet as the day wore on, a series of ravens arrived from across the realm, bearing the news of Renly's death. Some wrote it off as an assassin's knife, others whispered of dark magic. Many Storm Lords now declared for Stannis, if only to avoid further conflict. House Tyrell remained uncertain, with Mace Tyrell said to be furious at the rumored sorcery but also wary of confronting Stannis's might. The blockade ended overnight and ships returned to King's Landing, bringing fresh supplies and trade. The small folk rejoiced that they could eat again. They credited Stannis with saving them from a siege. Ned found no joy in it. He ordered additional guards placed near Cersei and Jaime for fear that Melisandre or others might conceive a shadow solution to the Lannister problem as well. Enough blood had been spilled in the dark. Tyrion Lannister watched these events with guarded interest, occasionally muttering about the irony that a Baratheon would use magic to dispatch his own kin. Day by day, a sense of relief slowly spread in the capital as the risk of siege faded. Stannis himself was still in the west, but rumors suggested he had cornered Tywin near a fortress in the hills. If that turned into a victory, the war might soon be decided. Others insisted that Tywin could outmaneuver Stannis yet again. Meanwhile, the Tyrell lords had recalled their banners to Highgarden to deliberate on their next move. House Redwyne might withhold their fleet until they had clarity. In the following weeks, more of Renly's scattered forces trickled in, pledging fealty to King Stannis. They bristled at the manner of their former lord's death, but perhaps believed resisting was futile. Melisandre presided over ceremonies of conversion where men lit flames in braziers as symbolic acceptance of the Lord of Light. Ned stood aside, watching with a mixture of distaste and anxiety. The King's Landing populace, starved so recently, found the Red Woman's rites both mesmerizing and unsettling. Some turned to this new god in gratitude for the bread and fish that now reached their bellies. Others whispered that King Stannis had sold his soul to demons. One day, while walking the courtyard with Sansa, Ned came upon a crowd of small folk listening raptly to a red-robed priest preaching lawless glory. He guided Sansa away quickly, not wanting her to be entangled in fervent religious talk. As they left, he heard the priest call out, "Praise be to the one true king who banished the false. The night is dark, but we shall banish it with flame." Sansa glanced up at her father, eyes worried. "Is it true what they say, father? That the king used magic to kill his own brother?" Ned hesitated, not wanting to confirm or deny. "This war has many shadows, Sansa. Some are cast by men's ambitions, some by darker forces. We must hold to what is right, no matter how many shadows fall." She looked thoughtful. "I wish we could go back to Winterfell. All of this it's frightening." Ned placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "I know, sweetling. In time, we may yet return. For now, we do our duty as we must." Another fortnight passed, and ravens at last brought the grand news. Stannis had forced Tywin into open battle near the walls of Ashmark. The fighting was fierce, but Tywin's host, battered from months of attrition, broke under the disciplined assault. Tywin himself reportedly fled west with a handful of knights. Some said he retreated toward Lannisport, others that he'd sought refuge in the Crag or the Golden Tooth. Stannis's letter, penned in terse style, declared that the Lannisters were defeated, though not utterly destroyed. He would march on Casterly Rock soon to demand their final surrender. The reaction in King's Landing was jubilation among Stannis's supporters. With both Renly and Tywin scattered, the crown faced no immediate threat. The smallfolk prayed that the war might be nearing its end. Ned felt a cautious optimism. The realm had endured enough chaos. If Stannis secured the Westerlands, perhaps peace would finally settle. Yet the question remained, what would House Tyrell do? Would they stand aside and let Stannis claim final victory? Or would they align with the Lannisters out of revenge for Renly's death? With Tywin on the run, Ned decided the moment had come to address the fate of Jaime and Cersei. Stannis had repeatedly declared they must face trial for treason. They were the last direct threats to the Baratheon throne, aside from Tywin himself. After consulting with the small council, Ned moved Jaime from the dungeon to a guarded tower cell, a slight improvement in conditions, but no less secure. Cersei remained in her chambers, still under guard, seething in her captivity. The children, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, remained in a separate section, guarded yet unharmed. One evening, Ned stood outside Jaime's new cell, pondering the best course. Execution would spark Tywin's fury if the man was ever cornered. Mercy might appear weak to many lords. Stannis had declared a willingness to put them all to the sword if they did not repent. Ned found no easy answers. The realm's thirst for justice demanded a reckoning, yet the realm's thirst for peace begged restraint. He stepped into the cell. Jaime sat on a wooden stool, wrists still chained, though less tightly than before. He looked thinner, face shadowed by stubble. "Lord Stark," Jaime greeted, hollow mockery in his tone. "Come to gloat." Ned shook his head. "I come to see if there is any chance you will urge your father to yield. Word has reached us of Tywin's defeat. He flees with what remains of his army." Jaime's eyes flickered. "Defeat is not the same as surrender. My father does not bend easily." Ned paced to the small window slit. "Yet is it not madness to continue? House Lannister stands alone, overshadowed by King Stannis' might and the Tyrells' uncertain position. Jaime shrugged. My father may bargain with the Tyrells. Or perhaps muster new forces in the west. He's done the impossible before. You cannot know him as I do. Ned turned. And what of you? Will you rot in here, or hang from a gibbet if Stannis returns with fresh wrath? You must see how this ends. A ghost of a smile tugged at Jaime's mouth. Do you expect me to plead for mercy? It's not in my nature. If I die, so be it. At least I die a Lannister. Ned felt a surge of exasperation. You condemn yourself. And your sister, your children. Are they worth nothing? Jaime's expression hardened. They are not mine if you follow your logic. But I will say this, if Joffrey ever gained a throne, the realm would burn. Perhaps you're sparing everyone a cruelty by keeping him from it. I cannot speak for my father's next moves. He does not confide in me. Ned studied him. There was a flicker of some regret in Jaime's face, but also the same arrogance. I will inform you if your father sends terms. Until then, pray that King Stannis shows more mercy than his Red Priestess. She has a taste for shadows in the night. Jaime laughed bitterly, shaking his chains. So the rumors are true. Renly Baratheon struck down by a wisp of black magic. This realm grows more absurd by the day. Perhaps I should count myself lucky that I remained behind stone walls, safe from the Red Woman's shadows. With that, Ned left, mind churning. He found no solace in the conversation. The war's immediate threats had lessened, but the realm remained precarious. The Lannisters were wounded, not vanquished. The Tyrells' next move remained unpredictable. And overshadowing all was the knowledge that shadowy sorcery had claimed one king already. Could it claim another if Melisandre so chose? Time passed in uneasy waiting, punctuated by a sense that the realm had shifted under their feet. King's Landing recovered from the near starvation, trade returned, the streets grew busier. Yet men whispered of the king's shadow, and some dreaded that a new Targaryen might emerge from beyond the narrow sea, or that the Greyjoys might strike the coasts. Peace was never guaranteed in Westeros. But for the moment, the capital braced for Stannis to arrive triumphant from the west, carrying the final confrontation to the Lannisters. One morning, the city awoke to find a large new force marching in from the Rosby Road. King Stannis himself led the column, banners streaming. Thousands of men, weary from the campaign, but victorious in bearing. Trumpets blared from the walls and the gates opened in solemn ceremony. Ned stood at the courtyard with Barristan, gold cloaks lined up to greet the king. At Stannis' side rode a battered retinue of knights and bannermen. Davos Seaworth was among them, wearing a tired smile. The black and gold crowned stag was everywhere, but here and there Ned spotted that flaming heart of the Red Woman. Stannis dismounted, gazed about with a stiff nod. His face was drawn, new lines of hardship etched around his eyes. Lord Stark, he said in that curt, gruff tone, you have kept the city in my absence, and well, it seems. My men speak of no siege, no famine, only Renly's demise. Ned inclined his head. We endured hardship until your men arrived with provisions. As for Renly, we had no hand in his death, but it is said shadows walk at night. Stannis' expression did not change. Perhaps a flicker of something dark in his eyes. The Lord of Light guides us, he said simply. Then, more briskly, the Lannisters are in retreat, though they still hold strong positions in the west. Tywin remains unyielding. I intend to see his line ended if he will not submit. In the meantime, I must secure my hold on King's Landing. We will see these traitors Jaime, Cersei, the bastard children, brought to justice. Ned said nothing, though inwardly he felt a pang at the thought of children paying for their parents' sins. He resolved to advocate for mercy, or at least for banishment instead of execution. But now was not the moment to press Stannis. Welcome home, your grace, he said quietly. All is prepared for your command. Stannis ascended the Red Keep steps, the men cheering him as he passed. If there was any warmth in that cheer, it was faint. The small folk did not love him, but they knew he was the reason the city had not starved. Some recognized that he had bested both Renly and Tywin, though with methods that stirred disquiet. Regardless, Stannis had emerged as the only viable king for the moment, and that alone commanded respect. Over the next days, Stannis took charge with characteristic severity. He purged any officials suspected of treason or corruption, placing his own loyalists in key posts. He confirmed Ned Stark as Hand of the King, praising his steadfast service. He announced that a grand trial would be held for the Lannisters, Cersei, Jaime, and by extension Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. Ned implored him to spare the children, but Stannis would not commit to any judgment until the trial. All the while, the Red Woman roamed the halls, a silent presence in her scarlet robes, her lips curving into small smiles that never touched her eyes. The day of the trial approached, whispered about by courtiers and commoners alike. Soldiers patrolled the corridors, ensuring no last-minute escape or rescue. Tyrion watched with grim resignation, uncertain whether his own fate might be next. Cersei demanded to see King Stannis personally, but was refused. She spent hours raging, or so the servants gossiped, though she also took to long, brooding silences. Jaime's bravado was said to be dimming, as if he sensed the end. At last, the king ordered the throne room prepared. On that fateful morning, crowds of lords, knights, and curious onlookers packed the hall, standing beneath towering columns and stained-glass windows. The Iron Throne loomed at the far end, where Stannis sat with face of stone, a circlet of black iron upon his brow. To his right stood Melisandre in scarlet, to his left Ned Stark in the Hand's Seat, and Barristan and Selmy flanking them in white cloak. The dais beneath the throne was lined with grim-faced lords sworn to Stannis. Opposite them, a space was cleared for the accused. Gold cloaks dragged Jaime forward in chains, forced him to kneel. Cersei was escorted next, spine rigid, wearing a green gown that seemed to reflect her house color more than any royal black or gold. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen trailed, each guarded carefully, confusion and fear on their faces. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some demanded the children's heads, others looked uneasy. Stannis' voice rang out, echoing off the walls. "We are gathered to see justice done for crimes of high treason, incest, murder, and conspiracy against the crown. The accused stand before you, Cersei Lannister, Jaime Lannister, and their bastard offspring who falsely claimed Baratheon blood." Cersei lifted her chin. "We are not bastards. My children are of the rightful bloodline. It is you who betray King Robert's memory. I was his true queen." Stannis slammed a gauntlet fist on the throne's arm, cutting her off. "Your lies end here, woman. The evidence is overwhelming, from the lineages to the testimony of many. Your children do not carry a drop of Baratheon blood. We have the living proof in Robert's true bastards scattered across the realm, each bearing the black hair that your brood lacks." Jaime sneered. "Robert's bastards." The king was hardly a paragon of virtue. Stannis glared. "Nonetheless, he was rightful king, and you have deceived the realm for years. You conspired to place a false prince on the throne, conspired to murder the hand Jon Arryn, and nearly cast the realm into civil war. Your guilt is plain." Cersei gave a choked laugh, eyes flashing. "You speak of war? Look around you, thousands are dead. My father's men, your brother's men, all for a crown that you cling to by any means necessary, even sorcery. At least we never stoop to shadows in the night." A rumble went through the hall. Melisandre stood serene, unmoved by the accusation. Stannis narrowed his eyes but did not deny it. "We do what must be done for the good of the realm. You, in your arrogance, have imperiled all." Then his gaze shifted to the children. Joffrey glared defiantly, Myrcella trembled, Tommen clung to his sister's sleeve. Stannis paused, lines of tension in his face. "They are your spawn, a product of incest. Yet children are not always guilty of the parents' sins. I would hear from Lord Stark, my hand on this matter before sentencing is passed." All eyes turned to Ned. He rose from the Hand's Seat, his heart heavy. He spoke in a clear voice, "Your Grace, the children are innocent in the sense that they did not ask to be born this way. They have been used as pawns in Cersei and Jaime's deception. I plead that they be spared from execution. Exile them if need be, or place them under wardship so they cannot threaten the succession." Joffrey spat. "I am no bastard. How dare you? I'll have your head." Cersei tried to hush him, but it only fueled the crowd's disapproval. The hall seethed with anger. Some called for the children's heads, others muttered about them being harmless. Stannis raised a hand for silence. "Lord Stark's counsel is wise," he said, though his voice wavered with contained fury. "I will not become a butcher of babes. But as for you, Jaime Lannister, and you, Cersei Lannister, your crimes are undeniable. You have condemned thousands to death, sowed chaos in the realm. In the name of the Lord of Light and the justice of the Seven Kingdoms, I declare you both guilty of treason. The sentence is death." An uproar filled the throne room. Cersei shrieked curses. Jaime's face went white, though he kept silent. Barristan and Selmy nodded in grim approval, along with many of Stannis' lords. The gold cloaks stepped forward to seize them. Myrcella and Tommen burst into tears. Joffrey roared that it was unfair. Ned held his breath, stunned by the swiftness of it. He had known this was likely, but seeing it declared was something else. Cersei's eyes blazed with hatred. "Stannis Baratheon, you are no king, only a murderer. This realm will despise you. My father will avenge." Her voice died as a guard clamped a hand over her mouth. Stannis inclined his head to Ned. "As for these children, they shall be placed under guard to be considered wards of the crown. They are barred from any claim to inheritance, but they shall keep their lives so long as they remain compliant. Joffrey bellowed in fury, lunging at a guard, but he was quickly subdued. Myrcella and Tommen sobbed, confusion etched on their small faces. Ned forced himself to remain steady. This was the path the realm had taken. The darkest chapter of deception was ending in an execution. A hush fell as the condemned were led away. The trial was over. Many in the crowd exhaled as if released from a spell. Stannis stood, addressing the assembly. Henceforth, let it be known that the Lannister treachery has been purged. Let the realm find peace under its rightful king. We shall unify and rebuild. Any who still bear arms against the crown are invited to surrender and receive mercy or face the king's wrath. The throng gave a subdued cheer, more from relief than genuine joy. Melisandre's ruby glowed in the torchlight, her smile cryptic. Ned felt no triumph. He could only think of Tywin Lannister, battered but not broken, and of the Tyrells' uncertain anger. The realm might see more bloodshed yet. That evening, after the swirl of the trial had settled, Ned stood atop the Red Keep ramparts, gazing out into the night. Far below, the city's lights twinkled. Smoke from countless chimneys curled into the darkness. Cersei and Jaime would die at dawn, beheaded or burned at the king's command. Ned preferred beheading, but Melisandre might press for fire. The children would remain in custody, pawns to keep Tywin from a final act of vengeance. A cold wind tugged at Ned's cloak. He remembered Robert's laughter, the hope they once shared when dethroning the Targaryens. Now here he was, an aging man weighed down by tragedy, seeing Robert's own queen and her brother sentenced to death for incest and treason. Stannis reigned, but at what cost? Shadows, assassinations, the bitter taste of civil war. Would the realm truly heal, or would new horrors arise, perhaps from the north, where rumors spoke of White Walkers beyond the wall? Footsteps approached. Barristan joined him, wearing a troubled look. "It is done, my lord. Tomorrow, the executioners do their duty. The children will be placed in separate quarters, heavily guarded." Ned nodded. "It had to be, I suppose. Too much blood, too many lies." Barristan folded his arms, staring out at the starlit sky. "I wonder what King Robert would think if he saw us now." Ned's throat constricted. He would be devastated, I think. And angry. But perhaps he would understand that the truth must out, no matter how bitter. They stood in silence, the wind rustling their cloaks. From below came the muted hum of the city, a city that had survived crises and would face more tomorrow. Life went on, though the High Lords warred and the gods might play their own dark games. In the Dista, NCE, a flicker of red caught Ned's eye. Melisandre, passing by torchlight in the yard below, her hair gleaming like embers. She looked up at the ramparts, as though sensing his gaze, and Ned felt a chill. She stood briefly, eyes reflecting the torchlight, then vanished into a shadow. Barristan exhaled. "I liked it better when wars were fought by steel and courage alone, not by shadows and priests." Ned could only nod, yet they had come too far to turn back. He prayed that the realm would find peace in the ashes of treason, though in his heart he feared another tempest might yet gather. For now, at least, the capital was secure, the people no longer starved, and the crown did not rest on the head of a false king. If that was the best they could manage in a world so cruel, then so be it. He turned from the wall, heading in to face the morrow, to see the realm through another turning of the wheel, hoping against hope that somewhere, justice might lead to stability, and that the shadows would not claim them all before the end. They came for Cersei and Jaime at first light, when the chill of the morning hung in the Red Keep's halls like the lingering spirit of a sleepless night. Eddard Stark stood in the torchlit gloom outside Maegor's holdfast, heart as heavy as the sword at his side. A half-dozen gold cloaks entered with spears raised, joined by 2 knights of King Stannis' new household guard. Ned heard the clink of chains, the hushed snarl of a guard's command, and then they emerged with the condemned. Jaime Lannister, hollow-eyed, his usual arrogance seeming to flicker in and out like a guttering flame, and Cersei, her green eyes lit by hatred as fierce as wildfire. Soldiers followed behind, flanking them. Outwardly, the twins maintained some semblance of dignity, though Ned saw the taut lines in their faces, the pallor in Cersei's cheeks. She met Ned's gaze briefly. No words passed between them, but the look in her eyes spoke volumes. Raw fury, a sense of betrayal, an ember of fear. Jaime caught Ned's stare as well, offered a bitter twist of the lips, perhaps the last vestige of that famous Lannister bravado. When the procession moved, Ned fell in behind them, Barristan Selmy at his side, each step echoing on the stone. Outside, the sky was a pale wash of grayish blue. The sun had not quite risen above the city's sprawl. They led the prisoners into the broad courtyard behind the Red Keep, where a scaffold had been erected in grim efficiency. A wooden block stood on a raised platform, flanked by guards. Stannis was not present. The king, Ned suspected, preferred to avoid the spectacle, letting the Hand and Ser Barristan oversee it. Or perhaps he was meeting with Melisandre. One never knew these days. Even so, a sizable gathering stood around the makeshift gallows. Lords sworn to Stannis, lesser knights, and a throng of onlookers who had managed to slip close. A hush spread, punctured only by the shuffling of feet and the bracing ring of steel as the gold cloaks pressed the crowd back. Jaime took in the scaffold with a flick of his eyes. "You'll be the one swinging the sword, Stark?" His voice emerged hoarse, but not without a vestige of his old sneer. "I'd rather Ser Barristan did it. At least he knows where to aim." Barristan said nothing, but Ned inhaled slowly. The sentence was passed by the king. The duty of carrying it out falls to his justice. A murmuration rippled through the watchers as the prisoners were marched up the steps. Cersei stiffened, turning her glare on the men who seized her arms. She no longer wore the regal finery of a queen. They had given her a drab green gown, threadbare, and her gilded hair had lost some of its luster in the dungeon's darkness. Even so, she held her head high. "You condemn me for lies," she spat at the crowd, "but you kneel to a man who wields shadows like knives. Ask yourselves which is truly monstrous." Some among the watchers hissed. Others stood in uneasy silence. The city had begun to whisper of Renly's death at the hands of shadowy sorcery, but few dared challenge the king openly. The sight of Cersei's once proud figure, soon to be parted from life, stirred conflicting emotions in many. Ned understood it. She had been the queen, mother to children once thought princes and princess. Now she was a traitor. A headsman waited by the block, dressed in a black hood and carrying a great sword honed to a cruel edge. Ned recognized the man as one of the king's chosen executioners, not Island Payne. Stannis had chosen to dismiss and punish those whose loyalty lay with the old regime, but a replacement from Dragonstone, a grim, silent figure. The hush deepened. Ned saw Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen nowhere among the onlookers. They had been sequestered by Stannis' order to spare them the sight. Tyrion Lannister, too, was absent, though Ned suspected he might be listening from afar. Jaime gave one last dark laugh as the headsman's men gripped him from behind. "Well, if I must die in the sight of 100 watchers, at least I kept my sense of humor. You might have spared me that, Stark, for old time's sake." Ned did not respond. There was no banter that could soften such a moment. He glanced at Barristan, who met his eyes with a sorrowful nod. The old knight stepped forward, voice grave. "Jaime Lannister, you stand condemned of high treason, incest, and conspiracy against the crown. The king has decreed that you forfeit your life." Jaime's jaw tensed. "Get on with it, then." They brought him first. The soldiers forced him to his knees, pressed his neck against the block. Jaime stared straight ahead, not begging, not cursing, just breathing with deliberate calm. The headsman raised his sword. Ned felt his heart hammer in his chest, but he did not avert his eyes. In the north, the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword, yet King Stannis had placed the burden on his official executioner. It was done in one fluid, savage stroke. Jaime Lannister's head rolled, blonde hair stained red, and gasps rippled through the courtyard. The watchers inhaled as one, and some turned away, stifling wretches. Cersei let out a cry, a raw, strangled sound that clawed the morning air. "Jaime," she twisted violently against the men restraining her. "Let me go to him." "Jaime." But they dragged her forward, ignoring her despair. Barristan, sorrow etched in every line of his face, stepped forth again. "Cersei Lannister, likewise condemned. You stand guilty." She cut him off with a scream. "You're all hypocrites. All of you. My father, her words broke, then reignited with fury. He will burn this place to the ground. Do you hear me, Stark? I hope the White Walkers snatch you from your precious north." The men shoved her down, pressing her neck against the blood-stained wood. The headsman lifted the sword again. Cersei clenched her eyes shut, tears glistening but refusing to fall. A heartbeat later, the blade flashed. Another sickening thud. Ned closed his eyes for an instant. When he opened them, the deed was done, and the hush gave way to murmurs and shudders. The gold cloaks moved to cover the bodies with cloths, while some devout watchers muttered prayers to the seven. Others gawked with grim fascination. A handful spat in contempt, still blaming the Lannisters for the war. Perhaps a few wept, recalling the once majestic queen. Barristan signaled the headsman's men. "Take them away." Soldiers hastened forward to clear the scaffold. Slowly, the crowd began to disperse. Ned lingered, gaze on the gore-stained block. This was the justice Stannis demanded. If the realm were to have closure on the matter of Lannister treachery, so be it. Yet Ned felt no triumph. All he could think of was how Robert might have wept to see his once queen end like this, how Tywin Lannister would rage in the west, how the children would bear the scars of this day for the rest of their lives. When the courtyard had emptied, Ned and Barristan stood alone with a few silent gold cloaks. Pale dawn light gleamed off the damp boards. Ned exhaled. "The realm may call it justice, but the cost is steep." Barristan nodded, mouth set in a grim line. It had to be done. They betrayed the throne, fathered false heirs, and brought the realm to the brink of ruin. "I only pray it sates the realm's thirst for vengeance, for what's left of House Lannister in the west." Ned considered that. Tywin was still out there, battered but unbroken. With Jaime and Cersei gone, the older Lannister might cling to a last shred of defiance or resort to vengeance. Ned recalled how Tywin had once sacked King's Landing during Robert's rebellion, how the cruelty of House Lannister remained infamous. This could provoke him to unimaginable extremes. "I fear Lord Tywin will never forget this." "Let him not forget," Barristan said quietly. "He must now kneel or face his own destruction." Ned left the courtyard in weary silence. A swirl of grief, relief, and dread warred within him. For though King Stannis might see it as a righteous blow for the realm, Ned saw only more blood spilt. He wondered if that was the price demanded by a fractured kingdom. Perhaps there was no other way. He forced himself to focus on the realm's next steps. Inside the Red Keep, the corridors felt colder than usual. Servants and guards parted to let Ned pass, some bowing in respect, others hurrying away with anxious glances. By the time he reached the council chamber, half the small council had gathered. Peter Baelish lounged at one end of the table, idly tapping a slender finger. Varys stood off to the side, expression unreadable. Pycelle was absent, replaced by a younger maester from Dragonstone, for Pycelle had been thoroughly discredited in Stannis' eyes. "Lord Stark," Baelish greeted, cocking his head. "I trust the morning's unpleasantness is concluded?" Ned ignored the half-sneer. "It's done." He saw Tyrion Lannister at the far corner, arms folded, lips pressed tight. The dwarf's mismatched eyes flicked up, betraying no obvious emotion, though Ned sensed something akin to resignation. Perhaps Tyrion had expected it. Maybe he felt grief for his siblings, maybe relief that he was spared. Ned inclined his head in brief acknowledgement. Stannis had arrived only moments before, standing at the head of the council table. The king wore a dark surcoat with the crowned stag in gold. His eyes flicked to Ned, then away. He gave a curt nod. "Jaime and Cersei are dead, I presume." Ned bowed his head. "Yes, your grace. They were executed swiftly." Stannis let out a heavy breath. "So ends that threat. Let every corner of the realm know that House Lannister's treachery does not go unpunished." He glanced at Tyrion. "The imp remains, but that is another matter." Tyrion lifted a sardonic eyebrow. "I remain indeed, your grace, shackled to your goodwill. In truth, I never expected you to spare Cersei or Jaime. I doubt my father will take it well. That, I suspect, is your intention." Baelish studied Tyrion with a mild smile. "Your father, if rumors are correct, has already lost most of his power base. The Westerlands remain under threat of the king's forces. For him to strike back effectively seems challenging at best." Stannis planted his hands on the table. "Let us speak plainly. Tywin Lannister is holed up near Lannisport or the Crag, gathering whatever men he can. Some say he might flee overseas, though I doubt it. He has too much pride for that. Either he will make one last stand, or try to rally bannermen with promises of revenge. Our scouts report that House Rayne's fate, exterminated decades ago, still looms as a cautionary tale. So many lesser lords hesitate to defy Tywin outright, but they also fear my wrath. Time is on our side." He paused, letting those words hang. "Yet we cannot leave the West in chaos. We must press the advantage." Ned glanced at the map spread upon the council table. Markers indicated positions of the king's men around Riverrun, Harrenhal, and near the Gold Road. Others showed that a portion of Stannis's forces had marched west after dealing Tywin a severe blow. You plan to have your generals encircle Tywin? Stannis nodded. I mean to ride out myself once King's Landing is secure. We have hammered the Lannisters too many times for them to strike back effectively, but I'd see Tywin kneel in person. The question is, do we risk the city's stability by removing a large part of our garrison? Baelish tapped the table, eyes flicking from Stannis to Ned. We still have the Tyrell question. With Renly dead under questionable circumstances, the Tyrells retreated to Highgarden, and I hear no news of them bending the knee. They might harbor resentment. Indeed, they might try to wed Margaery to another claimant if one emerges. Varys spoke up in his soft voice. We have no direct claimants left, but rumor has always been a potent weapon. House Tyrell might anoint a puppet if they so chose, some distant Targaryen pretender or any nonsense that allows them to remain independent. Yet I suspect they will bide their time. They did not openly join the Lannisters or declare war on Stannis, so they keep their options open. Ned cleared his throat. I do not think we can ignore the Tyrells. If we march west, we cannot leave our southern flank vulnerable. The Tyrells have a massive host, second only to the Lannisters in raw numbers. Stannis's mouth tightened. We cannot fight them all. But perhaps we need not. If Mace Tyrell is as proud as they say, we might buy him off with certain concessions, recognitions of his titles, favorable trade, a marriage alliance. At present, we have no immediate bride to offer. My daughter, Shireen, is too young. The Tyrells, on the other hand, might prefer to keep Margaery unwed until a better match arises. There is also the question of alliances with the North. Ned's thoughts drifted briefly to Robb, to the younger generation. He knew the Tyrells sometimes sought ties with the great houses. A betrothal between Robb Stark and Margaery Tyrell was not unthinkable, though the North might balk at dealing with House Tyrell after all that had transpired. He said nothing of that now, it was too early for such talk. Stannis straightened, shifting his gaze to each face. First, I will see Tywin Lannister brought to heel. Then we shall address the Tyrells. Lord Stark, you shall remain as hand and protector of King's Landing in my absence. I trust you above all others to keep order. His gaze flicked to Baelish, then Varys, and then finally to Tyrion. As for you, Imp, I still debate your usefulness. Yet you have provided some insight on the Westerlands and your father's bannermen. Tyrion offered a small bow. I live to serve, and to avoid the headsman's block, of course. Stannis ignored the barb. I leave within the fortnight. Ser Davos will remain at Dragonstone, overseeing shipments to feed the city. We cannot allow another famine. If the Tyrells attempt to blockade us, we will respond in kind. Any questions? No one spoke immediately. Ned quietly resolved to keep the city from slipping into chaos. Having a formidable garrison was crucial, but it seemed Stannis would take a large portion of his men west. At least new recruits trickled in daily, minor lords who sought favor from the winning side. And, after Renly's death, the blockade had ended. King's Landing was no longer starving. That was progress, if only for the moment. Stannis ended the meeting briskly, dismissing them all. As the lords dispersed, Tyrion hovered near Ned, looking uncharacteristically uncertain. My Lord Hand, he said softly. Might I speak with you privately? Ned nodded, stepping aside. Barristan and Baelish moved past, giving them space. Once they were relatively alone, Tyrion lowered his voice. I want to ensure my father does not do something catastrophic. If Stannis crushes him, so be it, but the West could burn. Innocent folk in Lannisport might suffer. I would prefer to avoid that. Ned studied him, recalling how Tyrion had earlier floated ideas about forging deals with the lesser lords of the Westerlands. You think you can dissuade Tywin from a final stand? Tyrion shrugged. Possibly, if the crown offers him terms that spare him total ruin. Pride is a factor, but my father is not suicidal. If he sees no advantage in further bloodshed, he might bow. I ask only that you consider letting me handle negotiations when the time comes. I know my father well enough to guess what might sway him. Better that than forcing the king to resort to more shadowy methods. Ned's jaw tightened at the mention of shadows. I will speak to King Stannis. If he is open to negotiating, your presence might help. But do not expect leniency. Tywin's children conspired against the throne. Now they're gone. It's only natural for him to lash out. Tyrion's face fell slightly. Yes, so I fear. Thank you, Lord Stark. Ned watched him shuffle away, thinking that Tyrion alone among the Lannisters had any sense of restraint. Yet what good was that, if Tywin remained bent on revenge? Soon after, Ned made his way through the torchlit corridors to the Tower of the Hand. He felt drained. The day had brought more blood, more uneasy decisions. At the tower's entrance, he found Arya waiting, arms folded, a storm in her gray eyes. She wore a simple tunic and breeches that Ned suspected she had filched from the armory. Her hair was braided back, a precarious attempt at neatness. "Father," she said, voice taut. "They said you executed them." He sighed, nodding. The king passed sentence. The Lannisters, Jaime and Cersei, were guilty of treason. Arya's gaze dropped. "I know. Joffrey is still alive, isn't he?" "Yes." Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen remain wards of the crown. Arya frowned. "He's the worst of them. I still remember how he tormented that butcher's boy. How's that justice that he lives while?" He set a hand on her shoulder. "Justice is never simple, especially when children are involved." Joffrey was shaped by his mother and father's lies. The king does not believe in punishing children for their parents' crimes. He's lost his birthright and he remains under guard. Perhaps that is punishment enough. Arya shook her head. He deserved a sword in his belly. After what he did to Sansa, after the trident, her words trailed off, the anger in her eyes mingling with confusion, sorrow, and frustration. She was too young to bear these burdens, yet the city forced them upon her. Ned knelt down, meeting her gaze. "Arya, you are strong, but you must remember that we are Starks. We stand for honor, not vengeance. Robert's rebellion was sparked in part by vengeance, and it destroyed too many lives. Do not let hate consume you." She sniffed, blinking back tears, then set her jaw. "All right, but if he tries to hurt Sansa again, I will not let him. You have my word." She gave a reluctant nod, then turned to stride away, muttering something about how the city reeked. Ned watched her go, wishing he could whisk both Arya and Sansa back to the quiet of Winterfell. But Winterfell was far, and winter itself loomed beyond the horizon. War was not done yet. He climbed the steps, thoughts weighed with the day's grim events. The next morning, the bodies of Jaime and Cersei Lannister were taken to the Great September for minimal rites, though no Septons were eager to eulogize them publicly. Afterward, they were interred in the crypts beneath the September. Their heads had been rejoined to their bodies, at least, in a gesture of decency. Some in the city said good riddance, others whispered that the Lannisters had once been powerful and the realm might see more retribution. King Stannis wasted little time. Over the next week, he prepared for his western campaign. He held audiences with lords newly arrived to pledge fealty, reaffirmed their loyalty, and demanded troops. The Red Woman, Melisandre, was often at his side, her flaming heart banner visible among the black and gold. Although her presence unsettled many, none dared speak openly against her. She rarely smiled, but she would whisper counsel in Stannis' ear. Some claimed she had prophesied that Tywin Lannister would fall, others that she saw a monstrous threat in the shadows of the north. Ned found such talk deeply unnerving, but he had no authority to banish her. Stannis placed too much trust in her. One afternoon, Ned caught a glimpse of Melisandre in the courtyard. She stood by a brazier, speaking softly with a pair of knights who wore red sashes around their armor. They had the flaming heart sigil combined with Stannis' crown stag, a new symbol of their devotion. Ned overheard her mention the war for the dawn, though the words were lost in the swirl of activity. He felt a chill. So many wars had battered the realm, did she foresee an even darker one? He returned to his duties. As Hand of the King, he oversaw supply lines, coin management with Baelish feigning helpfulness, and the Gold Cloak's reorganization. With the city calm, Sansa and Arya resumed a semblance of normal life within the keep, though the tension never truly abated. Letters arrived from the north, from Robb Stark at Moat Cailin, confirming that the bannermen remained vigilant. Winter was indeed coming. Ned tried not to dwell on the rumors of dire wolves near the wall or wights in the forest. The realm's war had overshadowed such tales, but rumor of the others persisted. At last, the day came when Stannis departed with his main host, riding out of King's Landing with a column of knights, foot soldiers, and lords. The gates swung open at dawn. Trumpets sounded in a muted farewell. Ned stood on the battlements, watching the disciplined ranks march into the distance. The realm's hopes rode with them, for if Tywin was forced to yield, the final vestige of Lannister power would crumble. Then maybe peace could be negotiated with the Tyrells. Perhaps the north could remain stable. Perhaps Westeros could heal. But war seldom answered to men's hopes. In the weeks that followed, updates trickled back sporadically by Raven. Stannis advanced methodically, capturing minor western strongholds. Some surrendered outright upon sight of the royal host. Others, more loyal to Tywin, refused, forcing short sieges. Meanwhile, no one in the city heard from Tywin directly. Tyrion Lannister lingered in the Red Keep, occasionally pressing Ned for news, occasionally offering suggestions for negotiations. Ned wrote to Stannis, reminding him that Tyrion might be an asset if they meant to talk terms. He never received a direct reply, but was told the king had read the letter. King's Landing settled into an uneasy routine. Markets reopened fully, trade ships sailed in and out of the harbor, though war taxes remained high, and the small council strove to unify the realm's administration. Yet rumors abounded that the Tyrells were gathering a huge host near Bitter Bridge, uncertain whether to march north, west, or remain in place. Mace Tyrell's next move seemed to hinge on how the west fell or did not fall. It was under these circumstances, a month after Stannis departed, that Ned received a raven from Dragonstone. Ser Davos Seaworth wrote that he had discovered troubling movements in the Narrow Sea. Strange ships bearing foreign banners, possibly mercenaries, possibly something more, were rumored to be at Myr or Tyrosh. Some murmured of a Targaryen girl across the sea, gathering strength. Ned recalled how Robert had ranted about Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen living in exile. Viserys was said to have died, but Daenerys, was she a threat? Ned put the letter aside. One war at a time, he told himself. If the Targaryen girl ever landed, the realm would face another crisis. For now, though, she was half a world away if she even lived. The North's rumors of White Walkers were more pressing. But the city's people gave little thought to either threat. They had faced famine, civil strife, and the presence of two rival kings at their walls. They wanted respite. Ned hoped they might have it, if only briefly. Days passed, then weeks. Word arrived that Stannis had captured Ashmark, where Tywin once sheltered, and was now advancing on the Golden Tooth. With each victory, more Westermen laid down their arms rather than face the king's full might. Yet no one had found Tywin himself. Some said he fled into hidden passes, seeking to gather mercenaries. Others claimed he was at Casterly Rock, fortifying it for a final stand. Uncertainty reigned. Tyrion, now an unwilling guest in the Red Keep, grew anxious. One evening, Ned was roused from bed by an urgent knock. He opened the door to find a gold-cloaked captain panting. "My lord, there is trouble in Flea Bottom. A riot, they say. Something about red-robed priests. People are chanting in the streets, claiming we worship demon gods. Some are chanting against the king." Ned's heart sank. "Organize the gold cloaks. Put it down gently if you can. I'll come." He dressed hurriedly, summoned Barristan, and gathered a small retinue. They made their way through the cramped streets by torchlight. The wind carried shouts and the crackle of flames. Many in Flea Bottom still worshipped the Seven. The Red Woman's influence had grown among certain segments, but others saw her as a blasphemer. With the king away, tensions had erupted. A traveling red priest from Dragonstone had apparently tried to preach the Lord of Light's gospel, inciting locals who spat curses in return. A brawl ensued, then a riot. Smoke rose from a toppled wagon, flames licking the edges of a thatched roof. Ned arrived to find a knot of gold cloaks trying to separate two mobs. One chanting prayers to Lawler, the other shouting that the Seven would cast out demon worshippers. Bodies lay in the dirt, battered or worse. Barristan commanded the gold cloaks to form a wedge, pushing the crowds apart. The angry throngs parted reluctantly, hurling insults and debris. Ned stepped forward, voice raised. "Enough. In the name of the king, disperse." A stone flew, striking a gold cloak's helmet. Another soared overhead. Barristan's men, disciplined, kept their formation. The red-robed priest who'd started the trouble had a bleeding temple, though he clutched a torch defiantly. "Turn from false idols," he shrieked, half-dazed. "The night is dark, only the flame." A burly man from the Seven's side bellowed, "Take your shadows back to the hells, demon lover." He lunged, brandishing a club. The gold cloaks struggled to keep them apart. Ned cursed under his breath, stepping between the factions. "Stop this madness. People are dying for nothing." He pointed to a row of archers who had come up behind them. "If you do not disperse, we will use force." Gradually, the anger ebbed. Fear of the gold cloak's arrows cooled the bravado. Some shouted curses at Ned, demanding the city oust the foreign god. Others howled that Stannis was the rightful king and the Lord of Light would punish unbelievers. Ned sensed that if not for the Ring of Steel, they'd tear each other apart. The crowd thinned grudgingly, some scattering into alleyways. Bodies lay on the ground, at least 6 dead, more wounded. The red-robed priest stared at Ned with a wild glint. Where the true faith spreads, the darkness recoils. This is only the beginning. Ned had him taken away by the gold cloaks for his own safety as much as anything else. Then he directed aid to the wounded, ordering the rest of the crowd to disperse under threat of arrest. The stench of smoke lingered as he moved among the debris. Barristan joined him, shaking his head. The city remains a tinderbox, my lord. The Red Woman's power stirs both devotion and hate, without the king to stand as a unifying presence. I know. Ned rubbed his eyes. We must keep order. Post more patrols, crack down on any incitement, and keep the priest locked away for a while. I'll speak with Melisandre about controlling her followers' zeal. Barristan gave a rueful nod. And who controls her? Ned had no answer. In the days that followed, he suppressed his distaste and summoned Melisandre to the throne room. She arrived in her scarlet robes, gliding across the marble floor. She carried the faint scent of exotic incense. The hall was mostly empty, save for a few gold cloaks stationed near the pillars. Ned, seated on the hand's dais, stood as she approached. My lady, he began carefully, we have an issue with the Red Priests proselytizing in the Purr quarters. Tensions with worshippers of the Seven have risen. Last night, men died. We cannot have more bloodshed. She regarded him, her red gold hair catching the torchlight. You ask me to quench the flame of truth? I ask you to temper your preacher's zeal, he replied firmly. King Stannis does not want the capital in chaos. Faith is one thing, but stoking riots is another. Her lips curved in a faint, enigmatic smile. Chaos does not serve the Lord of Light, yet the cleansing of old falsehoods often meets resistance. Still, I will speak to them as you request. They obey me, for I speak with the king's voice and with a higher power's blessing. Ned forced himself not to roll his eyes. I appreciate your cooperation. The last thing we need is more reason for the city to resent the king's rule. She moved closer, the flicker of her ruby necklace drawing his eye. Lord Stark, you carry a heavy burden of guilt and care. I see it in your eyes. You fear for the realm, for your family, for the shadows you sense beyond the horizon. Let the fire lift your burdens. If you wish, I can show you glimpses in the flames. He stiffened. I have my own gods, my lady. Old gods of the north. I do not need visions in the flames. She tilted her head. Those old gods sleep. The war to come will demand more than silent trees. Her voice dropped. In the east, a dragon rises. In the far north, an ancient cold stirs. This realm is caught between fire and ice. Will you stand idle? Ned's heart thumped, unsettled by the mixture of truth and mysticism. He remembered rumors of a Targaryen across the sea, the old threat beyond the wall. I stand for my duty. That is enough. Her eyes glowed in the torchlight, but she bowed gracefully. As you will. I shall instruct my followers to be mindful of their methods. The Lord of Light's war must not devour King's Landing prematurely. With that, she turned and left, robes whispering across the floor. Ned felt a chill despite the lingering warmth of the torches. Fire and ice. He recalled that phrase from somewhere, perhaps an old tale. He could not dwell on it. The realm needed stability, not cryptic portents. The next turning of the moon brought fresh news from the west. Stannis had seized the Golden Tooth and advanced south of the crag. Still no sign of Tywin. Some believed the elder Lannister had fortified Casterly Rock, preparing for an extended siege. Others claimed he lingered in the hills, waiting to strike at supply lines. Meanwhile, smaller houses near Lannisport had begun to yield, either out of fear or pragmatic acceptance. Stannis's letters boasted of discipline and minimal bloodshed, but Ned knew how easily war could turn savage. At last, a decisive letter arrived at King's Landing. It bore Stannis's seal, the parchment crisp, the words clipped as always. Lord Hand, we have discovered Tywin Lannister's position. He holds Casterly Rock with a considerable garrison. My scouts believe the fortress is well stocked. A direct assault would cost many lives. Yet if he can hold out through winter, the war may linger. I prefer a swift end. Advise if you have means to persuade him to surrender. His bannermen desert him, but the rock is formidable. Stannis Baratheon, king of the Undulls, etc. Ned read it 3 times, then summoned Tyrion Lannister. The dwarf arrived in the council chamber, accompanied by 2 gold cloaks. He had a weary look, but he still managed a wry greeting. You called, Lord Stark? Have you grown fond of my charming wit? Ned set the parchment on the table. We have reason to believe your father has withdrawn to Casterly Rock. King Stannis faces a siege. He wants your advice on how to force Tywin's surrender without a lengthy war. Are you prepared to help? Tyrion exhaled, glancing at the parchment. If I refuse, I'd be a fool. I'd see my homeland devastated. My father besieged, and likely, I'd share the blame. Very well, I'll do what I can. But understand, Casterly Rock is nearly impregnable. The only way to ensure a quick surrender is to break my father's will. That means offering him terms he can live with, or convincing him there is no hope. Ned tapped a finger on the table. We can send you west under guard to speak with him. Do you believe he would yield upon hearing from you? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Tyrion's face. Possibly, but Tywin is proud. He'd rather fight than grovel. If you can guarantee him some measure of dignity, perhaps let him retain the rock in exchange for acknowledging Stannis as king, he might be swayed. If, on the other hand, you demand he face the same fate as Jaime and Cersei, he'll never bend. He'd see the entire realm in flames first. Ned grimaced, recalling that Tywin's children had died under Stannis' sentence. I cannot promise leniency. The king might if it means peace. Tyrion spread his hands. A bargaining chip, then. Let me carry a formal offer. If Tywin refuses, you'll know he's resolved to fight. At least you lose nothing by letting me try. Ned studied the dwarf's expression. Tyrion had no illusions about his father's cruelty, but neither did he want House Lannister destroyed entirely. Very well. I'll write to King Stannis and suggest we dispatch you as an envoy. If the king agrees, you will ride west under a loyal escort. Tyrion dipped his head. Then may the gods, whichever ones we still believe in, grant me luck. Ned arranged for a raven to fly west, describing Tyrion's plan in detail. In the meantime, the city continued to simmer. Melisandre's priests mostly obeyed her injunction to preach without stirring riots, though tension remained high. The wards, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, remained in comfortable captivity, each reacting differently. Myrcella quietly wept at times. Tommen stuck to reading and playing with cats, while Joffrey tried to bully the servants and guard alike, earning him isolation in his chambers more than once. Sansa kept her distance from Joffrey, though part of her felt pangs of sympathy for a boy who had lost everything. Arya had no such qualms. She called him a monster who deserved the worst. Ned had to remind both of them that the war demanded they keep to safer corners of the keep. The last thing he wanted was an altercation between Arya and Joffrey. In the swirl of all this, a raven arrived back from Stannis, carrying a short reply. The king would permit Tyrion Lannister to travel west as an envoy with strict terms. If Tywin agreed to yield, he could remain Lord of the Rock under heavy conditions: tribute, hostages, oath of loyalty. If he refused, the siege would proceed. Ned took the letter to Tyrion, who read it silently. Well, Tyrion said, raising a brow. It's more generous than I expected. Tywin might still reject it, but it's worth a try. They assembled a small party, half a dozen knights from Dragonstone, accompanied by a few gold cloaks and one of Ned's own men, Jory's cousin, Edric Castle, a reliable soldier. Tyrion would ride under a banner of truce. In the eyes of the realm, it was a final attempt at peace. Before departing, Tyrion visited his nephews and niece. Ned allowed it, provided a guard was present. Tyrion spent a short time speaking quietly to Myrcella and Tommen, encouraging them to remain docile, to study their lessons, and to pray for a better future. Joffrey refused to see him, shouting obscenities through the door. Tyrion merely shrugged. He was always in love with his own cruelty, he murmured to Ned afterward. I pity anyone assigned as his jailer. When the day came, Tyrion and his escort left through the Gate of the Gods at dawn. Ned stood atop the wall, watching the small column wind its way west. If Tywin accepted Stannis' terms, the war might finally end. If not, the siege of Casterly Rock could drag on for months, maybe years. The realm had bled enough already. Ned prayed to the old gods that some measure of peace could be found. Days passed, then a fortnight with no word. The city calmed somewhat as the gold cloaks maintained order and trade continued through the ports. Baelish complained about the cost of expansions to the Watch, but Ned insisted it was necessary to keep the people safe. Tensions still flared occasionally between the worshippers of the Seven and the Lawler faithful, but the Red Woman herself rarely ventured beyond the keep. Finally, a raven arrived from Tyrion. He had reached Stannis' camp near the rock. Tywin was indeed within the fortress, apparently well supplied. Tyrion's letter described guarded talks at the base of the massive cliff that housed Casterly Rock's main gates. Tywin had not emerged, sending only messengers. The gist of it, Tywin demanded full amnesty and the release of Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. That Ned knew was impossible. Stannis would never free them while Tywin drew breath. A second letter arrived soon after, in King Stannis' handwriting, describing how negotiations had stalled. The king threatened to begin a full siege if Tywin did not relent. Tyrion was attempting to mediate. But King Stannis' patience was finite. He would not let the war drag on. If Tywin forced his hand, the rock would be besieged by land and sea. Mace Tyrell had sent polite inquiries, but no direct threat. For the moment, the Tyrells waited to see if Stannis would bog down in a prolonged assault. In King's Landing, Ned could do nothing but wait and hold the city steady. He visited the parapets, often glancing out at the roads, half expecting a Tyrell host or some fresh wave of chaos. Sansa and Arya found a cautious routine, practicing needlework or swords in the relative safety of the keep. Over time, Arya's restless energy became somewhat subdued, a sign she sensed the city's tension. Sansa's nightmares about Joffrey had lessened, though she still looked haunted. As weeks turned to months, the stalemate at Casterly Rock persisted. Word came that Stannis had blockaded the sea approach to the rock, with ships from Dragonstone controlling the port of Lannisport. On land, his forces built camp outside Arrow Range. Tywin refused to parley in person. Meanwhile, Tyrion continued to shuttle messages back and forth, occasionally writing Ned to report small shifts, a minor concession here, a threat there. No true breakthrough. Winter's edge crept closer. The days grew shorter, the nights colder. Then, one evening, everything changed. A rider from the west arrived after dark, covered in dust, bearing a parchment sealed with both Stannis' stag and the Lannister lion. The gold cloaks took him to Ned immediately. In the Tower of the Hand Solar, Ned broke the seal while the rider stood panting. It was a joint statement, apparently hammered out by Tyrion and countersigned by Tywin, then confirmed by Stannis. In brief, Tywin Lannister would accept Stannis as king, renounce all claims of the Lannister children. He would keep Casterly Rock as his hereditary seat, but forfeit a hefty portion of Lannister gold to the crown as reparations. He would send a son or cousin as a hostage. Since Jaime was dead, a different relative would do, along with a handful of other measures ensuring loyalty. In exchange, Stannis would not storm the rock or execute Tywin. The war between House Lannister and the crown would end. The battered West would submit. Ned read it twice, hardly daring to believe. Barristan, who stood close, let out a breath. 7 save us, if it's truly over, that spares thousands from a siege. Ned nodded, scanning the text for trickery. There was no mention of releasing Joffrey and the others. Indeed, the statement only said they might be allowed to live out their days in honorable captivity or else be exiled eventually. Tywin had apparently conceded that. It must have pained him, Ned murmured. But perhaps House Lannister can survive this way. The writer reported that a formal ceremony was expected soon, with Tywin kneeling to Stannis outside the rock, though none knew if the old lion would actually appear. Tyrion had orchestrated the final negotiations using the threat of a brutal siege and the memory of Jaime and Cersei's fates as leverage. Perhaps in the end, Tywin had chosen to preserve House Lannister from total oblivion. Or so it seemed. Ned wasted no time calling a late session of the Small Council. Baelish arrived yawning, Varys flitted in silently, and the new maester stood ready. Some knights of the realm joined, curious. Once they heard the contents, excitement and relief rippled through them. By daybreak, the city buzzed with rumor. The war in the west was at an end. The king would soon return triumphant. The common folk, weary of conflict, rejoiced at the notion that the realm might be at peace. Over the following weeks, ravens confirmed that Tywin Lannister indeed knelt before King Stannis in a somber ceremony at the base of Casterly Rock. The king accepted his fealty. House Lannister was not destroyed, but chastened, forced to pay a massive sum in gold, release certain prisoners, and hand over a hostage, Kevan Lannister's son, or another close cousin, to ensure good behavior. The battered Lannister armies disbanded. Mercenaries were dismissed. Peace at last, though a fragile one. Tyrion's letters described the scene. Tywin bowed stiffly, fury in his eyes, but he bowed. Stannis, stern and unyielding, demanded an oath that echoed through the courtyard. Many Westermen looked on in shock. Then it was done. The king did not enter Casterly Rock. He had no desire to linger in Tywin's domain, nor did he trust feasts or celebrations. He marched away within days, leaving a token force to ensure compliance with the peace terms. Tyrion was uncertain if Tywin would abide by it forever, but for now, the war was over. In King's Landing, Ned's days grew somewhat brighter. Food poured into the city. War taxes eased. The gold cloaks relaxed their constant vigilance. King Stannis sent word that he would return via Rosby in a month's time, aiming to cement his hold on the capital before winter truly fell. The city's mood lightened. Even so, the threat of the Tyrells remained. Mace Tyrell had not declared war, but nor had he sworn fealty. The absence of open conflict was a boon, though how long it lasted was anyone's guess. Yet the realm was not wholly at peace. Rumors reached Ned that, in the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy stirred once more. He had tested the waters in the past, and with the realm battered, he might seize the chance to raid the coasts. Ned wrote to the king, warning of a possible Greyjoy rebellion. The north, under Robb's watchful eye, could guard the neck, but the western coasts might be vulnerable if Stannis' fleet was not prepared. Another letter came from the Wall, from the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, speaking of missing rangers and strange sightings. Ned felt dread coil in his gut. The others, if they truly existed, were a threat beyond anything else. But the realm was too fixated on its own internal strife to unite against an ancient myth. Another problem for another day, he told himself wearily. Eventually, King Stannis' host began to trickle back. First came outriders, then wagons carrying spoils of war, much of it gold from Lannister chests. The king himself arrived on a stormy afternoon, riding a black stallion through the city gates with Melisandre close beside him, her red cloak bright in the swirling drizzle. The citizens lined the streets, some cheering, others gawking at the famed Red Woman. Stannis rode in silence. No rousing victory speech. The city had seen enough pomp. A handful of highborn captives from the west were paraded behind them, looking sullen and resigned. Tyrion Lannister was among the king's retinue, face unreadable beneath the drizzle. They convened in the throne room that evening, where Stannis recounted the end of the war. Ned stood at his side, hearing details of the ceremony at Casterly Rock. Melisandre's presence was subdued. She watched the crowd with an implacable smile. Baelish offered mild congratulations. Varys bowed obsequiously, praising the king's might. Tyrion lingered at the back, overshadowed by the outraged stares of those who blamed House Lannister for so much blood. Stannis wasted little time. He called Ned forward, praised him for keeping King's Landing in order, reaffirmed him as Hand of the King. A wave of applause followed. Then Stannis addressed the crowd, voice echoing. This realm will not endure another challenge to its rightful order. Tywin Lannister has bent the knee. House Lannister remains, but chastened. Let no one doubt the crown's resolve. The next day, the king held a smaller meeting in the Solar with Ned, Barristan, Davos, who had joined from Dragonstone, Tyrion, and a few others. Melisandre stood silently in the corner. Stannis outlined the next priorities: to ensure House Tyrell would not rebel, to watch the Iron Islands, and to quell any lingering sparks of Lannister unrest. Ned advised a diplomatic approach to Highgarden. Tyrion ironically agreed. So did Davos, who was more pragmatic than zealously devout. Stannis frowned at the mention of wooing the Tyrells. They spurned me once, supporting Renly. I have not forgotten. But if we must negotiate, so be it. The realm cannot withstand another war so soon. A letter was drafted, inviting Mace Tyrell to King's Landing to confirm his loyalty, offering to discuss an alliance. Ned suggested a marriage or a formal treaty. Stannis gave no hint of giving up his own position. If the Tyrells refused, so be it. Meanwhile, Tyrion's position remained ambiguous. Stannis allowed him to stay at court as a sort of forced advisor on Western affairs, though many lords eyed him suspiciously. The dwarf wore cynicism like a shield, but occasionally Ned spotted a flicker of genuine relief that House Lannister was not exterminated. Word of the Lannister surrender spread swiftly. The small folk found renewed hope. King's Landing bustled with markets and festivities. Sansa emerged from the keep more often, delighting in the sight of new wares. Arya resumed sneaking around, though Ned kept guards on her. He did not want her wandering too far, even in more peaceful times. Amid this improvement, another shift occurred. The faith of R'hllor gained new converts. Soldiers returning from the west spoke of the Red Woman's miracles, how a mere shadow had ended Renly's threat, and how Stannis' cause had triumphed swiftly. Street preachers of R'hllor declared that the Seven had failed to protect the Lannisters and that the new king's rule was blessed by fire. Ned worried that friction with the traditional faith would ignite again, but at least no fresh riots erupted. Perhaps the city had grown weary of fighting. The Septons at the Great September held their ceremonies, but a quiet tension lingered. If Stannis openly embraced Lawler, the faith of the Seven might feel marginalized. Ned walked a careful line, ensuring no edicts forced people to convert. The next piece in the puzzle came from the north. A raven from Robb Stark, describing how the harvest was in, winter might deepen soon, and that rumors of Greyjoy raiders circulated around the stony shore. Robb had dispatched men to reinforce the coasts. The message ended with a polite request for guidance from Ned. Should the North remain aloof from southern affairs, or should they send more men to aid the king now that the war with the Lannisters was done? Ned penned a response, urging vigilance. If Greyjoy raids intensified, it might become a larger conflict. The realm needed unity more than ever, especially if trouble brewed across the sea with the Targaryen girl. He urged Robb to remain watchful, keep the bannermen prepared, but not to march south unless the crown requested it. The king might soon direct a new campaign against the Iron Islands, or might find a peaceful resolution. Hard to say. Ned insisted on caution above all. As weeks wore on, winter's chill became tangible in the crisp morning air. The city's nights lengthened and some outlying villages near the Rosby Road reported early frosts. King Stannis convened a grand meeting to discuss the realm's state. The west was stable enough with Tywin paying his tribute. The Riverlands slowly recovered from the ravages of war. The crown's coffers benefited from Lannister gold, though Baelish Riley remarked that a good portion had already been spent on war debts. House Tyrell remained quiet in the south, ignoring invitations to come to King's Landing. Stannis considered leading a progress to Highgarden in the spring if the roads allowed. Meanwhile, the Red Woman often reminded the king that a greater war loomed beyond the horizon. Ned tried to ignore it, but Melisandre's whisperings about the prince that was promised or the darkness that threatened all life were repeated often enough. Some claimed she implied that Stannis himself was chosen to unite the realm against an otherworldly threat. Ned had no time for cryptic prophecies. Let the king handle his own illusions of destiny. And so, with the war's immediate fires doused, a curious calm settled. Ned found it both relieving and ominous. He spent evenings on the ramparts with Barristan or Davos discussing the future. Might the realm truly heal? Might the old feuds fade? The children of the Lannisters, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, remained wards, effectively hostages to keep Tywin in line. They lived in comfortable apartments, receiving lessons from maesters carefully guarded. Myrcella was sweet-tempered, Tommen eager to learn, and Joffrey sullen. Ned glimpsed them occasionally, wondering if one day they might be freed, or exiled, or forced into some marriage pact. For now, King Stannis had no desire to slay children, but nor would he let them go. At times, Ned's mind drifted north to Winterfell, to the quiet Godwood, the falling leaves around the heart tree, and the distant call of dire wolves in the night. He missed it fiercely, but he was the hand of the king. Duty bound him. Stannis needed his counsel more so than Robert ever had. Robert had once been a boisterous friend, leaning on Ned's honor without truly listening. Stannis, though austere and proud, listened when Ned spoke of unity and measured compromise. If only the king did not rely so heavily on Melisandre for spiritual guidance. The year's end approached. The nights grew even longer. Another raven came from the wall, more rangers missing beyond the frost-fanged forests, odd sightings of pale shapes in the gloom. The Lord Commander begged more men. Ned brought the matter to the king, who seemed torn. He recognized the vow to protect the realm's north but was loath to disperse more forces. The king's men were still spread thin, occupying certain strategic points. Stannis said he would consider it come spring. For the winter months, the roads would be harsh and the realm might face the Ironborn or Tyrell intrigues. Ned left the discussion unsatisfied but understood the king's dilemma. At last, the snows arrived in King's Landing, rare, wet flakes drifting from an overcast sky, causing the city to bustle with wonder and dismay. Mud replaced dust in the streets. Merchants huddled under awnings. The great September steppes gathered slush. On one such day, Ned was reviewing ledgers with Baelish and the maester when a messenger entered, bearing a letter sealed with the Tyrell rose. Mace Tyrell had replied at last, in formal and somewhat grandiose language, stating that while he recognized King Stannis' triumph, he had reservations about the unfortunate circumstances of Renly's demise. He proposed a harvest feast in the Reach come spring, at which the king might appear to mend old wounds. A polite invitation, but laced with caution. The subtext: if Stannis wanted the Tyrells' open loyalty, he would come to them on their terms. Ned brought the letter to King Stannis, who read it with a scowl. So they want me to come cap in hand? I think not. Ned attempted to counsel moderation. It may be an opportunity to seal a lasting peace. We cannot fight the Tyrells next, not without dooming the realm to further chaos. If you show willingness to compromise, it might yield alliance. Stannis's mouth tightened. They supported Renly's false claim, openly defied me. Now they want me to smile and share bread? Very well. I shall consider it, but they will not dictate terms. So, as the year drew to a close, the realm teetered on the threshold of a new chapter. Lannisters subdued, Tyrells half-cordial, the North vigilant, the Iron Islands stirring, the East rumored to harbor a dragon queen, and overshadowing it all, the Red Woman's quiet warnings that a greater darkness gathered. Ned found himself longing for the straightforward cold of the North, where a man knew his foe by the ice in the air, not by the serpent's hiss of politics. Yet he remained the hand, trusting that this moment of relative calm could be nurtured into genuine stability. In those quieter winter evenings, Ned sometimes gathered with his daughters in the solar of the Tower of the Hand, reading old tales by lamplight. Arya would sprawl on a chair, complaining that the city was dull now, while Sansa would quietly embroider or listen raptly to some ballad of heroism. At times, Ned felt the pang of missing his younger sons, Bran and Rickon, left in Winterfell's care. He wrote to them often, though letters were a pale substitute for the warmth of a father's presence. As the snow melted into a slushy drizzle, the city's mood shifted from relief to a subdued acceptance that King Stannis' regime was here to stay. With Tywin Lannister's surrender, none could effectively challenge the crown's authority. Mercenaries drifted away, seeking coin elsewhere. Traders arrived from the free cities, hawking foreign wares. Gradually, King's Landing began to feel like a capital at peace, albeit one still nursing fresh wounds. But peace in Westeros was always fragile. One morning, near the turning of the new year, Ned stood upon the battlements, gazing at the watery sunlight glinting off the Blackwater. Barristan joined him. They spoke of how the realm might unify if Stannis handled the Tyrell matter delicately. Then a crier's voice rang out in the courtyard below, announcing the arrival of a ship from White Harbor. A letter awaited the hand of the king. Ned descended, heart constricting. Whenever White Harbor sent urgent messages, it often involved the North or the sea. He took the parchment from the messenger, noting the Manderley seal. Breaking it, his eyes scanned the lines, and the breath caught in his throat. Balon Greyjoy had declared the Iron Islands independent once more, launching a fresh wave of raids along the northern coasts. Reports told of burned fishing villages, seized merchant ships. The Raven had also come from Torrens Square. The Ironborn threatened it again. He closed his eyes. So another war beckoned, or at least a savage conflict on the coasts. The realm would not know rest so easily. He braced himself to inform King Stannis. The king, presumably, would rally a navy to subdue the Iron Islands. But the realm was so large, the threats so many. Ned felt the future swirl with uncertainty. Had it been only a short time since they overcame the Lannisters? He carried the message to the Red Keep's audience chamber, each step echoing. Once again, the tides of war rose to test them. Ned Stark sighed, remembering how Robert had spoken with bitterness of the Greyjoy rebellion years before. War never ended, not truly, yet duty compelled him onward. He would do what he must, for the sake of the realm, until the snows fell in earnest or some final reckoning arrived. If that meant confronting Balon Greyjoy's ambitions while still juggling the Tyrell situation, so be it. He thought of the newly stable West, Tywin's capitulation. A step forward. Then he thought of the Ironborn stirring, the Tyrells uncertain, the distant Targaryen rumors, and the ominous signs from the north. A step back. Yes, the realm stood on uneasy ground, always teetering between fleeting peace and a fresh wave of bloodshed. Through it all, Eddard Stark would stand, upholding the truth, a steady hand for King Stannis' rule. He only prayed that in doing so, he might somehow guide Westeros to a future less soaked in red, less shadowed by dark flames, and more worthy of the innocents who yearned for safety beneath the crown. And so, in the hush of that winter morning, as he carried the letter to the waiting king, the story continued, poised on the brink of new trials and uncertain tomorrows, shaped by the myriad choices and sacrifices already made, by the memory of those who had died in pursuit of the truth, and by the unbending will of the last honest lord who had dared to confront a monstrous lie before it could seize the throne. Ned Stark stepped into the audience chamber where King Stannis Baratheon was consulting a map of Westeros by dim lamplight. The hush of the late hour cast flickering shadows across the table upon which markers denoted loyal bannermen, subdued Lannisters, and various unknown factors lurking in the corners of the realm. A chill wind rattled the shutters, carrying the taste of winter's approach. Ned suppressed a shiver. He had faced men brandishing steel, endured cunning plots in King's Landing, and navigated a fragile peace with the Tyrells. But the words in this letter from White Harbor felt like another blow to a realm that had only just begun to heal. Stannis wore a somber expression, lines of fatigue etched into his features ever since he had returned victorious from the west. The war there might be over, but as Ned entered, he could see in the king's eyes a man who rarely tasted relief. Melisandre stood nearby, quietly watchful, her red robes rustling in the flickering lamplight. The flaming heart emblem upon her breast cast odd reflections as though wreathed in living embers. Ned did not know if she slept at all. Sometimes it seemed she kept vigil long after midnight, whispering prayers to her foreign god. He gave her a stiff nod in acknowledgement, then turned to the king. "Your Grace," Ned said. "News from White Harbor." Without ceremony, he set the parchment on the table. "Lord Wyman Manderley writes that Balon Greyjoy has declared himself king of the Isles once more. There are fresh raids on the stony shore. Fisherfolk slaughtered or taken as thralls. The Ironborn boast that the north is vulnerable. So they strike again, testing our defenses." Stannis' mouth tightened. "Greyjoy again? Is that old fool so eager to be crushed a second time? Robert put down his rebellion once. Does he think the realm too battered to respond?" Ned remembered the brutal Greyjoy rebellion of years past. Robert and Ned had led soldiers to retake Seaguard to quell the Ironborn who boasted of their drowned god. "They choose their mome." "NT well," Ned replied. "Our men are weary from war in the west, the crown's coffers are drained despite Lannister gold, and the north braces for winter. Balon Greyjoy may think we cannot spare the might to sail against him." Melisandre moved closer, her voice soft but resonant. "If they threaten the realm, they threaten the light. They shall see their illusions drowned in their own darkness." Stannis gave a brusque nod. "Their illusions will not save them from my fleet. But I must be certain we can gather enough ships to quell these raids for good. I've still men at Lannisport, but that war is done. Perhaps we can shift them. Still, we have to keep watch on the Tyrells. They've not openly turned on us, but they remain uncommitted to bending the knee." Ned understood the king's dilemma too well. The crown could not afford to fight on multiple fronts, not after the realm had been shredded by the Lannister and Renly conflicts. "Lord Wyman pleads for aid, Your Grace," he said. "He's mustering men in White Harbor. My son Robb is also prepared to defend the north, but neither can gather enough warships to challenge the Iron Islands at sea. They'd need the royal fleet, but that leaves our southern coasts open or might draw away ships we need elsewhere." Stannis sighed, rubbing a gloved hand over his brow. "The Greyjoys always pick at scabs, striking when we are vulnerable. If we do nothing, they may raid with impunity. Yet if we commit the royal fleet, the Tyrells might see an opening to blockade us again. We must weigh carefully. My brother Robert always had a simpler approach, crush them so thoroughly they never rise. But that was before the realm was bled by so many lesser wars. Ned had never shared Robert's lust for total destruction, but there was truth in that approach. The Greyjoys, like a recurrent wound, might only be subdued by a decisive blow. Balon Greyjoy might be courting allies, for all we know, he ventured. If he secures sails from the narrow sea, or if some petty lords see advantage in sowing chaos, the north might burn." Stannis' jaw set. "Then perhaps we cannot wait. I will dispatch a portion of my fleet from Dragonstone at once, maybe 24 war galleys. Enough to harass the Ironborn, keep them wary. Let them taste the crown's wrath. In the meantime, the north can reinforce its shoreline defenses." Ned inclined his head. "Lord Wyman and my son Robb will be grateful. But be warned, the Ironborn seldom yield easily. They have old ways, a savage faith in the drowned god. Some say they care more for reaving and raiding than for life itself." Melisandre's eyes flickered in the lamplight. Another false god. Another darkness. The Lord of Light stands above all such feeble devotions. She paused, glancing at Stannis. My king, I urge you not to tarry. Fire consumes that which stands in its path, and these Ironborn are no less mortal. Stannis raised a hand to silence her. I have no intention of tarrying. But I won't rush headlong into more war if there's a chance for them to scurry back into their holes. If we apply naval pressure, maybe Greyjoy sees sense. If not, we crush him. He addressed Ned formally, draft a letter to Wyman Manderley letting him know we send ships. Another to your son Robb, instructing him on what we can supply. Meanwhile, I'll rally the captains at once. This realm will not endure more fracturing. Ned agreed. Early the next day, ravens flew from the rookery bearing the king's sealed directives. Stannis conferred with Lord Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, who oversaw much of the royal fleet from Dragonstone. Within days, reports surfaced of galleys being ready to sail north around the Fingers, a perilous route, yet crucial for reinforcing White Harbor or striking at Pike. Meanwhile, Ned urged caution, suspecting Balon Greyjoy might intensify raids before the Crown's ships arrived. Throughout King's Landing, the news of Ironborn aggression stirred a muted sense of alarm. Some remembered the last Greyjoy rebellion, how the Iron Islands rose in flame and were nearly hammered into submission by Robert's fury. Now, that memory mixed with the present relief that at least the Lannisters were pacified. The city did not riot as it had over bread or religious strife, but a flicker of unrest remained. People whispered that a new war might sap resources, that the Tyrells might seize the opportunity, or that foreign powers, perhaps even the rumored Targaryen, would exploit the chaos. Ned devoted himself to maintaining order. The Gold Cloaks continued their patrols, supplemented by some of Stannis's men. The Red Priests largely kept to their own enclaves, though they preached that Lawler would guide King Stannis to victory over the drowned god, which incensed the small faithful pockets of the Seven. There were brawls in a few taverns, arguments in the streets, but no mass violence. Ned suppressed each spark swiftly, preferring calm negotiations or the threat of the gallows as needed. Weeks passed. The winter's chill deepened in the capital, a biting wind off the Blackwater that made the ramparts slick with frost in the mornings. Merchants complained about the cost of fuel. The great September Septons gave alms to the poor, while Red Priests lit towering braziers near their temples. King Stannis rarely left the Red Keep, focusing on dispatches to the north or occasional audiences with storm landlords. The Tyrell situation remained at a standstill. Word came that Mace Tyrell was hosting lavish feasts in Highgarden, feasts that Stannis refused to attend unless the Tyrell Lord pledged fealty. Mace sent polite letters, empty gestures, and truth. For the moment, the Reach neither rebelled nor embraced Stannis wholeheartedly. Then, just when Ned began to think the city might endure a quiet winter, fresh tidings reached them. A band of Ironborn reavers had landed near Seaguard, attacking ships in the harbor. The local Malisters fought them off, but the incursion caused panic. Another raid threatened Widow's Watch, though the attackers withdrew upon sight of approaching Northmen. The Crown's galleys had not yet reached White Harbor, delayed by storms along the coast. Robb Stark sent word that the North would hold, but that they needed the royal fleet to pin the Ironborn at sea. Ned could almost taste the frustration radiating from those letters. Faced with these incremental but persistent raids, Stannis dispatched more captains. A war council was held in the throne room featuring lords from the Stormlands, a few Riverland representatives, and Tyrion Lannister, still forced to remain under watch. Tyrion no longer had the easy smirk of old. He recognized that the realm tottered under the weight of unending threats. Balon Greyjoy might be half-mad, he observed, but he isn't a fool. He knows exactly how to strike terror with minimal risk. Ser Davos, newly arrived from Dragonstone, rubbed his chin. I have men ready, ships armed. We cannot sail in a single day, but we'll do so soon. The storms battered the hulls. Another fortnight, perhaps. Stannis bristled. Each day wasted is another day the Ironborn raid. We must intensify shipbuilding. By spring, I want a fleet that can crush Pike entirely if needed. No more half measures. Ned recognized that the king's frustration came from balancing multiple crises. Tapping a finger on the table, he said, the North can hold for now, but if these raids continue deep into winter, small folk will starve or freeze in the chaos. The Malisters, Manderleys, and Starks can handle the land war, but the sea is yours, your grace. Stannis' face was grim. And so I shall provide. But recall, if we send the bulk of the fleet north, we risk opening the southern coasts. The Tyrells or others might sense an opening. I must keep enough warships near Storm's End and King's Landing to deter any attempt at a blockade. Unless you have reason to believe the Tyrells plan a full betrayal. Ned glanced at Tyrion, who gave the barest shake of his head as if to say he had no inside knowledge of Tyrell intrigues. They have not mustered a large host or marched on any crown lands, Ned said. It seems they wait. Mace Tyrell likely wants to see if war with the Ironborn drains us further. Then he might name his price. Stannis exhaled. Then we use caution. We commit enough ships to protect the north, not all. Davos, do what you can to expedite repairs. I want sails in the water within the month. The meeting concluded with a plan that satisfied no one fully. Ned saw the tension in every face. The realm was exhausted. Another war, even if limited to a maritime conflict, threatened to erode the tenuous peace. And beyond that, quiet rumors surfaced of other powers stirring, talk of Sellswords massing in Essos and that Targaryen girl, Daenerys, possibly forging alliances. Varys dropped hints that certain ships from Pentos had gone missing, carrying suspicious cargo. Baelish, for his part, shrugged off those rumors, more concerned with the crown's debts. Days flowed on. The year marched toward its darkest nights. On the shortest day, an icy rain lashed King's Landing, turning the streets to muddy sludge. Ned found a moment's respite near the hearth in his solar, reading a letter from Winterfell. Maester Luwin wrote that Bran had grown more confident in his new circumstances, that Rickon was as wild as ever, but that the fortress prepared for deep snow. It warmed Ned's heart to envision them. He felt the pang of homesickness. Yet his duties held him in King's Landing, a city that never felt truly like home. Come nightfall, a gold-cloaked captain pounded on the door, calling that a rowdy mob had gathered near the Dragon Pit ruins. Ned sighed, donned a cloak, and joined Barristan and Selmy to investigate. They arrived to find drunken men fighting, cursing the king for ignoring their plight. Some still feared famine or sword prices. Others wore red sashes proclaiming loyalty to Lawler. The brawl fed on resentments, though it was subdued once the gold cloaks pinned down the ringleaders. Ned felt the old tension returning, the city balanced precariously like a loaded cart on a steep road. He returned to the keep, soaked in cold rain, to find a messenger waiting with tidings from Storm's End. Some local lords chafed at the crown's demands for ships, complaining they had already sacrificed men in the war against Tywin. Stannis's unyielding stance roused bitterness. Another headache. Ned penned a polite but firm letter urging them to recall the Ironborn threat that menaced them all. How many more such letters would he write? In the subsequent weeks, the crown's battered fleet mustered again. Ser Davos reported that enough vessels had been repaired to sail. True to Stannis's orders, they hoisted anchor, heading north along the coast. A risk, indeed, leaving the capital with fewer warships. But the alternative was to let the Ironborn ravage the north unopposed. Stannis accompanied them partway, then returned to King's Landing to maintain a presence in the seat of power. Ned found the king restless, pacing corridors, rarely indulging in feasts or amusements. Melisandre, as always, trailed behind, offering cryptic assurances that the light would prevail. Then, at last, ravens from White Harbor confirmed that a portion of the royal fleet had arrived. Robb Stark wrote of the welcome sight of war galleys bearing the Stag and Flaming Heart banner, docking in the frosty harbor. The Ironborn retreated from certain coasts, avoiding direct battles at sea, though a few skirmishes took place near the Bight. Balon Greyjoy, it seemed, was not prepared for a full confrontation with the Royal Navy. He preferred stealthy raids. The winter seas churned under savage winds, complicating maneuvers. Both sides struggled. Ned prayed the North and the Crown's captains could coordinate well enough to corner the Reavers or at least push them back. As this partial war ground on, the realm did not descend into chaos, but tension pressed upon every corner. Where once the city had breathed relief at the end of the Lannister War, now the worry of Ironborn raids overshadowed talk of peace. Some lords grumbled that Stannis was stretching the Crown's resources thin. Others insisted that he show strength. Ned carefully navigated these debates in council sessions, reminding them that the realm must not abandon the North. Meanwhile, the Tyrell question lingered. Mace Tyrell's ambiguous stance incited speculation that he might be waiting for the crown to become overextended, then demand favorable terms for an alliance, or even consider forging ties with Balon Greyjoy, though that seemed far-fetched. Tyrion Lannister quietly observed it all, offering the occasional sardonic comment. He remained in the keep under a kind of house arrest, though permitted to attend certain councils. Ned noticed the dwarf's subtle intelligence shining through. Once, Tyrion half-jokingly proposed that if the Tyrells refused to cooperate, they might become allies with the Ironborn to disrupt trade. Ned found the notion appalling and improbable, but nothing was impossible in a realm so battered by intrigue. Through it all, Sansa and Arya tried to find a sense of normalcy. Sansa resumed lessons in highborn comportment, though she no longer dreamed of a golden-haired prince. Arya practiced sword forms with a retired Braavosi Sells word Stannis had permitted to remain in the city. She claimed she was practicing water dancing even though the man was no Syrio-Farrell. At times, Ned found them a small comfort amid the swirling chaos, a reminder of family bonds. He still missed Catelyn, away in the Vale or at Riverrun he wasn't entirely sure, as communication with Lysa Arryn remained sporadic. That distance weighed on him. Then, in midwinter's gloom, word arrived that unsettled even Stannis. A raven from the Night's Watch informed them that more rangers had vanished beyond the wall. Strange signs pointed to an ancient threat stirring in the far north. Ned's mind returned to old stories of the others. Stannis scowled at the letter, muttering that the realm could not chase old ghosts while dealing with living enemies. If the Night's Watch requires men, he said at a council, they must recruit from the realm's dungeons or from volunteers. I cannot spare an army to chase shadows. Let the lords of the north handle it if it becomes real. Ned swallowed his misgivings. He had grown up with those old tales, but had no proof that anything truly supernatural stirred. Yet a cold dread lingered in him as though the wind from the far north carried more than a chill. Another crisis on the horizon, he thought bleakly, as if the realm did not already stand upon a knife's edge. Amid these worries, news from the Iron Islands themselves arrived, smuggled through a merchant who had dared to travel near Pike. Rumor said Balon Greyjoy's heirs quarreled. Yara, or Asha, commanded many longships while his son Theon, once a ward of Ned Stark, languished in confusion about his role. Some Ironborn wanted a full-scale invasion of the north, while others urged caution. Ned read that portion of the letter with a pang, recalling Theon as a boy at Winterfell, a hostage but also a companion to Robb. He had once hoped Theon might come to love the north as his second home. Clearly, that had not happened. The letter ended with a cryptic note that the drowned men, priests of the Ironborn faith, proclaimed Balon unstoppable if the realm was divided. So the Ironborn believed the crown's focus on the Tyrells or the rumored Targaryen might provide them free reign. Stannis greeted that news with scorn. They have not seen the might of Dragonstone's navy. Soon enough, they will be forced back to their islands. If need be, we can lay siege to Pike itself come spring. Yet spring felt far off. The nights lengthened, frost glittered on rooftops, and the Blackwater rush partially froze at the edges. Ned wore thick furs whenever he ventured onto the walls, and the city's small folk burned through firewood at alarming rates. If the winter deepened, hunger could arise anew. He pressed the small council to secure enough grain from the Riverlands and Stormlands to feed King's Landing. Baelish, as ever, whined about the cost. Ned refused to yield. We will not starve the city again, he said bluntly. It nearly tore itself apart last time. Meanwhile, the Red Woman continued her nightly vigils and occasional displays of devotion. Some evenings, red-robed priests set great bonfires in the courtyard, chanting about the Lord of Light's triumph over the drowned god. The small folk watched in nervous fascination. Once, Ned confronted Melisandre, warning her that inciting hatred against the Ironborn faith might lead to bloody reprisals if any Ironborn ended up captured in the city. She only smiled and said that when fire and water clashed, steam and scalding were inevitable. Her flippancy chilled him almost as much as the winter wind. King Stannis did not forbid her ceremonies, though he rarely attended them. Ned wondered if even the king felt uneasy about her fervor. She had proven instrumental in removing Renly from the board, a fact that many quietly resented. Yet Stannis believed wholeheartedly in her portents, or at least recognized their use in rallying certain zealots. So the tension simmered. At last, near the cusp of the new year, ravens arrived from the north with cautiously hopeful tidings. The royal fleet had driven off a large gathering of Ironborn longships near the Bight. Theon Greyjoy was rumored to be among them, commanding a few raiders. In a pitched sea battle, Davos's captains sank or captured several Ironborn vessels. Others fled west. White Harbor's defenses held, and some reavers who landed along the coast were cut down by Robb Stark's outriders. Balon Greyjoy himself remained on Pike, reportedly furious. Winter storms battered the seas, forcing a lull in large-scale raids. This small victory brought a surge of relief in King's Landing. The knowledge that the Ironborn had been bloodied at sea suggested the crown could keep them at bay. Yet the matter was not fully settled. Balon might return with renewed fury once the storms eased. Ser Davos wrote that he would keep a blockade if possible, but the weather made a tight blockade difficult. For now, a stalemate of sorts. Ned felt gratitude that at least the immediate threat to the north had lessened. No sooner had this partial respite arrived than fresh letters from the west revealed a new challenge. Tywin Lannister, though he had knelt, had begun to delay payment of certain reparations. Whispers suggested he was quietly rebuilding alliances among minor lords, or sending gold to mercenaries in Essos. The king's men in Lannisport lodged complaints, but Tywin claimed the taxes demanded were extortionate. At a small council session, Stannis bristled, stating that if Tywin defied the crown's terms, war would resume. Tyrion Lannister, present in the chamber, only rubbed his temple in evident frustration. Lord Tywin is a master of slow contrivance, Tyrion admitted. He yields outwardly but finds ways to undermine you from within. If you push too hard, he might provoke another conflict. He has lost his children, but he's not lost his cunning. Perhaps a careful approach is required. Stannis glared at Tyrion. The terms were agreed upon. The Lannisters forfeit gold, hostages, and unconditional loyalty. If Tywin fails to comply, we will enforce it. The realm cannot abide a vowbreaker. Ned recognized that the king's intransigence, though understandable, risked reigniting a conflict. The realm had no appetite for a second war with House Lannister, but Tywin's pride might drive them there. The discussion ended with Stannis ordering an envoy. Why to Casterly Rock to demand compliance? A stern letter signed with the royal seal. If Tywin refused, the crown would respond. Ned only hoped that the old lion had enough sense to avoid further bloodshed. By now, the thick of winter had settled upon the capital. Snow fell more frequently. The roads grew slick with ice. Many Stormland lords returned home, complaining that the city's climate had become too bitter. The gold cloaks stamped their feet on the ramparts, breath misting in the frigid air. The great September stood quiet, with fewer worshippers braving the cold. Ned took to wearing layered cloaks indoors. Sansa and Arya huddled by the hearth each evening. King Stannis, ironically, found the chill easier to bear than the city's usual heat. He had grown up near Storm's End, battered by storms. This winter might have felt mild to him, though he never voiced such a thought. In the deep hush of a snowy dawn, Ned decided to visit the wards, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, ensuring they were well treated despite the cold. He climbed the winding steps to their tower suite, accompanied by 2 gold cloaks. He found Myrcella and Tommen seated near a brazier, wrapped in furs, reading a storybook under the watchful eye of a maester. Joffrey stood apart, gazing out a window at the snow-covered courtyard, face sullen. The moment Ned entered, Joffrey's shoulders tensed. Myrcella and Tommen glanced up. Tommen managed a polite bow. Lord Hand. Ned offered a small nod. I trust you have all you need? Myrcella gave a respectful curtsy. Thank you, my lord. The maester has been kind. We have warm clothes, good food. Tommen nodded agreement, though his eyes betrayed a certain sadness. They were children separated from the only life they'd known. Their parents gone. The illusions of royalty stripped away. Ned felt a pang for them, remembering how brandished the truth had been. They carried Jaime's blood, not Robert's. No fault of their own. Joffrey turned from the window. Come to gloat, Stark? The city suffers, and yet you keep us locked away. Let me free and I could. Ned quelled him with a stern look. The king has decreed you remain wards. Your mother and father's crimes brought us here, not mine. You have comforts that many in the city do not. Joffrey snarled, a flicker of that old cruelty in his eyes. Rot in your false kingship, then. One day I'll— Enough, Ned said quietly. I came only to ensure you're not neglected. Joffrey's fists clenched, but he said no more. Ned exhaled, turning back to Myrcella and Tommen. If there is anything lacking, books, winter clothing, send word. You'll have them. Then, with a nod to the maester, Ned took his leave. He could sense the swirl of emotions behind him. Resentment, sorrow, hope. These children were living testaments to a realm that had devoured illusions of legitimacy. If Tywin dared strike again, they would be key hostages. Not long after, Ned learned that Tyrion sometimes visited his niece and nephews, offering them a measure of comfort. The dwarf had once shared a bond with them, a kinder uncle behind his sarcastic front. That, too, was a quiet drama within the Red Keep's labyrinth of corridors. Ned permitted it, trusting Tyrion to keep them calm, but always under watch. So passed more slow weeks of winter, the city hibernating under a blanket of cold. Then, at last, a messenger from White Harbor arrived, bringing somewhat better news. Balon Greyjoy had recalled many longships to the Iron Islands, stymied by the Crown's fleet and the North's vigilance. The reavers who lingered in the north were fewer, more cautious. The crisis, it seemed, was not wholly resolved, but less dire. Ned read the letter from Robb, who declared that for the moment, the North endured. White Harbor would remain guarded, though the bulk of the royal fleet was free to reposition if needed. Ned felt relief. Perhaps Balon, with so few victories, had realized the crown was not so weak. He presented this to Stannis, who nodded curtly, then turned to bigger questions. If the Ironborn recede, we can shift focus on ensuring Tywin pays his due and that the Tyrells do not outmaneuver us. We cannot let the realm remain half-unified. The longer Mace Tyrell sits idle, the more likely he'll entrench. Ned felt the weight of all these entanglements. Perhaps the time is right to meet with Mace Tyrell in person, Your Grace, he suggested. A royal progress to Highgarden or an invitation for him to come here. We cannot let grudges fester. Stannis's expression was guarded. He challenged me once by backing Renly. Now he wants me to bend? I'll not bow my head in Highgarden like a supplicant. Let him come to me if he wishes to uphold the realm's unity. A tension-laden silence followed, broken by Davos clearing his throat. Your Grace, might it not be prudent to show we hold no lingering wrath for Renly's followers? A short journey in the spring, a gesture of peace. One parted table of bread and salt can unify us. Melisandre, standing at the edge of the hall, interjected softly. The Lord of Light does not forget those who turned from his chosen. Yet sometimes the flame may warm as well as burn. A wise king uses all means to bring the realm under the true banner. Stannis drummed his fingers on the table. You are both correct that a show of goodwill might quell further unrest. Very well, once the roads clear in spring, we might consider traveling south. But do not expect me to grovel. Ned nodded, satisfied they had inched toward diplomacy. The Tyrells commanded too many resources to alienate further. If a clash with them erupted, the realm might well collapse under the weight of repeated wars. As the days trudged on, snows fell more frequently, dusting the city's rooftops in gray slush. A hush pervaded the capital as though the cold itself had stilled the normal throngs. Ned took solace in the quieter nights, reading letters by the glow of a brazier. Yet rumor dripped in from across the sea, whispering of a young Targaryen queen forging alliances in Essos. At times, Ned overheard Varys or Baelish mention her name, Daenerys, alongside talk of dragons. He dismissed that as fable. The dragons had died out, or so he believed. Yet the realm's history taught that old powers could reawaken at dreadful cost. He resolved to send a discreet inquiry to the city's ship captains to glean any first-hand accounts from Pentos or Meereen. If the Targaryen girl truly commanded a host or, gods forbid, living dragons, it would shift the entire balance. The realm was too battered to face such a threat. The memory of Aerys Targaryen's horrors lingered. Ned rarely spoke of it openly, not wanting to stoke rumors. But he felt the concern deep in his bones. Another looming shadow. Amid these undercurrents, winter's darkest nights arrived, with the year's end giving way to a subdued turning of the calendar. King's Landing did not hold grand celebrations, too many had died in recent conflicts, and the city felt weighed by caution. Nonetheless, small gatherings broke out in taverns, exchanging toasts in the name of Stannis or simply to the hope that war would not return. Ned walked the streets with gold cloaks that evening, ensuring no violence broke out. He glimpsed pockets of cheer, brief laughter, the swirl of hot spiced wine. Even in the darkest times, the common folk clung to life's small joys. Returning to the keep near midnight, he found Ser Barristan waiting with an anxious look. My Lord Hand, fresh word from the west, Tywin Lannister's man turned back our envoy at the gates of Casterly Rock. They refused the crown's messenger's entry. This might be his way of defying the king's demands. Ned felt a flare of anger. So Tywin was indeed edging toward open defiance. That old lion never learns. Does he want to provoke Stannis? He sighed, rubbing his temples. Let us see how the king reacts in the morning. Another crisis. He dreaded the prospect of a new war. The realm could not keep pacing from one battlefield to another. Some lords murmured that if Tywin truly defied the crown, the king might dispatch another shadow assassin, reminiscent of Renly's demise. But Ned prayed it would not come to that. The memory of that twisted magic still haunted him. He had no desire to see the realm shaped by unholy means. Morning brought a storm of annoyance from Stannis when told of Tywin's insult. He rejects the crown's envoy, the king snarled. After everything that has happened? I'll show him what that means. Summon the banners. I've had enough. Only a timely intervention by Davos and Ned persuaded him to hold off. Davos reminded him that the West had endured the shock of one war already, that Tywin might be deliberately goading the king to a hasty move. Ned proposed a second, more conciliatory letter, but with a firm deadline for compliance. Stannis ground his teeth. I am not Robert. I will not be made a fool. But very well. One more letter. If Tywin spurns it, we march. Thus the realm hovered on the brink once more. The letter went out, giving Tywin a month to fulfill his obligations of gold and hostages or face renewed conflict. That month stretched under the snows with no reply from the Rock. Ned tried to focus on shoring up the city's morale, ensuring the gold cloaks trained daily, storing extra grain, forging new alliances with smaller houses. Sansa often aided in the distribution of bread to the poor, prompting some grateful whispers among the small folk. Arya, for her part, grew restless, sneaking off to the yard for sparring. Ned half approved, half worried. The city was not safe, though calmer than before. Halfway through that month, Tyrion Lannister requested an audience with Ned in private. They met in the Tower of the Hand Solar, the dwarf escorted by a single gold cloak. Tyrion wore a heavy cloak lined with fur, as if the cold plagued him more than it did Ned. His gaze was pensive. Lord Stark, he began, I have reason to suspect that my father's defiance stems from fear. He believes Stannis will never rest until House Lannister is destroyed, especially after what befell Jaime and Cersei. If I could go west again, speak to him. Ned cut him off with a sad shake of his head. He refused the crown's envoy. Why would he receive you, when you already brokered the original surrender terms? Tyrion sighed. Because I am still a Lannister by blood. He might allow me to speak privately. I can assure him that the king does not plan a purge if he complies. My father abhors weakness, but the threat of war clearly does not deter him. Maybe the threat of losing me, his last child, would. Ned studied the dwarf's earnest expression. He believed Tyrion truly wanted to avoid further slaughter, though whether Tywin cared enough about Tyrion to negotiate was uncertain. You propose to leave the city on your own, riding west into what might be a lion's den. If Tywin disregards you or kills you, Tyrion smirked. It would be quite the final twist, yes. But I'd rather die trying to spare the realm another war than sit idle while we lurch toward the abyss. My father is cunning, not cruel for cruelty's sake. If he sees benefit in compliance, he might yield. But if he believes the crown only wants to crush him, he will fight to the end. Ned drummed his fingers on the table. He despised the idea of another conflict with House Lannister. If you truly believe you can sway him, I'll speak to the king. But you must realize you no longer hold official rank. Stannis might not trust your motives. Tyrion dipped his head. Nor do I ask him to. Only let me try. If I fail, you lose little except that you might have to fight the West again. But if I succeed, we ensure peace. That same evening, Ned broached the suggestion with Stannis. The king's first reaction was scorn. I trust no Lannister's word. And if Tywin has no fear of me, why would he quake at the imp? Perhaps he'll simply cut off Tyrion's head and send it back in a box. Melisandre, standing behind Stannis, added that the time for appeasement was past. Better to cauterize the wound, she said. Let the flames consume the old lion's pride. He stands in darkness, resisting the chosen king's light. Ned took a steady breath. Your Grace, recall that Tyrion Lannister was instrumental in brokering Tywin's initial surrender. He might succeed again. War drains coin and men. Our realm is weary, the north still threatened by Ironborn, the Tyrells uncertain. We cannot scatter ourselves across every battlefield. A single man's journey might save thousands of lives. Stannis's lips thinned. He glanced at Davos, who gave a small nod. Better to try, Your Grace. The cost is minimal. Should the dwarf fail, we are no worse off. If he dies, that might be no great loss from your perspective. The king's eyes flicked between them. Finally, he let out a harsh exhale. Fine. I permit it. The imp may ride to his father. Let him see if he can coax the old lion into compliance. But I want a deadline 2 weeks from arrival. No stalling. If Tywin does not yield by then, I muster the banners anew. He turned to Melisandre, who seemed displeased, but she said nothing more. The matter was settled. Ned informed Tyrion of the king's grudging approval. The dwarf wore a grim, wry smile. That's the closest I'll get to a blessing, I suppose. I'd best depart before he changes his mind. So Tyrion Lannister prepared for the journey west, accompanied by a handful of gold cloaks to ensure he did not vanish and a pair of minor lords who had witnessed the original Lannister surrender. They left King's Landing under a gray sky laden with the threat of fresh snow. Ned watched them ride out, the dwarf's cloak flapping behind him, uncertain whether he would ever return. In the days that followed, King Stannis's mood remained edgy. He prowled the Red Keep, hearing petitions from lords with grievances about taxes, about uncertain trade routes in the winter, about families who lost kin in the prior wars. Ned oversaw these sessions, ensuring fairness where possible. He also corresponded with the North, with the Riverlands, verifying that the Ironborn remained checked, that the roads were passable, that no new threat erupted. The quiet unsettled him. So many threads hung in the balance: Tywin's potential defiance, the Tyrells' neutrality, the Targaryen whispers, the Watchers on the wall. As hand, he tried to weave a tapestry of stability from these fraying strands. A month dragged by with no word of Tyrion or Tywin. Snow-caked King's Landing in a drab, half-melted crust. The nights were longest, the days bleak. Ned felt a hush in the city as though everyone waited for the next blow to fall. Melisandre held a grand night ceremony in the courtyard, lighting a towering pyre to burn away the darkness. Some courtiers looked on in uneasy awe. Ned remained in his chambers, ignoring the flickering glow of flame on the distant walls. At last, on a bitter morning, a raven arrived from the Westerlands. The seal was Tyrion's personal sigil. Ned gathered with Stannis, Davos, Barristan, and the new maester in the king's solar to read it. The letter, addressed to both Ned and the king, described Tyrion's arrival at the gates of Casterly Rock, his eventual admittance barely. Tywin had listened, stone-faced, as Tyrion outlined the crown's ultimatum. Tywin demanded stiffer terms for a final settlement, including a promise that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen be released eventually, or at least given the chance at some kind of life beyond captivity. He also balked at paying further gold unless the crown lowered the demanded sums. Tyrion ended with a caution: Tywin might yield if the crown showed a modicum of compromise, but if not, he would hold to pride. Stannis' eyes burned with scorn. He dares? After murdering and scheming, after his children's crimes, he demands better terms. Davos ventured carefully: Your Grace, a small concession might secure permanent peace. The West is wealthy, but gold alone may not buy them out of your wrath. If Tywin is given a path to save face, we avoid another war. Ned rubbed his chin. We must weigh the cost of war against the cost of granting Tywin some minor concession. If we reduce the sum demanded, or guarantee that his grandchildren remain wards but might eventually be exiled in comfort, it might suffice. Stannis made a low sound of frustration. I do not relish war, but neither will I be extorted by that old lion. Our realm, our laws, demand he pays for his role in the treasons. Still, the realm is battered and the north remains threatened by Ironborn. The Tyrells lurk. Very well. I will yield an inch. Let the bastard children remain wards for a decade, then perhaps release them to Essos if Tywin pays the rest. The gold sum can be lowered slightly, but not by half. Let it be known I am merciful, but not a fool. They drafted a reply at once, the king dictating, Ned refining the words, Davos smoothing any harsh edges. The letter offered a modest reduction in the demanded sum, a formal recognition that Myrcella and Tommen might eventually gain freedom from captivity with conditions, and a reaffirmation that Joffrey would never inherit title or station. Joffrey's track record of cruelty was too well known. Yet the door opened for him to be exiled eventually, rather than imprisoned for life, if Tywin fulfilled every other vow. The letter concluded with a final warning: if Tywin refused, the crown would raise an army by spring and crush him once and for all. The raven flew west. Days became weeks. Snow covered the fields around the city, though a freeze kept the roads passable enough for couriers. The new year advanced. Sansa tried to host a small winter feast for the Northmen in the keep, reminding them of northern traditions. Arya scorned it as boring. Ned found himself at the head of the table, toasting the king's health. Stannis did not attend, too busy with pressing tasks, or perhaps uninterested in small pleasantries. Davos made an appearance, though, praising the North's resilience. A glimmer of camaraderie flickered in that hall, a precious respite from the gloom. Then, on a frosty dawn near the turn of the moon, a breathless messenger arrived from the west. He brought a sealed parchment bearing both Tywin's lion and a small scrawl from Tyrion. Ned read it with Stannis, tension coiling in his gut. The contents were brief: Tywin accepted the revised demands grudgingly. He would deliver the final gold shipments by summer's end, send a suitable hostage from a cadet branch of the family, and sign a formal oath of loyalty to King Stannis. He insisted on clarifying the conditions for eventually releasing Myrcella and Tommen to a secure exile. Tyrion's note appended an almost triumphant statement. It seems the old lion still values House Lannister's survival over a hopeless war. Stannis read it twice, lips pressed thin. Melisandre hovered behind him, expression opaque. Finally, the king set the parchment aside. So ends the threat, it seems. He yields again. Very well. The war in the West remains truly ended. Let the realm record that House Lannister has again bent the knee. Davos grinned in relief. This spares us all. The realm cannot endure more bloodshed. Ned felt a surge of gratitude that no new war had ignited. For once, reason seemed to have prevailed over pride. If Tywin truly complied, the crown's hold grew stronger and the realm had a chance to recover. Later that day, a more detailed letter from Tyrion arrived, describing how Tywin's herald would carry official documents to King's Landing for final signing. Tyrion would return as well, escorting the gold shipments. Ned felt cautious optimism. Perhaps, after 2 long wars, the realm stood on the verge of genuine peace, albeit an uneasy one. The North was safe from the Ironborn for now. The West had been defanged. The Tyrells had not openly risen. No immediate challengers threatened the throne. Yet in Ned's heart he sensed the calm was fragile. With every menace subdued, another loomed on the horizon. The Targaryen rumors. The unquiet at the wall. The Greyjoys might rally again. Or Mace Tyrell might push for advantage. But for this moment, at least, the realm drew breath. King's Landing, blanketed in snow, seemed to rest from its turmoil. Days passed with a lighter atmosphere. Some traveled to the Great September to thank the Seven for peace, others attended Lawloress bonfires to hail the king's triumph. Merchant caravans arrived from the Stormlands, carrying salted fish, casks of wine, other goods that brightened the markets. Sansa and Arya walked the snowy courtyard with guarded freedom, marveling at how the city had changed from the time they arrived. The Red Keep no longer felt like a besieged fortress. Gold cloaks relaxed slightly, though Ned insisted they remain vigilant. In mid-morning on a crisp day, a train of Lannister banners was spotted on the Rosby Road. Ned, Barristan, and a line of gold cloaks met them at the gate. A small retinue of Western knights approached under a white banner of peace. Leading them was Tyrion Lannister, perched on a stout mountain pony, cloak trimmed in white fur, a half-smirk on his face. Behind him rode a somber herald in Lannister colors, a modest wagon with caskets presumably of gold, and a handful of men-at-arms. The city watched with mild curiosity, not hostility. The war had ended months ago, and the immediate hatred had cooled. Ned greeted Tyrion with a nod. "Welcome back, Lord Tyrion." Tyrion dismounted stiffly, dusting snow from his cloak. "Lord Stark, you are as ever the soul of courtesy. You see, I yet live. My father did not decapitate me." He gestured to the wagon. "We bring the first portion of the final payments. The rest shall follow in due time." Ned forced a hint of a smile. "I am glad you achieved peace. The king awaits you in the throne room." They proceeded through the streets, winter sunlight gleaming on wet cobblestones. Citizens peered from doorways, but the mood was subdued. No jeers or cheers. The Red Keep's gates opened, letting the Lannister party inside. In the throne room, King Stannis sat upon the Iron Throne, flanked by Davos, Barristan, and a row of knights. Melisandre stood off to one side, her scarlet robes a stark blot of color. As Tyrion and the herald approached, the echo of their footsteps on the marble rang through the vaulted space. The Lannister herald bowed, presenting a sealed document. He announced that Lord Tywin pledged final compliance with the crown's terms, would dispatch a hostage from House Lannister's cadet branch within the month, and recognized King Stannis as the rightful sovereign. Stannis took the scroll, read it quickly, then pronounced acceptance. A hush followed. No cheers, no celebrations. Merely the formal close of a near war. Tyrion dipped his head, letting out a quiet breath. Stannis's gaze flicked from the herald to Tyrion. "You have served your father's house in forging this arrangement. The realm is spared further bloodshed. For that you have my guarded thanks." Tyrion offered a polite bow. "I do what I can, your grace. War is bad for business, among other things." Stannis nodded curtly. "Very well. Remain in King's Landing if you wish under your same status. Or return west if you prefer. The crown no longer deems you a prisoner, though your father's cooperation must persist if House Lannister is to remain in my good graces. Any hint of betrayal and you both forfeit your lives." Tyrion managed a tight smile. "Understood, your grace. I suspect I'll linger a while. King's Landing has its charms." He glanced at Ned with a faint flicker of something like relief or gratitude. I find I rather like being where the action is. So ended the final threat of renewed war with House Lannister. The gold caskets were moved to the royal treasury, the herald given lodging until the official handover of the hostage took place. Rumors whispered it might be a cousin or nephew of Tywin's, someone of lesser significance but still bearing the name Lannister. Peace, however tenuous, held another day. Over the next week, Ned observed a subtle thaw in the atmosphere. Some Stormland lords who had grown wary of more conflict relaxed. Riverland knights quietly rejoiced, for they had no desire to see blood spilled again. The city's markets perked up. Craftsmen found new commissions as lords sought to restore battered manors. With Lannister gold trickling in, the crown could pay some debts. Peter Baelish seemed downright cheerful, claiming the coin allowed him to lessen certain taxes. Stannis tolerated Baelish's preening so long as the realm's coffers did not shrink further. Yet Ned could not relax fully. The realm remained a patchwork of uneasy truces. The Ironborn might strike again when seas calmed. The Tyrells sat aloof, forging their own strategy. The Targaryen rumors persisted beyond the sea, though no sign of her had reached Westeros. The north braced for deeper snows and whispered of strange happenings near the wall. Melisandre often cast longing gazes to the north as though she, too, sensed something stirring in the land of ice and cold. One night, Ned walked the battlements with Barristan, gazing at the city blanketed in moonlit snow. They spoke of how far they had come since Robert's rebellion, how many had died, how many secrets had come to light, like Joffrey's parentage. The old knight admitted he never imagined serving a King Stannis enthroned by such bitter means. Ned confessed that he never wanted to leave Winterfell, that duty had torn him from home. Yet here they stood, ensuring the realm's fragile peace. Even the biting cold could not wholly dampen the sense of relief that for the first time in a long while, the realm was not actively at war. Come morning, as Ned descended from the Tower of the Hand, fresh tidings greeted him, a raven from Dragonstone with word of new ships built for the royal fleet. Ser Davos looked pleased, remarking that once spring broke, they could maintain a strong presence along the coasts. Another letter from White Harbor stated that the Ironborn had scaled back their raids. Balon Greyjoy apparently sulked on Pike, disinclined to test the Crown's forces again so soon. That front, too, seemed quieter. Ned exhaled with gratitude. He spent the day in council, finalizing the distribution of winter stores, discussing a possible royal progress that Stannis might undertake once the snows melted. The king seemed open to traveling to Storm's End, maybe even to Highgarden, though the latter with great reluctance. I owe the Tyrells nothing, Stannis muttered, but if an appearance forestalls trouble, I'll endure it. At midday, as Ned paused for a short meal, Arya burst into the solar, breath puffing in the chill air. Father, she said excitedly, have you heard? A ship arrived from Bravos with curious folk, they say a water dancer, maybe? He might teach me. Please, can I? Ned raised a hand, smiling despite himself. Arya's spirit had not dimmed despite all the city's horrors. We'll see, child. The city has many visitors. Not all are trustworthy. She huffed but nodded. He marveled that she still found ways to dream. Later, Sansa approached him more quietly, asking if the city might hold a small festival to celebrate winter's turning. We had one in Winterfell sometimes, a little gathering with sweet cakes and music, she said, eyes shy. I remember dancing with Jane. Perhaps it would lift spirits here. Ned patted her hand. I'll raise it with the council. But the king is not one for frivolity. If I can arrange a modest celebration for the small folk, I will. She brightened at that. The older she got, the more she wanted some semblance of normalcy in this place so far from home. Night fell upon King's Landing, the sky clear, stars twinkling overhead. From the windows of the Red Keep, Ned gazed out at the city's lights, feeling a hush deeper than any in months. The wars that had ravaged the realm, first Robert's rebellion, then the War of the Five Kings that never fully bloomed but still cost so many lives, had left scars. Yet at this moment, the realm was not burning, nor starving, nor assailed at the gates by Lannister or Tyrell hosts. A fragile calm. Ned prayed it might last long enough for the realm to rebuild some measure of strength before the next storm inevitably came. He stepped from the window, returning to the map spread on his table. Markers for the Iron Islands, for Casterly Rock, for Highgarden, for the north. So many potential flashpoints. But for now, each was quiet. Stannis' seat upon the Iron Throne felt more secure than ever, though shadows remained. The children of Cersei, once claimed as heirs, were wards with no path to power. Tywin still chafed but paid gold. Balon Greyjoy licked his wounds. The Tyrells waited behind a veil of politeness. And somewhere across the sea, A Targaryen might or might not gather dragons. Ned Stark sighed, remembering that day so long ago when he confronted Cersei. If he had not moved swiftly, Joffrey might have sat the throne and led the realm to ruin. Now, after countless hardships, a measure of truth had prevailed, though at dreadful cost in blood. He felt both relief and sorrow. Honor and duty had guided him, as always, but the realm's price was high. He could only hope the realm found the strength to face whatever trials still lay ahead. The old gods alone knew. For the moment, he would stand as Hand of the King, upholding the fragile peace, ensuring that bread reached the hungry, that laws were kept, that no single ambition toppled the delicate balance. He had lost too much already. Friends, illusions, the innocence of his daughters. Yet each dawn he rose to do his duty, as the final witness that truth must be served, that monstrous lies and false airs could not endure forever. Yes, the realm had scars, but it still breathed. King Stannis' seat was secure for now, and Ned Stark would remain at his side until the roads of fate twisted anew, until winter storms cleared or yielded to some darker tempest. For at heart, he was a man of the North, a Stark who knew that no peace was eternal, no vow untested. Even so, he clung to that slender hope that perhaps, just perhaps, this time the realm might bind itself together against the nights yet to come. And so he bent again to the map, quill in hand, forging letters of coordination, alliances, caution, determined that when the next call to war or crisis sounded, they would meet it with unity and unbowed resolve. And outside, in the hush of the winter night, King's Landing slept in the pale glow of moonlight, precariously at rest between the last storm and the next. Ned Stark stood in the early morning cold, watching the city wake. Smoke curled from 1,000 chimneys, rising into the pale gray sky like ghosts of past wars. King's Landing was quieter now than it had been in months. The constant fear that had loomed over its streets, the threat of Lannister retribution, the risk of a Tyrell siege, the terror of famine, had faded into something resembling peace. And yet, he could not shake the feeling that it was all temporary, that the calm was but the pause before another storm. He turned from the battlements, his heavy cloak rustling behind him as he made his way down the stairs to the courtyard. The training yard was alive with the sounds of steel clashing against steel. Ser Barristan Selmy oversaw a group of young knights drilling under the winter sun, their breath visible in the crisp air. Some of them were men who had once served under Renly, others had been recruited from Dragonstone, and a few were loyalists who had followed Stannis from Storm's End. They were learning to fight as one army, though Ned could see the lingering divides in how they moved. Some too fluid, some too rigid, all still unsure of one another. Barristan turned as he approached. "Lord Stark," he greeted, his voice as steady as ever. "Come to test yourself against the young swords?" A small smile played at the old knight's lips. Ned shook his head. "I fear I'm needed elsewhere, but I wanted to see how the men were coming along." "They're improving," Barristan admitted, crossing his arms, "but not as quickly as I'd like. They may share a king, but many still hold old loyalties in their hearts. It will take time." Ned nodded. "Time is a luxury we may not have." His eyes drifted past the knights to the gatehouse, where a column of riders had just arrived. "And it seems we have guests." The guards moved to intercept the newcomers, but as Ned drew closer, he recognized their banners. House Manderly of White Harbor. Lord Wyman had sent an envoy, and not a small one. At the head of the group was Ser Wylis Manderly, the Lord's eldest son, a heavy-set man with a thick beard and an easy smile. He dismounted with the grace of someone who had spent more time in a chair than in a saddle. "Lord Stark," Ser Wylis said, bowing deeply, "I bring word from my father. He sends his respects, and apologies for the delay in responding to your last letter." Ned clasped the man's arm in greeting. "No apology is necessary, Ser Wylis. I trust White Harbor remains secure." The knight nodded. "For now." The royal fleet's arrival helped push the Ironborn back from the Bight, but my father is concerned. They are not defeated, merely waiting. Balon Greyjoy is patient, and we do not trust that he will stay quiet for long. Ned sighed. "That is my concern as well." The king has shifted some focus back to reinforcing the northern coasts, but we are stretched thin. Even with the Lannister war ended, the realm is far from stable. Ser Wylis lowered his voice. That is why my father sent me, my lord. He wishes to discuss something that could change that. Ned studied him, sensing the weight in the man's words. Come, he said, gesturing toward the keep. Let us speak in private. They made their way through the halls of the Red Keep, the sound of their boots echoing off the cold stone. When they reached the Tower of the Hand, Ned poured them each a cup of warmed wine before settling into his chair. Ser Wylis took his time before speaking, choosing his words carefully. My father believes the North must act preemptively, he said. We cannot wait for Balon Greyjoy to gather his strength. We should strike first. Ned frowned. Easier said than done. Stannis will not commit his full strength to a northern campaign when there are other threats lingering. And Robb must hold Moat Cailin, in case the realm fractures again. Wylis leaned forward. That is why we propose an alternative. House Manderly has ships, more than any other house in the north. If we receive support from the crown, we can take the fight to the Iron Islands before they come for us. A surprise assault using our fleet and the royal warships already in White Harbor. Ned considered the idea. A direct strike on the Iron Islands had not been attempted since Robert's rebellion. It would be risky, but if successful, it could prevent another drawn-out conflict in the north. What does your father ask in return? Ser Wylis met his gaze evenly. Official recognition of White Harbor's fleet as an extension of the Crown's navy. Increased trade privileges, and an assurance that should war come again, the North will not be left to fend for itself. Ned tapped his fingers against the table. I will bring this to the king. If we act, we must do so soon. Winter is not yet fully upon us, but it draws closer with each passing day. Ser Wylis nodded. That is all we ask, my lord. Ned rose. Come. Stannis will want to hear this firsthand. They left the tower and made their way toward the audience chamber, where Stannis was engaged in council with Davos Seaworth and several Stormland lords. The king looked up as they entered, his expression as stern as ever. Lord Stark, Stannis greeted. What brings you? Ned motioned to Ser Wylis. An offer from White Harbor, your grace. One that may allow us to end the Ironborn threat before it begins. Stannis listened as Ser Wylis explained his father's proposal. The king was silent for a long moment after the night finished, his fingers drumming against the table. An ambitious plan, he finally said, but not without merit. Davos nodded. A surprise attack could cripple their ability to strike, but it is not without risk. The seas in winter are unforgiving. If the fleet is lost, the North will be even more vulnerable. Stannis exhaled sharply. If we do nothing, we risk worse. Lord Stark, do you believe this plan has a chance of success? Ned met the king's gaze. I do, your grace. If we strike quickly, with overwhelming force, we can catch them off guard. White Harbor's fleet is experienced, and your own ships have already proven they can match the Ironborn at sea. Stannis nodded slowly. Very well. Lord Manderly shall have my support. I will send additional warships from Dragonstone to reinforce his fleet. He will have one chance, one strike, to break the Ironborn before they become a greater threat. Ser Wylis bowed. My father will not fail you, your grace. The meeting concluded, and Ned felt the weight of another war pressing down upon them. This was how it always seemed to be. One battle ended, another began. The North had to be protected, but he feared the cost. He prayed that White Harbor's fleet would succeed, that this gambit would pay off. But war had never been so simple. As he left the chamber, he found himself thinking of Winterfell, of the land he had left behind. The world had grown darker since the day he had arrived in King's Landing. He had survived, but at what cost? And how much more would the realm demand before peace truly took hold? The answer, he feared, was more than any man could give. Ned Stark left the council chamber with a mind heavy as winter's clouds. The plan to strike at the Iron Islands had been approved, but the weight of it sat on his shoulders like a second cloak. It was a bold move, necessary, perhaps, but boldness in war always came at a cost. He had seen too many campaigns begin with confidence and end in ruin. If the Manderley fleet, bolstered by the royal galleys, struck true, they could end Balon Greyjoy's ambitions before they began. If they failed, the north would be left vulnerable and the crown would be stretched even thinner. Outside, the wind had begun to pick up, carrying the scent of the sea through the narrow corridors of the Red Keep. The cold reminded him of home, of Winterfell's grey skies and the warm halls where his sons and brothers had once sat beside him. He thought of Robb at Moat Cailin, holding the North's defenses steady. His son had learned much, but war would test him in ways that no lessons could prepare him for. He turned a corner, lost in thought, when a familiar voice broke through the quiet. "My Lord Hand," Tyrion Lannister called, stepping into view with his usual self-assured smirk. He was clad in a thick fur-lined cloak, a necessary concession to the winter chill creeping into the city. "You look troubled. Come, share your burdens. We Lannisters are known for our keen ears and even keener tongues." Ned regarded the dwarf warily. Their truce, if it could be called that, had held since Tyrion's return from the west, but there was always something unreadable behind those mismatched eyes. "I doubt you would share my concerns, Tyrion." But let me guess. Our good King Stannis has once again proven himself as flexible as a Valyrian steel rod, unyielding yet sharp enough to cut. Tyrion gave a dramatic sigh. "And you, ever the dutiful Hand, are left to make his decisions palatable to the rest of us mere mortals." Ned didn't smile. "The king has agreed to commit the royal fleet to a campaign against the Iron Islands." Tyrion's brow lifted. A bold move, and one that might just work. Might. He tilted his head, watching Ned closely. "But I take it you have doubts?" "Any man with sense does," Ned admitted. "The Greyjoys are no fools. Balon may be a reckless old man, but his daughter commands his fleets well, and they fight with a madness that cannot be taught." Tyrion tapped his fingers against his belt. "Then we must hope Lord Manderley is as clever as his reputation suggests." His tone turned more serious. "And what of the West? Have you received further word from my dear father?" Ned exhaled slowly. The last raven confirmed his final compliance with the crown's demands. "He sends gold, but he delays every other condition." Tyrion snorted. "Of course he does. Tywin Lannister does not bend, he merely leans until the storm passes." His smirk faded slightly. "I suppose the only question is how long his grace will tolerate the delay before marching west once more." Ned met his gaze. "You tell me, is your father preparing for another war?" Tyrion shrugged. "If he were, he would not share his plans with me. But I know him well enough to say this: if he were truly broken, he would have fled to Essos. The fact that he remains at Casterly Rock suggests he still believes he has options." Ned absorbed those words in silence. Tywin had knelt, but the memory of his defeat had not been forgotten. He was a man who played the long game, and men like that were dangerous even when they seemed beaten. A shout echoed from the courtyard below, followed by the heavy clang of the portcullis being raised. Ned turned toward the sound, frowning. He strode to the nearest balcony, looking down just in time to see a group of riders galloping through the gates under banners of gold and green. "The Tyrells," Tyrion murmured beside him. Mace Tyrell had finally answered the king's summons. They watched as the delegation dismounted. Mace himself had not come, but his eldest son, Ser Willis Tyrell, led the party. He was followed by his younger brother, Ser Garland, and a small retinue of knights and bannermen. And at the center of them all was Margaery Tyrell, dressed in the finest silks despite the chill in the air, her face calm, almost unreadable. Tyrion let out a low whistle. "Now, this is interesting. A son, a daughter, and not the father. I wonder if the Lord of Highgarden believes he can barter peace with roses instead of swords." Ned narrowed his eyes. He had met Willis Tyrell only once, long ago. The eldest Tyrell son was no warrior. A horse had crippled him in his youth, leaving him bound to a cane. But he was said to be the sharpest of Mace's children, a man of letters and strategy. If Mace had sent him instead of coming himself, then the Lord of Highgarden had no intention of kneeling outright. He had sent a negotiator, not a supplicant. "The king will want to see them immediately," Ned said. Tyrion chuckled. "Oh, I imagine Stannis will enjoy this about as much as a mouthful of sour wine." Together, they descended into the courtyard to greet the newcomers. Willis Tyrell stepped forward first, bowing his head in respect. "Lord Stark," he said, his voice measured and polite. "It is an honor to stand in the capital once more." Ned inclined his head. "Ser Willis. Ser Garland. Lady Margaery. You have come a long way." Willis smiled slightly. "The road from Highgarden is long indeed, and one does not ignore the summons of a king." Ned studied him, noting the careful choice of words. "The summons of a king. Not our king." Margaery, ever poised, stepped forward. Lord Stark, she said warmly, her voice smooth as honey. I bring the regards of my father and the hopes of my house. We have much to discuss. Ned did not miss the way her gaze flickered past him toward the Red Keep's towering entrance where Stannis waited beyond. She was here to negotiate, that much was clear. Whether she came offering peace or terms remained to be seen. Then let us not keep the king waiting, Ned said. They made their way into the castle, the Tyrells flanked by gold cloaks as they passed through the great stone corridors. In the throne room, Stannis sat upon the Iron Throne, his face as unreadable as ever. Melisandre stood at his right, her red robes catching the torchlight, while Ser Davos was positioned at his left. The air felt thick with tension as the Tyrells approached. Willis bowed, followed by Garland and Marjorie. Your Grace, Willis said carefully. I come at the behest of my father, Lord Mace Tyrell, to discuss the future of the Reach and the realm. Stannis's eyes were hard. If Lord Tyrell wished to discuss the future, he should have come himself. Willis did not flinch. My father trusts me to speak in his stead. We do not seek conflict, Your Grace. The Reach has long been a land of prosperity, and we wish to see it remain so under a stable rule. Stannis did not speak at once. He studied Willis, then let his gaze shift to Marjorie. Your father sided with a usurper, he said bluntly. You feasted and armed my brother while I fought for the realm's true claim. Marjorie met his stare without fear. That war has ended, Your Grace. The Reach will not fight against the crown. We wish to stand beside it. Ned watched Stannis carefully. The king did not trust easy words. The Tyrells were here to bargain, that much was clear. But what did they want in return? Stannis's fingers drummed against the armrest of the throne. What does your father offer? Willis did not hesitate. Allegiance. Troops to reinforce the realm, grain to feed King's Landing, and coin to fill the royal coffers. And what does he ask? Willis inclined his head. Recognition. Highgarden remains strong, but the realm is uncertain. My father wishes for stability. And a place in your court. Ned saw where this was going before the words were even spoken. Marjorie stepped forward. A union, Your Grace, she said smoothly. Between House Tyrell and the crown. A marriage. The hall fell silent. Stannis's expression remained unreadable, but Ned saw something shift in his eyes. He had expected this. The Tyrells were not here simply to bend the knee. They were here to claim the throne beside him.